sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is Dawson. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one today. Coming to you live from stolen Tongva land. That's right, we're live and alive, and I hope the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, a lot of you might be thinking, Hassan, why is it a special day? Is it because you feel pretty good this morning? Is that why you're a little late? You worked out? Is that possibly the reason? Is it because there's speculation all over the most schizophrenic sides of the internet that Benjamin Netanyahu's dead and it's AI videos of him? No, that's not real, but it doesn't matter. That's not the real reason. What is the real reason? Is it because it's the 13th of March? Is that the reason? Well, maybe, potentially. That's right. It's because it's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what it is. It's freaking Friday. It's Mufasa Friday. You already know what's up.
Sunday, what? It's Friday.
It's Friday, also known as Friday. You already know what's going on. Our forefathers of the labor union movement, the communists, the trade unionists, the socialists, the anarchists, they all fought long and hard to make sure that you have a goddamn weekend. If you like the weekend, you thank a union. If you like not having child labor, you thank a labor union. And that's what we do here on Fridays. We celebrate with the greatest, most immaculate vibes that we can possibly create this Friday and every Friday. Specifically Friday the 13th, as satanic things are happening all around the world, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Closed Presents, for the 50 gifted subs. Wow. Rex Racer X, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. This is Mufasa Friday, and the vibes are going to be immaculate no matter what. And that is going to be by force. I'm going to be honest. It's going to be by force until somebody actually fucks my mood up. But we're here, we're live, we're alive. And every single day I feel like I'm in a good mood when I first get started, and then not such a good mood by the time I'm done. But today we're going to keep it going. Dr. Jihad is my name. Racism is my game. Good morning to all of you from the offices of Dr. Jihad. War is ending today, right? Oh, any day now. Any day now. Any day now. Okay? Any day now. Incredible Hasanabi outfit coverage. Fashion bros need to be stopped. What is this?
Okay, next.
Hassan Piker, looking dandy with like capris with high socks.
I don't know who the hell this guy is.
He's a politician streamer.
Yeah.
And is wearing a t-shirt that says "Make the Rich Pay." While he posted this, I remember there was a ton of uproar on Twitter because he is rich. And he posted this photo, and then he's also wearing
Okay, bro, this is, I mean, look at the filter, man. These filters don't even exist anymore. These are like, this is like looking at a black and white photo and being like, wow, I can't believe how different his style is. Yeah, man. It's from motherfucking 1974 at this point. These are prehistoric filters. We've lost the visco filters. You know what I mean? You can tell it's from like 2013, 2014. Give me a goddamn break.
a photo that says, I met God, she's black, with a black person in the
Who's
photo.
pointing at the shirt.
With, it seems like there's about a 4-year gap difference or a couple year gap difference. And he's like wearing the exact same like pants.
No, these are photos from the same time frame, man. God damn it. Alex, you fucking cooked me, you son of a bitch. I'm never defending you ever again. It's over. Anyway, yeah, we'll look at that kind of stuff in a second. But this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Azan. I was on by Graham between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Last night I ended the broadcast. And what did I do? I ended the broadcast and I went to a dinner with the Voice of Hindu Rajab folks that are here for the Oscars. Okay? That are here for the Oscars. Inshallah, they will win. And I hung out with them a little bit. I had some kunefa from the Kunefa Bros. And it was a very emotional experience. I met some of the people that have made a bunch of the documentaries that I've actually watched here on this broadcast. Some of the documentaries that I've suggested: Israelism, 1948, the 1948 documentary, and it was very cool. It was very cool to meet these very interesting people that have poured their entire lives to doing broad awareness, mass awareness, right, on these issues, and have lost their lives in the process, some of them, right? So, yeah, it was an interesting experience. Did you watch the new Louis Theroux documentary? No, but I did hit him up to come on the stream, and he was like, I'm all podcasted out for the time being, but I'm down in the future. So, but I will be watching that documentary, and I will be interviewing the cast and the director and the producers of the Voice of Hindu Rajab tomorrow on the broadcast. So there's that. We're doing one clear Oscar winner a year. You know what I'm saying? Every year we get like the one Palestinian backed project that ends up winning an Oscar, but they win the Oscar after they come through this broadcast. No, I mean, all jokes aside, I'll have them on stream. So wait, I can't rewind the stream. Why is that? I don't know. But yeah, Epstein's Fury Day 13, Strait of Hormuz. Still closed. U.S. straddle tanker down. APAC is mad. Freaky Friday, Burger Reich. Get in now. We got a lot to talk about, obviously. Why don't you get Norm Finkelstein on the podcast? It is too hard logistically. War's going great, though, guys. I promise it's going great. And anyone who says it's not going great is a liar, okay? Don't you ever put it in the news that the war is not doing great. America is cooking. I swear. I promise America's cooking. No naysayers allowed in here, right? Why don't you come to a uni at Montreal? I don't know, because I hate Montreal. No, it's just, there's no reason. Dow 50,000. The United States just joined the ICJ case to defend Israel. Hell yeah. On the wrong side of every story, baby. Recognize that if there is a crime happening around the world, we will be there defending said crime, just for the sake of it, just for the fun of it. The Dow. We'll be talking about the Dow. Nothing bad can happen. Only good can happen. But yeah, let's blast off and let's keep it going. Yeah, this is a pretty good blast off GIF as far as showcasing the IRGC capabilities that were quite surprising. Caught us by surprise. Caught us off guard. It's very cool that virtually every single day Trump is like, it's going really good, but we're also going to punish them extra hard. But also we're punishing them super hard already. Make no mistake, the punishing is happening every day. Corduroys, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Donald Trump keeps swapping back and forth on how good the war is going. And that's when the war is, is being won already. Any day now. It can end any day now if you choose If you choose to end it, it can end any day, and but we will end it. It won't be Iran. It won't be Iran ending it. We will end it whenever we feel like it. Whenever we're tired of bombing. That's right. That's right. Anyway, we're blasting off. We're blasting off. Get in now. Get in now. Your content keeps me sane as I go to school full time and work full time as we're in World War III. Thanks for your labor, Hassan. Of course. I try to do my best. Thank you for watching. The discourse on Twitter around the synagogue attack and the perpetrator's family being killed is so disappointing. Pro-Israel crowds are slandering his family members as Hezbollah fighters. It's even the kids in white, but the anti-Zionist crowd is also basically saying you get what you deserve to the temple because they support Zionism, literally just reverting to Israeli logic. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna... That is a normal... it's an unfortunate but normal outcome of 2+ years of genocide and like people basically setting their boundaries. Trim your stash, bro? Fuck no. I'm keeping the beard for Cuba too, for Cuba. I haven't watched the new Louis Theroux yet. There's going to be boots on the ground. Marines are going to die for Israel. Hell yeah, brother. I'm going to eat my crayons and I'm going to die for Israel. Am Israel high will be the last words coming out of my goddamn mouth. All right. Learn Spanish for Cuba, bro. I will not be able to learn Spanish in time. Let's be real. Bro wants to be Castro so bad. I mean, it would be an honor, but we'll talk about we'll talk about all the synagogue stuff as well. It's like it's another one of those moments where like I've been saying for what 3 years now that this is going to happen, and now it's happening, and people are still too busy yelling at all the people that warned that this could happen, while simultaneously overlooking the people that leaned in the opposite direction and fanned the flames. So yeah, what's up with the Ezra Klein fit? Hassan wearing the skin of his enemies? Yes. But Ezra Klein is not my enemy. He's my lover. Respond to S4A. He's always dissing you. What's S4A? I don't know what that is. Socialism for all? That seems great. I love socialism for all. I want socialism for all. That's great. I don't know who that is, but I like it. On YouTube, has some sobering analysis. Double Down News on YouTube. Yeah. Anyway, thoughts on Leon Kennedy replacing Kirsty Noem? Great. Finally. How was Castro good? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know anything about the man. Fidel Castro wasn't good. Fidel Castro was great. He was a great man. And so was Che Guevara. Okay? Some of the best. An unshakable will. Commanding legions. And following through on their emancipatory needs. A wonderful human being. Okay? He's the GOAT. He's straight up the fucking GOAT. I wish we had more men like him. Unfortunately, we are utterly devoid of men like him. I steal his bit all the time. Journalist asks when Fidel Castro is in 1979, Fidel Castro came to New York City. Okay? This is after numerous assassination attempts have been made on his life by the American government, by the CIA. Journalist asked him, "Do you always wear that vest?" Fidel Castro said, "What vest?" Slowly unbuttoned his fatigues, showing his chest. Fidel Castro responded to the journalist. Journalist said, "Everybody says you wear a bulletproof vest." Fidel Castro said, "No." He said, "I wear a moral vest."
Siempre está protegido con su traje. ¿Cuál traje? What suit? Everybody says you always have a bulletproof vest. Sé que todo el mundo dice que usted tiene un chaleco a prueba de balas. No. Voy a desembarcar así en Nueva York. I will land in New York like this. Tengo un chaleco. I will land in New York like this. Tengo un chaleco moral. I have a moral one. A moral vest. Es fuerte. It's strong. Ese me ha protegido siempre. That one has protected me always. Es uno de los más ha intentado matar, la verdad. Pero parece que tiene 7 vidas como el gato.
He has more lives than a cat. My goat, dude. My goats. They were slow cooking your ass on Dutch Oven Twitter last night, Hasanabi. What is that even? What's Dutch Oven Twitter? I saw a meme on Twitter the other day, and it reminded me of how some of y'all motherfuckers act. Okay? It was 2 dudes standing next to one another calling a Klansman a Nazi, and then the Klansman going, "No, you're the Nazi," and then the guy standing next to the dude who called the Klansmen Nazis, going, "Oh shit, he really fucked you up, Unc." Worst kind of people on the planet. Okay, straight up worst kind of motherfuckers out. It just the guy who's like supposed to be on your side, who immediately goes, "Oh man, that Nazi actually cooked you, bro." The instigators. Anyway, all right. He really races a Mogdu, Unc. Have you watched One Piece live action season 2? No, I have not. Explaining meme like a boomer, like my boomer dad. Shut the fuck up. All right, where were we? Okay, so we're blasted off. We're gonna get the situation monitoring right now. Lots going on in the freaking world. My friend survived so many U.S. attacks that a bulletproof vest would be a joke. He smoked a cigar with poison and survived because he had frozen the cigar beforehand, which neutralized the poison. Jewish Insider tagged you in a post today. No, that was yesterday, but we can talk about it again. Democratic divide over anti-Semitism erupts in clash between Third Way and Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna, who has been an outspoken anti-Israel voice, says he stands with Hassan Piker, Graham Plattner, and Zohar Mamdani during the Michigan synagogue attack. Imagine calling yourself a leftist while siding with white supremacist pedophile-loving Nazi Nick Fuentes over Hassan Piker on the subject of anti-Zionism. Lamau, everyone here is clapping when they see your bravery. What is this? Oh, yeah, this is the type of shit that people say on here. Hassan is such an embarrassment that he managed to lose an argument to Nick Fuentes. Like, what's the argument here? Like, what's the argument that I lost to Nick Fuentes here? That, like, it is Jewish censorship? Is that what you're saying? So you just agree with Nick Fuentes then? Like, it's so dumb. I wasn't never a Hassan guy before the war started, but I started following once it started, and you've done a good job reporting on it, but I still struggle with some of your behavior, lol. You'll get there. Many people do this. Many people start off, what is this facial features except for the excessive hair are simply perfect. Why does he have such a good figure? Actually, with this body type, anything he wears looks stylish. What? Billy glazing me? He looks great in this outfit. Let's go. Perfect. Why does he have such a good figure? Actually, with this body type, anything he wears looks stylish. What? Billy glazing me? He looks great in this outfit. Let's go. Yeah, this is the meme. This is the meme. This is it. This is, yeah. You guys are losers. Kill yourselves. Durr, you guys are losers. Dang, you gotta admit they low-key cooked you. This is my chat, bro. This is literally my chat like 90% of the time. Okay? 90% of the time, I'll be in the fucking trenches, okay, getting my ass dug out by like 500 different advocacy groups with moneyed interests, attacking me from like every fucking angle possible. Like, you got AIPAC on the side calling me a fucking anti-Semitic neo-Nazi. You got like corporate interests also leaning in on the fight. You got Third Way from the Democratic Party also joining in on it. And then you still got dumb motherfuckers in this community being like, damn, the Third Way guys actually got you, bro. They got you, though. They did. Why'd they get you, bro? Now I got people harassing me for defending you. Yes, bro. Stand strong. Stand loud and proud. What have I taught you? Your cause is just. Keep doing your fucking advocacy, okay? Enough with this, like, oh, I don't want to come across like I'm, defending this guy too hard. It's fucking ridiculous. These guys are like very actively, they're so stupid. They very actively are trying to sever my ties with like, elected representatives. It's just not going to work. But like, it's so dumb. You don't have to 100% like the person, like everything a person does, to follow and agree with most of their commentary law. Nobody's perfect. And I think you love every single thing a person does. You're probably a little parasocial. Everyone starts somewhere, chatter. Brother, you're reading the funnies in the newspaper. We got to get you in a home. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Another one of your enemies got outed. I mean, yeah, it was a matter of time. Come on, man. It also is unironically, because like it's a little bit like the Zohar Mamdani method. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You just keep pressing on shit that you believe in, Do you like potato wedges? Yeah, I do. We'll do the new Cuba developments that are taking place. There's some positive developments about Cuba as well. But yeah, Gabby Deutsch writes this article. Following a Republican convening this week focused on combating right-wing anti-Semitism, a prominent moderate Democratic group urged fellow Democrats to follow the lead of Senator Ted Cruz in calling out anti-Semitism within their own party. We certainly believe that Cruz was right, and our side is a real anti-Semitism problem too, and that many Democrats are failing to face squarely. Matt Bennett, executive vice president for the public affairs at the center-left think tank Third Way, told Jewish Insider on Thursday. His comments came after Lily Cohen, a press advisor at the organization, shared a post highlighting Cruz's comments of the Republican Jewish Coalition confab and said she would love to see more Dems calling out anti-Semitism on their side with the same fervor. Cohen specifically mentioned Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and the far-left anti-Semitic streamer Hassan Piker. We do believe that Plattner has not remotely done enough to explain why he had a Nazi tattoo for 20 years, said Bennett. Cohen's comments inadvertently spotlighted and even ignited the growing feud between the Democratic Party over Israel and anti-Semitism. Representative Ro Khanna, a progressive lawmaker who has been a frequent critic of Israel and pro-Israel activist in the U.S., responded to Cohen's post by saying he stands with Plattner, Mamdani, and even Piker. Don't let them Corbyn you. We're in a very different territory now. You can't Corbyn someone like myself for two reasons. One, because I have that dog in me. Corbyn, and I love the guy, did not. Okay? Corbyn, as a politician, was too afraid. In many circumstances, when he was yelled at unnecessarily, he was afraid to just be like, the fuck are you talking about? Right? I'm not a politician. I don't want to be a politician. My job is to make people aware of what the fuck is up. And it's not even on just the Israel issue either. It's on many different issues. My job is to fucking educate people on how to best combat fascism, right? I don't give a fuck if these guys are like, me. How dare you? Our job as a community is to become an unavoidable force, a force to be reckoned with, right? The reason why these guys are doing this kind of thing is because they're afraid that I now am combating the advocacy groups that they've created by directly talking to politicians and being like, don't listen to them. The people are on your side. That's what it is. That's what it is. Do you understand? Not to badmouth chat, but I think a lot of people get hung up on defending you as opposed to the ideas and principles you talk about. You're an adult. I've seen time and time again. You're more than capable of defending yourself. Not saying we shouldn't defend you when it's appropriate. I mean, there's a little bit of that's necessary too, in a more balanced and a more even keeled way, because like they want to soften the impact that I have, right? And if they can't tackle the arguments, they can't tackle the advocacy, they can't tackle the movement, so they tackle the person and chip away at my likability, I guess. They do the same thing with Zohran, too. They do the same thing with many politicians. That's why they're doing it with Graham Plattner in a similar vein, where they're constantly talking about the tattoo, constantly bring up the tattoo, right? Over and over again. Same with Zohran. Zohran has nothing that you could actually hit him on, but they keep trying to fucking hammer him and be like, he's a terrorist. What is this? Row threw you under the bus? What? No, this is... Guys, he's a politician. Okay, yeah, he threw me under the bus so hard that he's gonna fucking come on the broadcast like in a couple weeks again. Yeah, the Plattner clip of him dancing with a tattoo were in front of his Jewish in-laws. They never mentioned that part. Yeah, it's kind of funny and kind of stupid. But in any case, guys, be smart. Be smart. Okay? The point is, this kind of attack doesn't work anymore. Hey, please do a call-out post with this guy. Hey, son, do a call-out post with this politician. All I care about is drama. Please feed me. Yeah, there are a lot of people who want to do this kind of thing. They're well-intentioned, but they don't fully comprehend what's going on. It's like the same people that think like, well, Zohran threw you under the bus. Like when he literally said on the spot, like, I don't agree with his comments on 9/11, but I'm not going to apologize for going on his broadcast. It's part of the reason why Democrats keep losing, because they refuse to go on podcasts like this. Remember? And everyone was like, whoa, I can't believe it. It's like, yeah, bro, we literally fucking, I played a role in that sword falling operation. I can say it now because he won the election, so it doesn't fucking matter, right? If these Jewish advocacy groups are serious about protecting Jewish Americans, they would appreciate people who talk about Israel like you do, because this is the last line of defense against anti-Israel equals anti-Jew. I know. The problem is with the neocons in a party who blundered into Iraq, 20 years in Afghanistan, Libya, and Gaza, now support the Iran war. Out with the old guard. We need a new moral direction, Ro Khanna wrote, prompting Bennett to call on Khanna directly to do more to oppose anti-Semitism. We do not support the Iran war. We have publicly and strenuously opposed it, but we do stand against anti-Semitism. It would be good if you did too. When Khanna posted a message on X condemning Thursday's active shooter attack on a suburban Detroit synagogue, Jim Kessler, another senior third way official, offered a verbal eye roll. Yada, 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 Kessler wrote. Like, you're betraying the severity of the crisis at hand by literally talking about people who actively do advocate against anti-Semitism, actively do a lot to combat anti-Semitism, and then also showcasing like fucking verbal eye rolls as though they are sincere criticisms, right? If you're doing that, then like you clearly don't give a shit even about the synagogue attack, you know? If this is an opportunity for you to fucking complain about people who have never said anything anti-Semitic, like if this is an opportunity for you to fight your own internal Democratic Party war because you're so mad that the Democratic base is no longer on the side of fucking Israel, right? Then you're not sincere about combating anti-Semitism at all. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, let these guys chirp. They're chirping into the fucking wind, right? There is a version of this that took place as well with obviously the number one creator of anti-Semitism, the number one educator of anti-Semitism, perhaps the worst possible person tasked with combating anti-Semitism, Jonathan Greenblatt, where he went on CNN to talk about this, the synagogue attack that took place. Okay. And what did he do? He immediately said, why people are attacking Jewish people for the actions of the Jewish state. And it's like, bro, you are crazy. You are a crazy person. The ADL has been celebrating this war and despicably connecting it to Judaism from the start. Today is Purim, a holiday when we celebrate the thwarted plot to annihilate the Jewish people of Persia, modern-day Iran, and the courage of those who stood up against hatred. This year, Purim's story feels closer than ever. The former Iranian regime supreme leader Ali Khamenei, a man who openly and obsessively called for the destruction of the Jewish state of Israel and the death of Jews worldwide, is a stark reminder of how the themes of this holiday echo in the present day. That's a crazy thing to say, big dog. Like, 80% of Americans, whether they agree with it or not, think that or understand that this was like Israel's war and we're fighting Israel's war for them, right? So for you to turn around and be like, this is just like the Purim story is fucking crazy. Because guess what? You might not recognize it right now, but the overwhelming majority of Americans also don't like that we're fighting Israel's war. Like, I know people immediately rush to say, oh, this kind of like attack is, a false flag or whatever. But I don't think the synagogue one was a false flag. I think it was blowback. There's usually two types of domestic terror that takes place on U.S. soil. Blowback, which is real. It's like sincere, right? Or false flags. This one is blowback. It's an unconscionable act of violence. Luckily, none of the kids or no one in the synagogue was harmed. There is no justification for it as far as like the synagogue's own allegiance to the IDF, right? I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, that's appropriate, right? It's not. It's ridiculous. And I will never fucking allow any commentary in that regard. Having said that, however, the connection between Judaism and Zionism, the connection between Jews and Israel is literally held together by Jewish institutions, including but not limited to this synagogue and many synagogues around the fucking country and every single Jewish advocacy group. You got to cut it out. You got to fucking sever those ties, man. It's crazy. And that still probably won't stop the explosive growth of anti-Semitism in this country. But like it's ridiculous that like even at this point when Israel's popularity has completely fucking tanked and you still have these institutions, these Jewish institutions, these advocacy groups straight up saying, no, you don't understand. We love Israel. We love Israel. It's the only thing we care about. It's the only thing we focus on. Us Jews, we love Israel. We love everything that Israel does. And if you say anything about Israel, then fuck you. Like when you do that, of course people are going to be like, all right, bet.
So look.
Yeah. I mean, dude, even like Asen and Aaron Rupar is like cooking Jonathan Greenblatt's ass here, right? And we'll talk about Matt Stoller's interesting approach. Not interesting, but like correct approach to this. The guy's family was killed last week by Israel and he was taking revenge. That's wrong. Murder is wrong. But this is some uptick of anti-Semitism, is blowback. A lot of us have been saying that Israel is bad for the Jews. We reject that. We have to reject that country. American Jews used our leverage to promote and protect the state of Israel. That was a mistake, but we did it. Now we have to accept our responsibility for fixing the situation instead of whining about anti-Semitism. You guys trying to win this culture war nonsense isn't going to work. Matt Stoller is Jewish, and he's been popping off on this issue. You guys trying to win this culture war nonsense isn't going to work. Israel's deeply unpopular on both sides of the aisle for good reasons. It's over for the U.S.-Israel alliance. And it's crazy because, like, there are still motherfuckers out there that are like, no, it's actually the anti-Semitism of the left. This is the most anti-Semitic thing you could have said. The reason why people are attacking synagogues is because there are bad Jews out there who are saying Israel is not connected. Israel is disconnected from Jews. You're out of your fucking mind, brother. Your refusal to recognize the writing on the wall is unironically pushing people in this fucking direction. It's devastating. It's terrifying. It's ridiculous. Anyone genuinely worried about the prospect of anti-Semitism would immediately call for an end to the U.S.-Israel alliance. Otherwise, you're just a faker seeking ethno-nationalism. I watched Jim Cramer advocating for the wholesale slaughtering of Iranians so the stock market would go up. He then apologized for his co-anchor said, no need. Can we stop pretending the fear of anti-Semitism is some sort of moral cause? Our leaders regularly brag about their cruelty. Like, he goes a little bit harder than I would. I mean, he's Jewish, but he goes a little bit harder than I would in this situation. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like anti-Semitism is irrelevant or whatever, but I will make an honest and sober assessment about anti-Semitism in comparison to other like systemic versions of discrimination that we're seeing explode in real time, unfold in real time as a direct response to like Israel's popularity waning. But throughout history, when people were bigoted towards a group based on their country, that group has always tried to distance themselves. Japanese Americans during World War II worked as hard as possible to say we are not the Empire of Japan. American Jewish organizations seemingly decided to do the opposite and is suicidal. Yeah, it is. It's crazy. Like, I've been saying this for years at this point. It's literally like if Muslims were running around being like, excuse me, 9/11 is a radical act by the most honest actor of all time, Osama fucking bin Laden, and it was awesome. And also on top of that, you better not criticize Al-Qaeda because that's true Islam, except that never fucking happened. And you know what happened instead? Muslims kept saying, this is not us. And American media was like, fuck it. Actually, Muslims are saying this is us. Like, there is not a single fucking mosque in this goddamn country that was like running around fundraising for ISIS. Can you imagine, dude? Can you imagine a fucking mosque just straight up fundraising for ISIS, like trying to offer material support to ISIS? It would be fucking it's illegal. It's utterly illegal. And yet you got synagogues doing it for the IDF. And yes, the unpopularity of Israel, even though Israel and ISIS are basically fucking two peas in a pod, right? But most people are obviously still oblivious to that reality, but they're not seeing Israel as a popular nation any longer. It's not. It's fallen out of fucking fashion. So when Jewish institutions do unironically try to combat all of the anti-Israel wave by being incredibly annoying, incredibly entitled, constantly demanding censorship, constantly demanding that people get fired, right? What the fuck do you think the people's reaction is going to be? They're going to be like, fuck you. And it's so crazy that like a lot of these guys, maybe it's because of my position, like being on the left flank of American politics, is crazy that so many of these dudes that spend a great deal of time, quote unquote, combating anti-Semitism when they're not actually combating anti-Semitism, but fomenting it by connecting Israel to Jews around the world and saying there is a monolithic Jewry from one side of their mouths, and then simultaneously saying, if you say there's a monolithic Jewry, it's anti-Semitic on the other side of their mouths, which is, by the way, literally the weird juxtaposition, the contradiction here is literally baked into the IHRA, International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. It doesn't make any sense. On the one hand, they will correctly point to the idea of a monolithic Jewry as a deeply anti-Semitic conspiracy. On the other hand, they will say all Jews are monolithic, and if you fucking criticize Israel, you're criticizing the monolithic Jewry. You are no different than Nick Fuentes, brother. You're fucking insane. I've been warning about this non-fucking stop. The ADL, if it was actually earnest about its goals, equivalent for Muslims would be something like CARE. And CARE's primary job for the last 25 years is to say that whenever an act of terror is committed by a Muslim group, we as Muslims are horrified and do not condone it. The ADL has never done that and will never do the same for Israel. Of course, the ADL's primary job is to say it was awesome that Israel did an act of terrorism and it was for the Jews. It was for the Jews. It was awesome. And if you actually fucking are horrified by this act of terrorism that Israel commits with impunity, with unlimited tax-funded bombs, then you're a fucking anti-Semite and you hate Jews. You're a Jew hater. It's fucking insane. The dam was inevitably going to break, and now it's fucking broken, and these guys still don't see it. Yeah, let's see what Greenblatt had to say to Wolf Blitzer. By the way, Wolf Blitzer literally worked for AIPAC, okay? Like, love Wolf Blitzer, okay? That's my goat. That's my sexual panther. But, I mean, he straight up fucking worked for AIPAC. Jake Tapper is a massive Zionist. So is Dana Fash. It's crazy. So is fucking Maoist third worldist Van Jones, right? Like,
we're seeing Jewish people, the Jewish state, blamed for the war in the Middle East. That is wrong. It is wrong to scapegoat. It is wrong to hold Jewish people accountable for something you don't like on the other side of the planet. And we really need leaders on all sides in politics, running.
Like, bro, do you not understand what you're doing? You literally just said the Jewish state, okay? You can't say both of those things at the same fucking time. You can't say both of those things at the same damn time, okay? It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Especially because, like, normally I would say Americans are not very, Americans broadly are not like the smartest or the most woke when it comes to this shit. And it's like complex narratives or nuance is oftentimes lost in the conversation. That's why it's much easier for Americans to like oppose Israel by being anti-Semitic rather than oppose Israel on the grounds of anti-Zionism, on the grounds of anti-fascism, on the grounds of being anti-genocide, right? So oftentimes it's a little bit of both. However, when you do this argument, there is no nuance. You're literally saying, how dare Americans blame Jews for the actions of the Jewish state? What the fuck is the average American going to think when you say that on CNN? It's ridiculous.
For office, podcasters, to stop with the conspiracies, to stop with the accusations, and then tell us, but we oppose anti-Semitism. You don't get to say you're opposed to hate if you're trafficking in hateful conspiracy theories.
You're doing the hateful conspiracy, you fucking idiot. You're the one who's like, Israel lasered entire city blocks, leading to 750,000 Lebanese people evacuating from their homes. 750,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon, okay? Once again, thousands killed in the hands of Israel. And you personally connect that back to Jews. And then you also say, it's actually good that this happened. And if you criticize this, then you hate the Jews. What the fuck are people supposed to think?
Everyone needs to dial down the rhetoric, to take a step back, and to start doing something to stop this epidemic before it gets even worse.
And it's continuing all over the country right now, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, at ADL, we focus on protecting...
Yes, I know he's talking about me. That's why he didn't mention me by name, but normally he does. But he's like, how can you say you oppose anti-Semitism? There is like not a single other person at my level in media right now that opposes Israel that will actively take the time out to also sever the ties of Jews in Israel. So there's only one guy he must be talking about. It's me. Maybe Tucker Carlson, who also will insincerely every now and then bring that up and be like, I don't hate the Jews. I love the Jews. You know, like he'll say stuff like that. That's it. It's like me and fucking Tucker Carlson. Everyone else at our size is straight up not doing that. They're literally all saying, yeah, it's the Jews. So there's not a lot of people who he could be referencing. Okay. No, he said podcasters. Like, obviously, Zohran Mamdani is a politician. That's different. I guess Mehdi Hassan, too. He doesn't get a lot of... He doesn't eat it as hard as I do, though, by the ADL at least. Unc cooking a caller on this? Yeah. I mean, we all know where it's coming from, too. It's because Zionism is indefensible. Especially liberal Zionism is indefensible. The juxtaposition is set in. The ideology itself is... ultra-nationalist. The ideology itself is fascist. The ideology of Zionism is built around Jewish ethno-religious supremacy. It's built around the foundational principles of ethnic cleansing of all of the non-Jews in the region. And that's precisely what Israel has done. So it's not even like something you can deny. You can't just be like, oh, well, it's just an ideology. It's not, what's the problem here? I mean, they're acting out these desires, right? So because you can't fucking defend that, because it's an inherently contradictory concept, especially because Zionism still very much relies on unlimited support from liberal nations in the West. You just have one option, which is to constantly say, how dare you? You're anti-Semitic. You need to stop talking. And that shit used to work. 5 years ago, that shit used to work, especially because most people had not really thought about Israel at all or had a positive opinion of Israel in general. Yeah, no, they hate Mehdi Hassan too. They do call him a jihadist. They do. That's true. Actually, you know what? You're right. It literally is just people that are at our level in the media that are actively trying to fucking cut ties between Judaism and Zionism that consistently get fucking attacked. It is kind of crazy. Like, they do not spend this much time or effort on Nick Fuentes, bro. They do not even spend this much time and effort on Candace fucking Owens. It's just motherfuckers who literally are saying, like, no, dude, no, it's not. This is something separate. Please stop. Sam Cedar doesn't get hit as hard because he's Jewish. I think that's part of the reason. But yeah, if you're Muslim and doing it, they're like, nope, you're a terrorist. You're a fucking Islamist fundamentalist.
And Zionism. That's the problem you have. You need to defend the idea that there can be no democracy in Israel, that it must be an exclusionary project, that it leads to expansion.
Yo, Unc, I don't know if the hairline pills are working anymore, my boy. It might be time to take a trip back home if possible. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Look at my hairline. It's literally the same as it has been for the last decade at this point. Like, I literally started taking hairline pills in fucking 2017. You're a 54-month subscriber. You've been in here for the longest goddamn time. You know that is literally unchanging, and you're trying to fucking piss me off.
And taking of other people's land and liberty and life. That's what you need to defend. Defend that. When you talk about anti-Semitism, what you're doing is putting Jewish lives in danger. Because you're saying it's inherent in the Jew to support these policies that lead to apartheid. It's inherent in the Jew, you're saying. You're saying it's inherent in the Jew to be expansionist and kill unarmed civilians. That's what you're saying.
Yep.
And I resent it. And it endangers me and my family, and I don't appreciate it. So get the F out of here with that.
Widow's Peak looking like an island. I got the same thing going on. It's okay. Your mom loves my fucking adult hairline, okay? Suck my dick. Benjamin Netanyahu, I've promised you this war for more than 20 years. Now it's here, and we must rejoice. Jonathan Greenblatt, it's anti-Semitic to say this is Israel's war. If someone is pro-Palestinian, they should stop using that term. If it's an oxymoron, you can't be a liberal Nazi or a liberal fascist. Yeah, I mean, I've said it. Matt got some flack for this tweet, and I must say I do disagree with his takes here. I get the gist and the thing. QRT is dumb as fuck, but I think it's blatantly false and not constructive. Anti-Semitism can be a real thing irrespective of the Zionism crowd. This feels overcorrective. There is no anti-Semitism left, none, and anti-Semitism isn't a meaningful political problem in America. Just stop it. I mean, I think he's being fucking aggro. It's just, here's what it is, okay? Of course, there's different versions of racism and bigotry in every aspect and in every facet of American political existence. This is the exact same way that people on the right cynically attack Jeremy Corbyn. They were like, well, Labor has a anti-Semitism problem. Were there Labor Party members that had said things that could be anti-Semitic, could be considered anti-Semitic? Of course there were, right? But at the end of the day, you got one party that is like literally propping up statues of Nancy Astor. The conservatives at the time were doing this, right? In the Tory government. And the entirety of the media was slamming Jeremy Corbyn on anti-Semitism allegations. Nancy Astor famously said Hitler had the right idea about the Jews. Okay? Like, anti-Semitism exists in every facet of American politics. It's true. But you have to literally look at the one side that is like comprised entirely of Holocaust deniers and the other side that's like, yeah, I think Jewish exceptionalism is out of control, or some people who have gotten to a point where they're like, you know what? Maybe it's fucked up that Jews are all over Hollywood. You know what I mean? That's not acceptable, but you got to fucking pick your battles at a certain point, right? Like, if one side is literally arguing on the basis of whether or not Jews are white any longer, because that's what the fucking right-wing side is major point of contention is, and the other side is saying, no, Jews are white, which is why we shouldn't be fucking treating like anti-Jewish sentiment in any way, shape, or form as though it's different than like being fucking anti-Italian or whatever. Like, you can have an issue with both of those statements, but like obviously one is a much more consequential problem than the other, right? Like I understand the thing that Matt is trying to say here. And yes, Corbyn wasn't even remotely anti-Semitic. Obviously, they were just like bullying him and successfully anchoring his campaign around that. But like, do you see what I mean? This isn't to say that anti-Semitism isn't an issue. It's a bigotry, of course, as all bigotries, and it is different than like anti-white versions of bigotry. Anti-whiteness is not like associated with any sort of like historic systemic discrimination. Anti-Semitism at least is associated with some very heinous historic discrimination against Jews. You don't have the same thing for like white people broadly, but anti-Semitism for the average person, person's perspective in the United States of America in 2026 is seen as like, you know, white people crying. That's what it's seen as broadly, right? And depending on your outlook, okay, what is this? You sound borderline anti-Semitic for Jews, especially you are Arab by birth. This proves exactly what I'm saying. This motherfucker literally went and said, hey, do you have a nuanced approach to anti-Semitism and systemic forms of discrimination as your advocacy has been anchored around combating hatred of all different sorts for the past 13 fucking years? You sound Arab by birth. You just proved my fucking point. Like this right here, especially you are Arab by birth. One, I'm not even Arab. I'm Turkish. Doesn't matter, right? My name is Hassan. You're like, oh, Hassan, Muslim name. That's Arab. You're Arab. But like, especially, like the sentence modification there with especially, or the even the notion, if you were like, well, you're Turkish. Of course you fucking hate Jews. That in and of itself is racist, you fucking moron. Your incapability of hearing what I'm saying and then immediately assuming that I must hold these opinions, not because this is something that I have studied, something that I have learned about, something that I care about, something that I've talked about tirelessly, endlessly. You just automatically go, Arab. Like, that's it. You have just proven my fucking point. You're being racist, dumbass. And you don't even recognize it because it's so normalized in your fucking circles. This is the point. Assign Arab at birth is ironically a good way to describe how America's post 9/11 see everyone from North Africa to South Asia. Yes. In any case, that's the difference, right? And that wouldn't be as consequential. I'm Polish. My family saved Jews during World War II, and nowadays we support Palestine. Your rhetoric is childish. Look alive, guys. A Polish man is talking about bigotry while being bigoted. Unsurprising. Hassan's crash out to being called Arab is the most Turkish thing he's ever done. No, man, I don't give a fuck when people call me Arab or whatever. Obviously, I stand with all people, okay? I don't give a shit. I stand with all people that are marginalized. I will defend them. I will always offer a voice to the voiceless. It's ridiculous. My point is, he is the one who's grouping everyone together, and he's saying that, like, this is Arab behavior. There is a metric ton of stupidity associated with an analysis like that. But anyway, the other side of this, anti-Semitism isn't a meaningful problem in America. For the time being, anti-Semitism, as Jews are still considered a part of the white class, right, as a part of the in-group, hasn't gotten to that degree. But there's a long way for Jews to go from being treated like white people, which they are being treated as currently, to being treated like black people, which is the lowest version of like the highest degree of systemic discrimination, right? Because like the question for Jews now in the upcoming decade is like, are they white or are they not white? What they're actually going to be bracketed off in the interim is going to be like Muslims, okay? Probably not to the same severity, but you know, when you get knocked down a peg from whiteness, you go to like Muslim category, okay? There's still many different rungs to go through. No, it's not going to be the same severity, dude. I'm saying if you were, what do you mean? If it was up to Nick Fuentes, you think it wouldn't be the same severity? It would be. I'm saying, like, depending on how much they lean into, Jews are not white, actually, and they're responsible for, with all their trickery, they're responsible for all of this stuff. You know, you could see that getting to a serious systemic form of discrimination. It's just not there yet, okay? Ben Lorber, as time goes on, Jewish anti-Zionism reveals itself not only as solidarity with the Palestinians, but also as an anti-Semitism strategy. We want out of this toxic dialectic, this terrible feedback loop between Israeli belligerence and Jewish precarity it incessantly engenders. The sick irony is that Zionism was supposed to make Jews safe, but building up a Jewish Sparta, as Arendt once called it, Hannah Arendt, at the crossroads of empire, did the opposite. I saw someone in Israel tweet, "Next time they give us a chosen land, we say no." It was the funniest Hebrew tweet I've ever fucking read. It's like, I guess after like the incessant, intense bombing campaigns, there was a dude in Israel who was like, you know what, guys? Next time someone offers us next time God offers us a chosen land, we say no. We reject it. Okay, I'm good. I'm good on this. I'm washing my hands of this shit. We'll just stay where we're at. Okay, it's not good. As Aaron was called, at the crossroads of empire, to the opposite. Today, the Israeli war machine, fueled by siege mentality, feeds on the anti-Semitism birthed out of its entrails. Attacks on Jewish diaspora communities are morally inexcusable. They're also bound to occur when communal representatives proclaim our collective allegiance to a pariah state pursuing some of the greatest atrocities of a still young century. Exactly. You can't literally live stream the Holocaust and then say, it's awesome that it's happening and you should shut the fuck up. This is for the Jews. And then when people go, what the fuck? I guess it is for the Jews. I hate the Jews now. You go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, it's unacceptable and it's horrifying. I understand that. I've been trying to actively stop it to the best of my ability. But every fucking institution that's supposed to be tasked with combating anti-Semitism is dug deep inside of my asshole instead of also analyzing this very clear contradiction and trying to address it. And even for someone like myself, it gets a little insincere and it gets a little silly, where on the one hand, we literally have children being fucking slaughtered en masse by Israel that calls itself the Jewish state, that wears the banner of the Star of David, that's propping up fucking menorahs and shit during Hanukkah in stolen Palestinian land and saying this is for the Jews. And then the Western, the home front propaganda also revolves around forcibly associating Jews with Israel. And then I have to sit here and consistently talk about like the dangers of anti-Semitism. It gets a little ridiculous after a while, because like if you're looking at the actual actions of the fucking Nazi state and its advocacy and all of its envoys here in the Western world, I look insincere to the average person. It turns into a Latinx conversation, okay? I'm trying to be too woke. To the average person, they literally look at me and go, you're so woke, brother. We get it. Like, okay, sure. Okay? That's literally what it's turning into now. At least in the beginning, there was like more room to try and sever the ties of Israel and Jews, especially Jews in the Western world. But like 2 years after the fact, yeah, motherfuckers look at me like I'm saying Latinx anytime I talk about anti-Semitism and its dangers. Okay? That's what it's getting to. And that's really dangerous, because like Latinx is a silly fucking moniker. It's ridiculous, right? But what that spells for American political discourse implies that people don't want to talk about anti-Semitism anymore. People don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism anymore because they see anti-Semitism as the primary vector to combat Israel. You don't want it to get there. And I've tried to stop that from happening, but these very same institutions that are supposed to be tasked with fucking combating this shit are more predisposed with yelling at me, calling me a fucking Nazi for calling Israel a Nazi, ironically enough. And they openly say it too. With respect, please stay out of the Latinx thing. Ain't no fucking way there's a defender of the utilization of the term Latinx in the big 226, okay? Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way we got woke one relics in here still. Dude, respect. Actually, you know what? I respect you so much. I respect you. I didn't even fuck with this in like 2018 when it was popping off. Okay? I didn't even fuck with this in 2018, right? When Woke One was happening, I was like, I'm not doing that. That looks silly. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to look like an out-of-touch white asshole who's like trying to be hyper woke, right? Hypersensitive. But to do that in 2026, I respect you. You were the biggest Woke One warrior, and Woke 2.0, you're still engaging in the most consequential advocacy. This Latinx veteran hid for 30 years in a forward operating base in the Philippine Islands, and he is still waging that war. He's stealing He's stealing from the local Pinoy gang to make sure that he has the proper sustenance. He's still fighting the good fucking fight. Okay? Respect. I learned about the history recently. It was a thing among Latino academics. Yeah, okay. So, heartwarming. Woke one chatter still wokes the old-fashioned way. Yeah. Anyway, the other bad dialectic, by the way, is between ultra-left apologists who hold the Jews wholly guilty for these attacks and the Zionist apologists who proclaim absolute innocence. Both shades of moralism are shoddy substitutes for political analysis. ADL-CO Jonathan Greenblatt to the Israeli-American Council. We as Jews need to realize we have a commitment to Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel. We need to reaffirm our relationship to the state of Israel. You cannot take Zionism out of Judaism. All Jews have a commitment to Israel, and you can't take Zionism out of Judaism, but you can't blame Jewish people for anything else Israel does. It's just a double standard, not a coherent position, and obviously contributes to the spread of anti-Semitism. Exactly. What pro-Israel people actually want is to be able to freely conflate Jews with Israel while making sure no one else can do so. It's a dangerous strategy, especially because it won't work. Bro, stop. Swagapino stocks down because of army members. Oh, I saw this video. It's very funny.
My Instagram. Are you willing to die for Israel? Huh?
Dude, he's like, I saw this video. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. He has an opinion, but he cannot say it. Okay. Damage was caused to at least 3 sites in central Israel. All right. Let's get to 4 crew members killed in U.S. Stratotanker plane crash. They're saying it's a military refueling mishap. I got to go pee real quick.
This morning, CENTCOM confirming 4 of 6 U.S. crew
Another
members
$60 million assets destroyed. Another 4 American troops killed in the process. I thought it was 6, but they're saying 4. Hold on, I gotta pee.
In Western Iraq, U.S. Central Command saying a KC-135 refueling plane like this one crashed during Operation Epic Fury. Unlike fighter jets, these planes aren't equipped with parachutes or ejection seats. CENTCOM saying the incident is not due to hostile fire or friendly fire, but the plane was involved in an incident with another aircraft which landed safely. This as Iran's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, vowing to keep tightening the vice around the world's oil supply. In his first public statement, Khamenei, who's neither seen nor heard, insisting Iran will carry on its strategy, saying the leverage of blocking the Strait of Hormuz must certainly continue to be used. Overnight, President Trump asked if he believes the Ayatollah is alive.
I think he probably is. I think he's damaged, but I think he's probably alive in some form.
Energy Secretary Chris Wright saying the U.S. Navy won't be able to escort ships until at least the end of the month.
All of our military assets right now are focused on destroying Iran's offensive capabilities.
This as the conflict intensifying. Explosions ringing out throughout Tehran in videos seen online as thousands take to the street to mark International Quds Day in support of Palestinians. Smoke seen rising in the capital. And over 500 miles away in Lebanon, Israel now launching a growing assault against the militant Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, killing more than 680, according to local authorities. Our Matt Rivers in Beirut.
There was another airstrike right there. You could see the flash, and then eventually the explosion reaches us here on the rooftop.
The widening war taking its toll on civilians. UNICEF now saying more than 1,100 children have been reported.
What the fuck is this? I watched Top Gun Maverick and I assumed the Air Force was cool as fuck. God damn, chatter. You got cooked, huh? I just watched. Dude, I've been playing COD for years. I thought this shit was easy. What's happening? I thought this shit was a rap, brother. What is going on, Brody?
Injured or killed in the violence across this region.
Well, the Turkish ministry... BBC is confirming that all 6 have died. All 6 crew members killed after U.S. refueling plane crashes in Iraq. By the way, they're doing the thing where they're like making it seem as though this was like a refueling incident potentially. The CENTCOM came out and said this was neither a hostile incident or a friendly fire incident, but a secret third thing. I suspect that it's actually what are the fucking rockets that they're using? The 538 or 238 rockets or whatever. Like there's a very high likelihood that I don't think it was it could potentially have been Iraqi. It could have been P358. It could have been the Iraqi resistance forces utilizing some of the Iranian tech, but I don't know. What is Al-Quds Day? Al-Quds Day is a day of remembrance for Palestine. They already had it in Iran last night. For the record, before people say it was a mid-air collision while refueling, I mean, it could have happened. It could have been the case. But there is also a pretty decent likelihood that they are just hiding that this was a combat casualty. You know what I mean? Yeah, mid-air collision with a rocket. All 6 members of a U.S. military refueling aircraft crews have now been confirmed dead after a crash in western Iraq, U.S. Central Command has said. The U.S. initially said it located 4 of the deceased crew. It said neither hostile nor friendly fire were involved in the loss of the KC-135 aircraft on Thursday. The tanker had been involved in ongoing U.S. operations against Iran, and it was one of the 2 aircraft involved in the incident. The second landed safely. There was a photo. The reason why I say it's probably not a fucking mid-air collision is because the second Stratotanker had its vertical stabilizer clipped. So, or a horizontal stabilizer, is that what it's called? Or is it a vertical stabilizer? Like these things have like a big thing in the back. I'm doing a very bad job describing this when I have an aerospace and mechanical engineer brother. But yeah, here, this is a new photo. New photos show a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft involved in yesterday's mid-air collision over Iraq, landing at Ben Gurion Airport with major damage to his tail stabilizer. Yeah. Like, I don't know if this is a clipping. I don't know if this is a consequence of, like, clipping or what happened. Could have been that the other one was blown up and then it actually hit the other vertical stabilizer. Yeah, I mean, it's gone. The top of it is fucking gone. So I don't know how valid this is, you know? The other pilot cortisol spike, maybe. Just know that normally these refuelings happen at like 19,000 feet, super high altitude, which is, you know, out of reach of conventional small arms fire, obviously, and out of reach of like many of the weapons that the Iranians have and the Iraqi resistance forces have, except for they do have some rockets that can reach that height. So we'll find out soon enough. The Boeing manufactured aircraft are capable of refueling planes midair and play a major role in U.S. military operations. They've been playing an extensive role in this military operations because the runways that are in the vicinity of Iran have been fucking toasted. They've been cratered. They've been lasered. If you're wondering why Iran was attacking the Gulf, this is why. So they have to engage in refueling because planes are taken off from a much further distance than they normally would in these bombing operations. And because they can't actually fucking go back and sit on a runway nearby, they have to get refueling in these bombing campaigns. And it could be a consequence of like the Stratotankers pilots constantly being in the air and you know, being fatigued, or it could have been that the Iraqi resistance, at least the IRGC claims it was the Iraqi resistance that, you know, clipped one of the 2 Stratotankers. CENTCOM said the incident occurred about 2 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday, and the circumstances of the crash are now under investigation. A search and rescue operation was then launched to locate the remaining 2 crew members. U.S. Military Command Unit added that the identities of personnel who had been killed were being withheld for 24 hours so the next of kin could be notified. General Dan Kane, chair of the Joint U.S. Chiefs, told the news conference on Friday that the plane had crashed while the crew was on a combat mission. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth hailed the aircraft crew members as American heroes, stressing that their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. I mean, they might as well come out and say, may their memory be a blessing. Am Israel Chai. They died for Israel. It's the holiest cause that we could possibly engage in. We are trying to bring about Armageddon. We are evangelical Zionists. Because that's kind of what's going on here. So it's got to be the shittiest position to be in if you're General Raising Cane. I mean, I have no sympathy for that fucking asshole anyway. I mean, he's a bloodthirsty monster. But it is fairly funny to think about from a truly, you know, amoral perspective. If you were to look at his like career, if you look at his ambitions, if you look at what he was able to conduct in Venezuela as a competent military operation, he very clearly didn't want any of this to happen, which is precisely the reason why in the buildup of the armada surrounding Iran, what did he do? He warned the administration in closed-door meetings. The administration clearly didn't listen to him, and instead listened to Benjamin Netanyahu and Lindsey Graham, the most compromised man in American politics. And then what did General Raising Cane do? He went to every media outlet he possibly could, and sang to them. Okay, he was like, "Listen, we don't have the missiles. We don't have the munitions to defend Israel. We don't have the munitions to even, God forbid, entertain a war with China. This is a devastating This is a devastating idea. We shouldn't do this. Remember, he did that shit. That is genuinely a unique moment. That should have been a warning sign, a clear-cut warning sign. Okay? And now we're nearing boots on the ground territory here as, battle casualties keep going up, as the economic damage keeps rising, as the American defense munitions are getting depleted day in, day out, as seemingly the Iranian missile striking capabilities have not deteriorated to such a degree that they can't stop Iran from striking Israel. They can't stop Iran from striking the UAE and all these other Gulf regional actors as well. So where do we go? Where the fuck do we go? Meanwhile, our European allies are talking to Iran directly. France and Italy opened talks with Iran in hope of securing safe Hormuz passage. Who controls the Strait of Hormuz? It's certainly not America, because if it was America, Italy and France would go to the United States of America. Breaking news, European countries, including France, have opened talks with Tehran, seeking to negotiate a deal to guarantee safe passage for their ships through the Strait of Hormuz, according to people briefed on the efforts. If I'm the Iranian leadership, I'm telling them, hey, don't talk to me, talk to the Americans. Forcibly decoupling America from Europe. Of course, European leadership are servile dogs, and they will probably still do the bidding of the Holy Empire, the greatest empire that has ever existed, the United States Empire, the Israeli Empire. So I don't think that they are going to follow through on whatever the Iranian demands are, but we'll see where that goes. What has to happen, and I've been saying this for the past 13 days since this fucking bombing campaign started, is a decoupling from Israel. America has to literally de-escalate and sever ties with Israel for this to happen. America has to retreat from its military bases in the region and start treating Iran as a sovereign actor that is a force to be reckoned with. Do the same thing that we did with the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. This time, the damage is far more consequential to the global economy. The impact is far worse than what the Ansar Allah movement was able to do to American naval assets in their backyard. It's too late for that. I don't think it's ever too late. I think this is a face-saving operation. You either continue pushing further and further, you either keep pushing further and further, or you go into the direction of boots on the ground and American empire is dead as we know it, or you retreat and you engage in a strategic retreat that allows you to save face and allows you to maintain some of your force projection capabilities. But we are run by a bunch of philosemitic boomers who are both egomaniacal and genuinely think that Israel is the Jewish state that has like hypnosis powers and the Jewish space lasers or whatever the fuck, who are, magic money people who truly do believe that like Benjamin Netanyahu, when Benjamin Netanyahu comes in and says like, no, you got this, 4 days is all it'll take, they go, yeah, I believe it. They're still operating with 1967 mindset. It's fucking idiotic. I write, Vali Nasser, Professor John Hopkins, writes in Financial Times, another sober assessment coming from Financial Times, possibly one of the only media outlets, one of the only media operations that often is conducting these necessary sober assessments. Vali Nasser says, Iran is playing the long game. In war, geography matters as much as technology. Iran commands the entire northern shore of the Gulf, looming large over energy fields on its southern shore. And all that's through his waters. His Houthi allies are perched at the entrance of the Red Sea and along the passage of the Suez Canal. Iran is thus perfectly positioned to squeeze the global economy from both sides of the Arabian Peninsula. Meanwhile, Israel is trying to squeeze the other side, the entry point into the Suez Canal, the Red Sea entrance, with their own partition state, Somaliland. Meanwhile, there's also an escalation of tensions with al-Shabaab in Somalia that is really hurting the state of Somalia. So that's also another problem. That's also another problem that will have long-standing consequences. Of course, there are numerous other regional actors at play there. In Somalia, you got the Turks there. They have their bases there. You got American assets in there as well that are also fighting against al-Shabaab, trying to hold Somalia intact. Meanwhile, Israel is directly against the interests of America there as well, for the record, because they want to fucking destroy Somalia and have a base of operations that can fight against the Yemeni troop positions and the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen to control that entry point at least. It's completely fucking ridiculous. Anyway, those in command of Iran today are veterans of the asymmetric wars in Iraq and Syria. They are now applying the same strategies of fighting the U.S. on the battlefield of the global economy. Drones, short-range missiles, and mine-setting tankers and ports on fire can have the same effects as IEDs had in Iraq, only with greater impact, disrupting global supply chains and sending oil prices higher. Iran could sustain its counteroffensive more easily and for far longer. Furthermore, a ceasefire alone will not lift the shadow of risk that Iran has imposed over the Gulf, which is now experiencing its nightmare scenario. That is why Iranian leaders are saying they will not accept the ceasefire until Washington fully grasps the global economic cost of waging this war. Businesses, investors, and tourists may not return to the Gulf states if they assume that war could resume again. Unless the U.S. is prepared to invade Iran, remove the Islamic Republic's leaders, and then stay there to ensure stability and security, confidence in the Gulf will only return if the U.S. and Iran arrive at a durable ceasefire. And if America actually goes up the escalation ladder and falls into this trap and tries to do a half-assed military campaign, boots on the ground in Iran, it's over. I cannot stress this enough. It's fucking over. They have no way of establishing a supply chain with the front lines at that point. What are you going to do? Keep fucking airdropping troops? You would literally need a force that is the size of like the World War II Allied forces to be able to successfully invade through paratroopers a country with the topography of Iran. Like, this is what their forces are designed for. They have defensive forces. They do not have offensive forces. That's precisely the reason why their striking capabilities are designed to hit maximum 2,000 kilometers. Okay? Every single thing that Iran has built and designed has been for this moment, being able to shut off the Strait of Hormuz and being able to defend their own lands. Okay? There are choke points after choke points inside of the mountainous terrain that I assume Iranian weapons are directly pointing at. Why do you doubt our warfighter? Yeah. Our warfighters, dude, our anti-woke militias will take over Iran in a moment's notice. Yeah, well, if this is a fucking game of who's less woke, Iran kind of beats out our forces too, don't you think? I mean, think about the IRGC. It's the most competent anti-woke military force on the planet. One of the most competent and most anti-woke military forces on the planet. So I guess they have us beat on that fucking front too, when you think about it. If this is a battle of woke for woke, Iran wins on that front too. Except they're pro-trans, but that's it. Remember when I talked about Iran being maybe a little too pro-trans as a joke, but like Iran being pro-trans in general, and everybody got mad at me because they didn't know that that was the case, that like you can get gender confirmation surgery in Iran, but then it goes a little too far and they actually do forcible gender reassignment in Iran to people who were caught having gay sex. That's true for people who don't know. It's pro-trans out of homophobia. They went too woke that they flipped on the other side. Isn't China and Japan the same? No. What? No. Not even a little bit, dude. What the fuck? There is no forcible gender surgeries taking place in neither Japan nor China if someone is outed as being gay. What the fuck are you talking about? That is a incredibly cruel and incredibly torturous medical procedure that is totally unacceptable. It's torture. It's fucking crazy. But yes, they do unironically do transgender for everybody. I'm gay and Lebanese. No, we like gender affirmation. We like gender confirmation. We don't like forcible gender reassignment surgeries. That's psychotic. Anyway, Shiites in Iran are already starting to recreate evangelical megachurch sermons from First Principles. No, they've been doing that for longer than fucking the evangelicals have been doing it. The anti-woke alliance will break the MAGA base, but it's true. They do have, and their megachurch sermons are far cooler than ours. I'll be honest. Like the chest thumping and the fucking, and the singing and all of that. That shit's fire. Iran is a desert, mountainous, no supply lines, guarantee certain death. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish this. Iran says it will only accept a ceasefire with international guarantees for its sovereignty, which would probably mean a direct role for Russia and China. It may also demand compensation for war damages and a verifiable ceasefire in Lebanon. The U.S. would then have to agree to some form of the nuclear deal it left on the table in Geneva in February and commit to lifting sanctions. Iran's leaders entered this war with the goal of ensuring it will be the last one. Either it breaks them or radically changes the country's circumstances. They are betting on surviving long enough and squeezing the global economy hard enough to realize that goal. That's it. And I've been saying that, and they do have the capability to withstand this. In the absence of boots on the ground, which would be a devastating predicament for America. Remember, America was barely able to do this to Iraq, and Iran is not Iraq. You can't go to the fucking IRGC generals and give them bags of cash to be like, stand down, create confusion. Because that's what we did in Iraq, for the record. Okay? A much more unstable government. You can't do that with, okay, well, people say 3,000 Marines are sent. I don't think you understand the troop deployment necessary to invade a country with 93 million people with like 10 million armed combatants, okay? It's like, what do you mean? You're basically feeding American Marines to the troop explosion machine, okay? Like, that's not a thing. That's just sacrifice. You might as well call it ritualistic sacrifice. Because of drones, there's very little the U.S. can do to force open the strait. They don't need missiles or mines. They can send $10,000. Well, no, it turns out they're $7,000 drones, by the way. They're not even $20,000 drones. They're not even $10,000 drones. They're $7,000 drones, which expose a $500 million oil tanker in 30 seconds. Exactly. Like, for the record, when people think like, oh, these guys are just like flexing, they're talking a big game. They're not. They are openly stating, bring your troops into Iran. They will come in vertically. They will leave horizontally. Okay. This is from Hezbollah. Chatter's logs are fucking disgusting. What is this? Liberals love to cry about the mental health of criminals. Don't you all? Would the English king get cinema interview the same way Zelensky did when he comes? Drumpf. I don't know what this person is saying. You need hundreds of thousands of troops, but you also need to establish a supply line to feed the front lines. You cannot take the Iranian coastline and Karg Island with 2,000 Marines, okay? They will get fucking slaughtered. You definitely can't take the rest of Iran, but let's say the goal here is to start the operation in a limited fashion, okay? You have Karg Island. Karg Island is like where 90% of the Iranian oil passes through, right? But you can't just take Karg Island. You have to also take the Iranian coastline, because if you don't secure the Iranian coastline, you can't secure Karg Island. So what they're trying to do, yeah, VDV at Hostomel moment is exactly what they're trying to do here. But it's worse. It's even worse because there's no fucking land bridge either. So there's no established supply line. Even from a logical standpoint, like there's no theoretical supply line that you can establish to feed the fucking troops in the front line for the Iranian coastline. There's nothing. They can barely hold together. They can barely hold together a bombing campaign. They've taken casualties with their aerial bombing campaign. They haven't even established full-blown aerial superiority over Iranian territory. I'm not even talking about the eastern Iranian territory where they have no air superiority whatsoever. They haven't even started to bomb the eastern countryside. They're simply going after the western countryside. And the reason why they're doing that is because I suspect they're trying to deteriorate the Iranian munitions facilities and their missile launching capabilities from the western flank, because that's the side that's like bombing Israel. That's the side that's like blowing up the military bases. That's the side that's the most damaging for a potential American military incursion. Okay. But like the way that this will start, the way that this is going to start is with a potential failed seizure over the Iranian coastline. Here, I'll just show you a map of Iran again. Iran topographic map. A lot of maps being used on this broadcast. This is fantastic for all of my map autists and my missile autists. You're all fucking loving this shit. Okay? Here, let's show you Karg Island, okay? This is where Karg Island is, okay? It's this massive oil refining facility and oil transfer facility. 90% of all Iranian oil passes through Karg Island, okay? It's right off the coastline of Iran. Now, this is a topographical map of Iran. I don't know why it won't just like open the actual fucking image. It's so fucking annoying. But the thing is, in order to secure Karg Island, if you want to invade Karg Island, you have to literally, one, destroy all of the launching capabilities that exist off of the mountainside, okay? You need to first destroy all the launching capabilities. You need to secure the bases in Iraq and Kuwait especially, and maybe even Saudi Arabia. You haven't done so. Then you need to make sure that you have full-blown air superiority over the western coast of Iran. You haven't done that either. Then on top of that, you need to be able to deploy hundreds of thousands of troops potentially, or at least like, I don't know, fucking 50,000 troops, or I don't know what the actual number is, but you need a shit ton more troops than 2,000 fucking Marines, okay? 2,000 of our best Marines. Not going to work, okay? It's not going to work. You need a fuck ton more military buildup. You haven't established any fucking direct supply lines with that front line if you were to do such a campaign. So what are you going to do? Paratroopers? You're going to fucking you're going to drop ship our paratroopers into fucking Karg Island so they get what? Slaughtered? You have to also secure this coastline. You have to literally deploy troops across this coastline to ensure that you can protect the entire region. Okay? So if you don't have any assurances that you've been able to successfully cause attrition on the Iranian missile capabilities, Iranian drone striking capabilities in this dense fucking mountainous region, okay? And they're still going to keep popping their fucking heads out and deploy $10,000 lawn mowers that can take out billion-dollar pieces of equipment if they choose to do so. What the fuck do you think is going to happen to your troops at that point? You're going to see a lot of fucking drone compilations, and just like you see in Ukraine, but significantly worse. This time it won't be Russians in the grayest footage you've ever seen begging for their lives in their last moments. It'll be American soldiers. It'll be your fucking neighbors. It'll be your family members. Ground war in Iran would be hell, says Cato Institute. Military history teaches us that air power alone is insufficient to achieve the kinds of aims that Trumpians have set for themselves. Once again, it has never happened, and it will never happen. You will never decapitate and successfully cause instability in a country through air superiority alone. We don't even have full-blown air superiority, not even over Western Iran, for the record. When Americans tell you we have completely created air superiority in the Western territories, they're lying, okay? They still have denial systems that they bring out periodically, and that's precisely the reason why you still hear about like MQ-9 Reaper drones falling out of the air, for example. How does that happen? Why are the Israeli drones falling out of the sky? How is that happening? It's because they still have denial systems that they're bringing out periodically and shooting at the drones that are loitering over Western Iranian territory, both to engage in surveillance and sometimes engage in direct strikes. There's no will amongst the military to do this. There is no capabilities that we have to do this. There is a reason why we didn't do it for 47 fucking years. Okay? There's a reason. Because this was going to happen inevitably. So every general was like, why the fuck would we do this? This is so psychotic. It's so stupid. You needed someone psychotic enough. You needed someone psychotic enough like Donald Trump and dumb enough like Donald Trump to believe it. Okay? To believe in the Israeli intelligence, to believe in the might of the Israeli Air Force and the superiority of Israeli espionage, to fucking lean into something so stupid. It's unfucking believable. 2,000 troops is so funny. Oh, brother, we're sending our best Marines over there. You don't understand. Okay, first, the sheer size of the ground force would be staggering. Any serious American invasion of Iran would likely rival or exceed the scale of Vietnam or the 1991 Gulf War, making it the largest U.S. military undertaking since the Second World War. Iran's landmass and population size alone would prove a daunting hurdle. The country is nearly 4 times the size of Iraq, and its population is more than 3 times larger. Iran's terrain is, in a word, punishing. The topography is dominated by mountains, which by some figures constitute half of its territory. Unlike most nations, Iran's urban centers are located inland, nestled amid mountains, and buffered by uninhabitable deserts to the east and the south. This combination, here it is. Just want you to understand again, like any parts of Iran that don't have these crazy fucking mountains is desert, okay? What do? How do you deal with that? You seem to be radically underestimating how hard each of the 2,000 troops are. Yeah, that's what's happening. Go home, Hassan. I am home, dumbass. The fuck? Fuck. Anyway, unlike most nations, Iran's urban centers are located inland, nestled amid mountains. This combination of Iran's built and natural environments would mean that U.S. forces would have to advance through numerous bottlenecks to even reach Iran's military and population centers. And while Iran is in the middle of the pack in terms of population density, its capital, Tehran, teams with more than 15 million souls. A fight to capture the city against a determined enemy would amount to the largest urban battle in American military history. The idea of capturing and pacifying Tehran alone illustrates the near impossibility of such an invasion. Using the troop density employed in 2004 battle for Fallujah, Iraq, as a point of reference, suggests that it would require more than 600,000 U.S. soldiers, roughly the size of the U.S. deployment during the Vietnam War, hence perhaps leave its talk of reinstituting the draft. Looking at the invasion of Iraq in 2003, a similar invasion of Iran, given its population size, would require as many as 1.6 million troops. These estimates appear more daunting still when compared to the actual force structure of the U.S. military, which boasts about 2.1 million members in active service, reserves, and the National Guard. Of these, only about 20% are combat troops. Simply put, committing 1.6 million personnel would mean using roughly 3/4 of the entire U.S. military, including combat forces America simply doesn't have. Such a war couldn't be undertaken without massive mobilization and a fundamental reordering of American global commitments, requiring the diversion of forces from Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. An invasion of Iran would therefore impel the United States to confront something it has long sought to avoid: hard choice about limits of its global military footprint. Summing up the scale of the prospect, the columnist Max Boot, not exactly known for his pacifism, described an invasion of Iran as the mother of all quagmires. This is why I say an invasion of Iran would lead to the death of the American empire. Okay? If you think the last 13 days have shown American military might and force projection capabilities to be nothing but a paper tiger, American troops getting killed by the tens of thousands would literally destroy America. It would be worse than the USSR's invasion of Afghanistan, which played a formative role in the death of the USSR. Okay? You can say, Gangi, we got contingency plans upon contingency plans. You have no contingency plans, especially because, guess what? Once your munitions are depleted, you have no way of restocking them. Because if China were to turn off the trade faucet and implement export controls for raw earth, as Donald Trump likes to call it, rare earth minerals, and magnets that are necessary for the American defense industry, you're fucked. Now you got no bullets, okay? You ain't got no fucking bullets at that point. What do you have? You have no supply chains, no way to fucking feed the military in the front lines, not even enough troops to even launch a ground invasion, and then you're out of bullets, and the only country that is allowing you to even make new bullets and make new machines and make new fucking assets and make new munitions is China. China could just as easily turn around and say, you guys have destabilized the world too much, and in the interest of stability, we're shutting off your faucet. We're shutting off your manufacturing capabilities starting tomorrow. What do you have then? What are you going to say slurs at the Iranians? Is that how you're going to defeat the Iranian military? You're going to out anti-woke them? Don't worry. Our hardest dicked Marines are going to be fucking saying, you fucking jihadi, you sand N-word, and then they're going to perish. Not that it matters, because all of the worst case scenarios that I keep describing to you guys are worst case scenarios that many military generals don't want to even contend with in these rooms, because all of the fucking generals that would have told Donald Trump, you're a fucking idiot, stop this, have been fired. So they don't even they don't even explain these issues to Trump, in my opinion. I suspect that they're not even doing that. Plus, you don't even normally want to do that because, you have the same like career ambitions as anybody else. So you don't want to tell you don't want to tell people up the fucking ranks that this shit is not going to work. It's going to It's going to destroy the country. Then comes the next obvious problem, fighting the war. While Iran's military would likely lack air superiority and remains less technologically advanced than that of the United States, the Islamic republics shouldn't be taken lightly. Before the outbreak of the current war, the country's regular armed forces were estimated at roughly 420,000 personnel. Iran's more ideologically committed Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps numbered around 190,000, backed by a militia force known as Basij of more than 600,000. How much of this force could ultimately resist an invasion is speculative. Some may defect and others removed from the battlefield before they can fight. But what is clear is that Iran would likely adhere to its long-standing doctrine of defense in depth. Drawing on lessons from the Iran-Iraq War, Iranian planners adopted what they call a mosaic strategy, which they've already implemented. Decentralized command structures combined with a willingness to trade territory to wear down an invading force through attrition. Supporting this strategy would be Iran's still significant arsenal of rockets and drones. These have already surprised U.S. military officials in recent engagements and could prove even more dangerous on Iranian soil, where shorter flight times would give the Americans far less warning. Iranian militias in the region, too, are battle-hardened, versed in irregular warfare, and in many cases acquainted with American tactics. I've explained this to you over and over again as well. The reason why they're very capable is because they've been fighting ISIS in the region for the last 20 fucking years. Oftentimes alongside the American forces, by the way, ironically enough. Pentagon to deploy another 5,000 additional service members. Yeah, I mean, this is literally what's going on, dude. Just... It's the meme, is a Twitter meme of like the guy who keeps feeding stray kittens to the coyotes in his backyard, you know? Just don't worry. We'll put 5,000 of our hardest dicked men and women into the Iranian meat grinder. It'll be fine. This kind of troop deployment signals one thing and one thing only. Donald Trump is not backing away because he's an absolute fucking moron. Oh my God, this is so devastating. U.S. forces would likely find themselves fighting a determined asymmetric opponent, armed with effective weapons and operating on difficult terrain. For a military that has not attempted a major invasion in more than 2 decades and that remains only partially tested against modern drone warfare, such a fight would be far from easy. Like, Iraq is the best case scenario, right? Iraq is the best case scenario. And even then, week after week, many of you are too young to remember this. And I certainly was, kind of young as well. But I remember, reading about it afterwards and also learning about it in the time frame and while it was happening, that there were mistake after mistake after mistake. There were mistakes upon mistakes being committed because that's how war is. Okay. And that was the best case scenario. Iraq did not have the solid fundamentals that Iran has. And even then, there were issues. In short, Iranian commanders would aim to draw the United States into a long and bloody war of attrition, and they would have the terrain and urban density to do it. Some will argue that the past is not prologue, that the Iranian regime is unpopular and therefore unlikely to inspire serious resistance. It's telling, however, that American bombings have yet to create fissures in the regime, nor has the American air campaign inspired the Iranian people to revolt. On the contrary, all available evidence points to regime consolidation and the closing of the gap between public sentiment and elite opinion. Then, 2, critics underestimate the power of nationalism, particularly in the Iranian case, the rally around the flag effect. The well-documented tendency of citizens to unite behind their government in wartime was most clearly demonstrated in Iran after Saddam Hussein invaded the country in 1980, a move that ultimately consolidated the very regime the Iraqi dictator had hoped to topple. That was our doing as well, by the way. Even under the most ideal circumstances of state collapse, like those seen in the early days of George W. Bush's Iraq War, a post-invasion insurgency in Iran would be all but certain. Between the most fervent supporters of the IRGC and with the potential backing of Shiite militias across the region, it would not take many committed fighters to prolong the conflict. As Washington learned in both Iraq and Afghanistan, even a relatively small but determined insurgent force can sustain a war for years. That force could draw from an estimated fit-to-service population in Iran of 41 million, plus the larger Shiite sphere, including warriors from Iraq, Bahrain, Lebanon, and Pakistan, among others. Much like Iraq and Afghanistan, the defeat of the Iranian army would be a fleeting victory, assuredly followed by a bloody and open-ended slog with an insurgency. It's far more consequential and far worse than the Taliban, who, by the way, I don't know if you guys have been looking at the numbers on the board, currently rule Afghanistan after 20 fucking years of occupation. Fantastic. This time it's even worse, though. Finally, an American escalation into a conventional ground invasion would deepen the already daunting regional crisis. I will say, by the way, straight up, removing all troops from Afghanistan has played a major role in diminishing American capabilities. I will say that. Like withdrawing from Afghanistan completely, which was ironically Trump's plan to begin with, and withdrawing from the air bases as well, has made it so that Iran has no one in their other flank that could prove to create a supply chain. So there is that too. JD Pondon, trust the plan, folks. What is this? Your speculation about the internal dynamics?
What is your reporting about the dynamics in the White House? Yeah.
The other day I was talking to Daniel Davis, who's career military, and he was supposed to be one of Tulsi Gabbard's deputies in this administration. And then Republicans and the Israel lobby went ballistic because he had been a critic of the Gaza war and had said critical things about Israel. And there's a career decorated military officer, and he was going to be put in the position of presenting the presidential daily brief to Donald Trump. This just happened right at the beginning of this Trump administration. So then they withdrew his nomination. So Daniel Davis would have been, a real voice of kind of objectivity and independent thought, but also, a longtime military thinker. And he was saying that he still maintains contact with some people. This was just recently I spoke to him, that he maintains contact with some people. He said there's only like a handful of sane people left in the inner circle when it comes to anything having to do with national security or specifically with this Iran, and that there's a vibe that anybody who sort of speaks up, it's not welcome to sort of be giving contrary views. It's that you're going to be viewed as disloyal. It's like you're in a kind of authoritarian dictatorship and you're like afraid that Honecker from the Democratic German Republic is going to like oust you if you say the wrong thing. That's totally sort of counter to the idea that when it comes to sensitive issues like waging war, especially this kind of war based on nonsense, that you don't want critical voices. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard is the embodiment of what happened to the isolationist wing of the
the primary reason why Iraqi invasion succeeded wasn't due to Iraq being unprepared, but because the Republican Guard and the army had conflicting plans on how to respond to the invasion. That, but also on top of that, they literally bribed generals, man. The American CIA was already in there in a way where Mossad and CIA is not inside of Iran. They literally straight up bribed the generals to surrender ahead of time. Like, that's it. They were bloodthirsty monsters, these neocons that invaded Iraq, that invaded Afghanistan. They were bloody. They were disgusting. They were animals. But they were competent, okay? America has that same ambition of waging war and destabilizing entire regions and killing possibly millions of people by way of sanctions and by way of direct combat casualties. But they're also incompetent. They are incompetent. That's it. And not only are they incompetent, but after 20 years of defense bloat, enshittification has clearly hit our military as well, in ways that even I could not have foreseen. I'm not exactly a fan of the American military, as you guys know. I'm a very outspoken critic of American imperialism. But I always thought that I had a fairly sober assessment of our military capabilities. I thought that there was a likelihood that American military was a paper tiger, but I did not think it was this big of a fucking paper tiger. Okay? Straight up. The first indication that maybe we were not cut out for this happened in Russia. When Russia invaded Ukraine, people presented that as a fantastic success. For 5% of our military budget, we are able to destroy 50% of the Russian military forces without a single American active duty service member dying in combat. That was what Lindsey Graham said. That's what Elizabeth Warren said. And yet Russia hardened its positions on eastern Ukraine and now have permanently annexed many territories in eastern Ukraine with no end in sight to that conflict without completely ceding that territory to Russia. Okay? It didn't work. The Ukrainian counteroffensive failed with all the Western backing that Ukraine got, targeting capabilities, endless amounts of munitions. It was very clear that the Western world could no longer engage in proxies with a country like Russia, engage in a proxy war with a country like Russia, where they would reach a level of success. That was the first indication that America wasn't as powerful and the Western world wasn't as mighty as we once thought it was. When you got a country that's crazy enough to fight back, when you got a country that's crazy enough to cut through militarily. But this is something totally different. Billions of dollars lost. Are you dumb? What do you mean? Ukraine is still holding against Russian imperialism? I know. But the goal wasn't permanent military annexation of eastern territories by Russia. The goal was a complete cessation of Russian forces, purging all of the Russian forces off of Ukrainian territory, and maybe even taking back Crimea. Crimea is completely gone, and now the calculation is shifted to a de facto and de jure recognition of annexed territories. You understand that, right? That's not a fucking success. That's not a success at all. I'm not talking about the morality. I'm not talking about the morality of Russian actions. Russian actions were immoral. Russian expansion, Russian irredentist actions are totally immoral, totally unacceptable. I'm looking at this from an amoral perspective. If I'm looking at it just like analysis between two different planks, two different poles of power in the world fighting against one another, it was not the military success that Western countries thought it would be. Immoral? The fuck is immoral? I mean, nation states do not engage in morality, obviously. I noticed you didn't object to calling Russia imperialist. Curious? Yes, because it's not technically imperialism, it's irredentism, but it doesn't even fucking matter. It's all the same. It's illegal, it's immoral, it's unjustifiable. But illegal, immoral, and unjustifiable acts can still be a strategic success for the ambitions of a country that is not in the orbit of influence of the Western world. This is something totally different, though, because this is direct American military intervention failing to defend American military assets, failing to defend American bases and American security partners, okay? After billions and billions of dollars of investment into the United States of America from petro-capitalist states that obviously want to diversify their income portfolios and diversify their economy away from being like single resource countries, countries that need a steady flow of both tourism and expats to come in and even work in their extraction industries. These countries have to be safeguarded by American security cooperation. America has left them behind. It's unbelievable. That is like the totality of that is like trillions of dollars of investment, trillions of dollars of assets in general that America has left behind at the behest of Israel. It is nutty. It is unimaginable. There's a reason why we didn't do this for 47 years. You think Israel and America weren't worried about this calculation of a sovereign Iran that can easily control the Strait of Hormuz and do exactly what they're doing now? That's the reason why we did the Iran-Iraq war. That's the reason why we sent in the Iraqi Ba'athist forces into Iran to try and destabilize the country, to try and overthrow the Ayatollah. It didn't work. It failed. But we didn't stop there. And now you have a complete failure, a spectacular failure as America goes up the escalation ladder, potentially with boots on the ground. That, I suspect, will lead to American demise, complete collapse of American empire. Finally, an American escalation into conventional ground invasion would deepen the already daunting regional crisis. Deploying ground troops in Iran would provide an ample opportunity for America's great power rivals, Russia and China, to drain Uncle Sam of blood and treasure. So far, the pair have yet to expand their assistance to Tehran beyond diplomatic and intelligence support. But the presence of American forces on Iranian soil would provide Moscow and Beijing with a tempting pressure point against a superpower that is already overextended, indebted, and domestically fractured. Iran then could become a bloody site of great power competition. If China flips the script and turns Iran into their Ukraine to engage in a proxy war against the West is done. If we can see it here as a bunch of unaffiliated outsiders, if I can read the tea leaves as a 34-year-old American political commentator with a fucking Twitch stream, what the fuck are American generals doing? That's why I jokingly said American generals would probably do like a fucking a general's coup similar to Adolf Hitler before they would allow this to happen. But who knows? Given the totality of Iran's geography, demographics, military capability, and geopolitical connections, the prospect of an American invasion of the country should be unthinkable. Yet Trump's ill-considered decision to launch the war, coupled with his vague but ambitious goals, has made this impossible scenario a military possibility. Given the horrific costs of such an invasion would entail, however, Trump should choose a different path, declare quote-unquote victory, and de-escalate. That's my argument as well. That's what I'm urging America to do as well. I said this yesterday. America has shown that they are a paper tiger, okay? Mao Zedong might have been right, maybe too early, but America has shown itself to be a paper tiger, okay? Decades ago, Chairman Mao Zedong foretold that the United States' numerous overseas military bases were a noose that the United States had fashioned around its neck. He said that the world's people, including Americans who were victims of imperialism, would band together to oppose it. The United States has set up hundreds of military bases in many countries all over the world. China's territory of Taiwan, Lebanon, and all military bases of the United States on foreign soil are so many nooses around the neck of U.S. imperialism. The nooses have been fashioned by the Americans themselves and by nobody else, and it is they themselves who have put these nooses around their own necks, handing the ends of the ropes to the Chinese people, to the peoples of the Arab countries, and all of the peoples of the world who love peace and oppose aggression. The longer the U.S. aggressors remain in those places, the tighter the nooses around their necks will become. This was a speech at the Supreme State Conference on September 8th, 1958. Imperialism will not last long because it always does evil things. It persists in grooming and supporting reactionaries in all countries who are against the people. It has forcibly seized many colonies and semi-colonies and many military bases, and it threatens the peace with atomic war. Thus, forced by imperialism to do so, more than 90% of the people of the world are rising or will rise up in struggle against it. This is the part that I think Mao was wrong on in his assessment. He believed that people would be wise enough to rise up in real time against American imperialism in all of the different places. But this is not dissimilar to what I always say. 800 military bases can very quickly turn into 800 military occupations. Remember, without soft power, as Donald Trump has moved away from soft power initiatives, defunding U.S. aid, and moving into a completely hard power style of American imperialism, what did I say? 800 military bases can turn into 800 military occupations very quickly, and no country on the planet has the capacity to wage war on 800 different military bases. Something that I've said over and over again, and we've seen that happen in the Gulf. We saw that happen in the Gulf, and it happened in 12 fucking days, and it's continuing to happen. So much so that we pulled our THAAD missile systems out of South Korea. Yet imperialism is still alive, still running amok in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In the West, imperialism is still oppressing the people at home. The situation must change. It is the task of the people of the whole world to put an end to the aggression and oppression perpetrated by imperialism, and chiefly by U.S. imperialism. That was in an interview with Xinhua news agency correspondent on September 29th, 1958. And in 1946, Mao talked with an American correspondent, Anna Louise Strong. To start a war, the U.S. reactionaries must first attack the American people. They are already attacking the American people, oppressing the workers in democratic circles of the United States politically and economically, and preparing to impose fascism there. All reactionaries are paper tigers. In appearance, the reactionaries are terrifying, but in reality, they are not so powerful. From a long-term point of view, it is not the reactionaries, but the people who are really powerful. Video is 145K since posted yesterday. What is this? I said American imperialism is a paper tiger, and now the whole world knows we must retreat from endless military incursions, focus on diplomacy while rebuilding our country, and allow nations in the periphery to have dignity and sovereignty immediately. One day, I wish that this will be the resilient attitude of the peoples, both in the United States and all around the world. Read Combat Liberalism. Mao is specifically calling you out on that one. Brother, as someone who who has read a decent amount of Mao at this point, why in the ever-loving fuck are you comparing a country that was in the grip of war, led by fucking warlords, regional territorial warlords, and numerous Western colonial superpowers, that was comprised entirely of a peasant force And even then, where the CPC had to coalesce around the much more popular KMT, the nationalist forces, in an effort to wage war against another imperial power in the region that was dominating it and doing the Holocaust, Chinese style, Japan. How can you make a comparison between the material conditions in China during the Sino-Japanese War versus 2026 United States of America? You might have the brain of a Chinese peasant. Probably not, though, because the Chinese peasant understood the situation a lot better than you understand your current predicament. Okay? But you are utterly delusional if you think that there is anything that resembles a Maoist ideology in the American heartland. You can LARP to the best of your fucking ability. But if you cannot apply Marxist orthodoxy to current material conditions, you are nothing but a LARPer. You are no different than Pete Hegseth in that regard. He might be a reactionary. He's a LARPer nonetheless. He thinks if you say slurs and be anti-woke, you will dominate all of your opponents. You do the same. You do the same with the banner, with a red banner instead. It's idiotic. Please stop. Behave like a fucking adult and learn to read the fucking room. Learn to analyze your current material conditions. As a matter of fact, that's what the Chinese did, and that's why they were so effective in developing their country. Marxist-Leninism is not one size fits all. And if you are a Maoist of any sort, if you're if you're abiding by Maoism as your principled ideological stance here, okay, you have to understand that the most successful Communist Party formation in the world right now was able to analyze the current material conditions and adopt accordingly to said material conditions as a Marxist-Leninist movement. China is what I'm referencing. What about the Black Panthers? Oh my God, brother, please stop. Best analysis so far by Mearsheimer.
On U.S. bases and ports.
Two of my goats talking to one another.
It's humiliating.
Holy fuck. Chris Hedges has 1 million views on this with Mearsheimer. Oh my God. Americans are awakening to the reality. I never thought I would see the day where two of my goats are talking to one another. Two of my goats are talking to one another and millions are listening. Oh my God. Instead of Professor Jiang, this is what you should listen to.
Defeat would potentially mean the end of U.S. hegemony in the region. Joining me to discuss the war in Iran is Professor John Mearsheimer. He is the R. Wendell Harrison Distinguished Service Professor of Political Science.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
At the University of Chicago. Professor Mearsheimer, who graduated from West Point and was a captain in the...
The weakness of modern leftist analysis is that we haven't seen revolution from within the imperial core. We need to innovate, not only just rely on the history of revolution. I agree. That's what I'm seeking to do. I also think it's important to interpret the failures, the many failures of revisionism in the Western world, in Latin American countries as well. Not just simply to say, well, American intervention was too domineering, too powerful of a force, and therefore it didn't work. Okay? There's also that aspect as well.
Air Force is the author of numerous books, including Conventional Deterrence, Nuclear Deterrence, Ethics, Liddell Hart and the Weight of History, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, The Israel Lobby.
By the way, The Israel Lobby is currently the bestseller on Amazon, which I thought was really funny.
And U.S. Foreign Policy and Why Leaders Lie, The Truth About Lying in International Politics. Let's begin with this fact that the Pentagon for 3 decades has vigorously fought back against Israeli pressure to go to war with Iran, whether that was Obama, Bush, Biden, and for some reason, for all of the reasons, of course, that are now evident, the Pentagon didn't want this conflict. How was that reticence or resistance overcome?
Yeah, it's quite remarkable, Chris, that none of Trump's predecessors took the bait when the Israelis tried to trap us into going to war.
Why are you, this is so funny, why are you believing the tail wagging the dog recently is a question someone asked. They're referencing the endless argument. Why are you warming up to the tail wagging the dog lately? Okay? Because I live in reality. And as new information is presented, I change my analysis. You must also live in reality because the tail is wagging the dog right now. That doesn't mean that the dog is not excited about the tail wagging itself. Okay? The dog is certainly enthused, but ultimately, the tail is wagging the fucking dog currently. Israel is in the driver's seat. I've explained this over and over again. And Israel has never been more in control of American foreign policy. Israel has never been more in control of American foreign policy than at this level, okay? And that is because for fucking 47 years, America has been at quote-unquote war with the Islamic Revolution. Since the Islamic Revolution, America's been at war with Iran. Why did they never do this? Because the tail was never capable of wagging the fucking dog. It's that simple. Every single time this has happened time and time again. If you think Israel didn't have an endless appetite for this kind of thing over the years, you would be wrong. You'd be delusional. Of course they wanted to do this. They've always wanted to do this. They've always urged America to get involved in this scheme, this devastating scheme, okay? And as someone who has understood Mearsheimer's analysis and has leaned into it quite a bit about the power of the Israeli lobby, okay, I have still maintained the position that this is in America's material interest. This is a very different reality we live in now. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. New information comes in and you have to reinterpret events as it stands. It's over. The notion of the unsinkable aircraft carrier is gone. It's over. Because if you look at the region right now, if you look at what's going on right now, I mean, you can come to that reality very quickly, right? 47 years of this and Americans' outright refusal, which Mearsheimer will talk about right now. But the unsinkable aircraft carrier is utterly meaningless if the regional actors that it's supposed to control are gone, are destroyed, or on the verge of destruction. What do you think happens to the petrodollar if there's no more petroleum extraction in the fucking region? It's over. This is not simply a misstep by American generals. They're straight up sleepwalking to the death of empire right now because Israel has deluded them into thinking that they could do this. It's done. And not a single competent person that even wants to defend American hegemony is saying we got to put an end to this right now. The Democrats are not even doing that. You must ask the question why they're not doing that.
Against Iran. And you want to remember in 2024, Joe Biden's last year as president, the Israelis twice, once in April and then second in October of that year, tried to trap Biden into going to war against Iran. And he refused to do it. And Trump is the first president who fell into...
Brother, we've been telling you the tail was wagging the dog for 2 years and you called us conspiratorial anti-Semites. Take your fucking blinders off. Hey, I don't know if you noticed, but like Israel's genocidal campaign's impact on America was marginal, right? America clearly had the ambition, didn't care. Biden was allowing it to happen, and so was Donald Trump, because it didn't have the same kind of impact of waging war with Iran. Because the Palestinians are quite literally, unfortunately, if you're going to look at this with sober eyes, the Palestinians are, whether we like to admit it or not, incapable of militarily opposing Israel. They're just not. They are a hermetically sealed population that has been held captive by the apartheid state for generations. Okay? So yes, there is a difference between America continuing Israel's genocidal campaign upon the Palestinians, allowing Israel to blow up Lebanon, allowing Israel to take over militarily different parts of Syria. All of that actually played a role in Israel basically designing the battleground and claiming to America that Iran is too weak. This is our best opportunity. This will be the best opportunity in 47 years that we'll ever get. Not realizing that it wasn't the best opportunity at all. But until America actually said, you know what, fuck it, we ball. Let's go in. Let's blow up Iran. Let's decapitate its leadership. Let's force them into a fucking corner where they have no other option but to their way out of it and completely collapse the energy markets around the globe. Until this very moment, it was valid to say the only reason why America has this incredibly complex, incredibly pervasive web of influence in the Western world is because it was the unsinkable aircraft carrier until this very moment. You could have said that because the impact to the Western world was marginal. This is a different dynamic. I've said this over and over again. The last time America had the reins over its Middle Eastern policy was Barack Hussein Obama. And then Trump came in and Trump said, all right, Israel, go ahead. You do whatever you want to do. We'll follow along. Okay? That's what happened. But it still wasn't as impactful as this very moment. This was the final fucking shoe to drop. This is it.
The trap. And of course, he did it last June during the 12-day war. You want to remember in the 12-day war, the Israelis by themselves started that conflict on June 13th, and it ended on June 25th. But on June 22nd, we bombed 3 nuclear targets in Iran. But it was a one-day bombing. We talked about one and done at the time. And you remember that when the evening came on June 22nd, the bombing was finished, President Trump declared victory. So although he got involved for the first time, it only looked like he was putting his ankle in the water, that he wasn't becoming deeply committed to fighting a war in Iran. But that all changed on February 28th. The United States and Israel together, what I like to refer to as the tag team, decided to attack Iran. And we are now in a war of attrition with the Iranians, in which case it's hard to see how this war ends. So Trump took the bait. And I think to put it in more specific terms, I think basically that Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has been working overtime for decades now, literally decades, to get the United States to attack Iran for Israel, finally succeeded with Trump. As I said, there was a tiny step taken forward in that regard last June, but now Trump has jumped full body into the water.
Yep. And this is the OG tail wagging the dog guy. Why is he also agreeing with me, saying this time is different? Like, I've always maintained the position that it's both, right? If you have the unsinkable aircraft carrier theory on one side, which is Israel, right, in a resource-rich region, and you have the Israel lobby and its pervasive influence on the other side, I've always been a fucking extreme fence-sitter centrist on both. I think one cannot exist without the other, unless you literally believe that, like, Jews have hypnosis capabilities, right? Like, they don't. You could not have such a complex web of influence in the Western world without being the warrior country that is going to dominate all these other regional actors at a moment's notice and be able to overtake Egypt if they need to do so, like they did in the past, and control the Suez Canal at the behest of Western states. An espionage. A country with espionage capabilities that are super fucking brilliant. They're awesome. Mossad is the greatest, right? A country that has been able to do all of this stuff. Only then, after they have made themselves so valuable and so irreplaceable to Western imperialism, could they actually slowly but surely build a sophisticated network of influence peddling, unlike anything that people have seen ever before. And now they're cashing that. Now they're cashing it in. Okay, they realize that their influence peddling capabilities are diminishing in the Western world because of the last 2.5 years of genocide, and now that their influence is waning in the Western world, they're like, we got to cash it in. One last big hurrah! We have the reins. We control American foreign policy in this region. Okay, we control the reins of American foreign policy in this region. We have controlled it since Trump won. Now we're going to do the unthinkable. Are you saying a U.S. aircraft carrier was sunk? No, man. There's two competing thoughts when it comes to analysis of Israel amongst anti-Zionists. One is the unsinkable aircraft carrier theory, saying Israel as a nation state is basically an unsinkable aircraft carrier. We say that about the Philippines as well, right? The idea that Israel's value for America is actually is actually infinite because it's an important military installation in the middle of a resource-rich region. So if these regional actors do not operate at the behest of American imperialism and Western imperialism, as they have done so at times, Israel can come in and, whip them into shape, destroy them militarily, destroy them through espionage, and just keep them in control. Because there's no complete assurance in the eyes of the Western world that the GCC, the Gulf states, are always going to play ball. Israel, on the other hand, will always play ball, is the assessment. That's one competing school of thought. I don't want to say who is like the most formative leader in this school of thought, because he may or may not have spent the last decade being butt buddies with a notorious pedophile. Okay? Then the other school of thought is the Mearsheimer theory, the Israel lobby theory, as in Israel actually does not work in convergence with American interests. It actually diverges from American interests, and the only reason why they are able to push America into endless military quagmires is because they have an incredibly sophisticated network of influence peddling. They can buy politicians like AIPAC and numerous other subsidiaries. They can create advocacy networks inside of our institutes of higher learning. So all of the fucking new graduates are chock full of Zionist propaganda and under the belief, the false notion that like Israel is the most important, most consequential country on the fucking planet. I think it's both. I think it doesn't work without the other. One does not work without the other. That's my assessment. And throughout time, as new information has come and as America has actually allowed Israel to do the unthinkable, which is strike Iran directly and engage Iran in such a devastating fashion that Iran had no other option but to fight back, okay? No other option but to fight back, that now we are in a totally new dynamic where Israel is controlling American foreign policy. I don't have any fear of saying that out loud. You know why? Because Marco Rubio has said it out loud. Because Donald Trump has said it out loud. Because Lindsey Graham has said it out loud. So obviously, it would be fucking idiotic for me not to recognize what they're signaling. Now, part of the reason why they're saying that is because they want to engage in ass covering, right? That's an exit ramp for them because they also have this ambition. They're also stupid enough to think that they can come out of this successful, right? Because, yes, as chatters have pointed out, for 47 years, we have wanted to dominate Iran. We wanted to destroy Iran because Iran could, at any given point, do this, do what they're doing for the past 12 days, for the past 13 days. Okay? So I understand that, like, that is also an off-ramp for some of these Americans who have been agitating to do just this for the past 47 fucking years, right? So that if shit falls apart in a spectacular fashion and we pull the exit ramp out, we can just be like, yeah, it was those Jews that made us do it. And I think Republicans they're holding their cards close to their chest, but they're saying they could potentially flip. Okay, it could get far more anti-Semitic in this country far faster than you think if Americans actually pull out of this this Iranian quagmire and then start blaming Israel for it, even though they also wanted to fucking do it. So it's a bit of both. But as far as the analysis goes, while there was plenty of ambition in the United States of America as well by some in the leadership to do just this, it is, in my opinion, idiotic not to recognize that the thing that tipped us over into doing the unthinkable is Israel. Having a much more pliant administration to Israel, much more pliant to Israel's demands, was the icing on the top, the cherry on the top.
Yet you see, even with this sycophantic head of the Joint Chiefs, Kane, every time he's trotted out in front of the cameras, he doesn't look very happy. I think the military the Pentagon foresaw what is coming and is quite perplexed about how to deal with it. I think that General Kane has actually behaved quite well here.
You want to remember that when Trump came into office January of last year, January 2025, he fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Brown, and he brought General Kane out of retirement. Kane was only a 3-star general. He wasn't even a 4-star general. But Trump liked him, and Trump made him a 4-star general, and he made him the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, given that he was in effect Trump's general, that he owed his position to Donald Trump, you would think that he would tell Donald Trump what he wanted to hear about going to war against Iran. But on the contrary, what Kane did before the war, this is before February 28th, was he made it very clear to President Trump that we did not have a viable military option. So when you say that General Kane, every time he's trotted out, looks very uncomfortable, I think that's true. And I think there's a simple explanation for why he looks so uncomfortable. He knew from the get-go that this one was not going to work out the way Trump and Netanyahu thought that it was going to work out. And he understands that he is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he was the chairman when we entered this foolish war on February 28th, despite the fact that he had warned against it.
Is it too simplistic to say that Trump and Netanyahu naively believed that by taking out the supreme leader and some of the hierarchy, there would be regime change and the war would be over?
I think that's clearly the case with Trump. I think that that was the argument that Netanyahu sold to Trump, and Trump liked the argument. I think given what happened in Venezuela, he thought that we had the ability to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. And when Bibi told him that the regime in Iran is weak and all we have to do is decapitate it and really hit hard on that first day.
This is literally just a perfect sequence of events. Like everything, all the cards were aligned so perfectly for this very moment. You have an idiotic administration hopped up on, grand dreams of engaging in military dominant warfare. You have a Secretary of Defense, now called a Secretary of War, that's also willing to wage this idiotic campaign no matter what the cost is, without ever thinking about how it might blow up in their fucking faces. You have a successful leadership change that took place in Venezuela with Dan Kane's obvious, much more competent military operation. Okay? That was a major reason, I think, that Trump was excited at doing the Venezuela thing again. But this time, the difference was Israel didn't want to do that at all. Because the reality is, I don't think that you could have actually found a more pliant IRGC to deal with if you were to take out the Ayatollah. Because they just do not understand how the Islamic Republic works at all. But also, Israel had no ambitions in a regime change at all. They wanted complete destabilization from the jump because they were much more sober in their assessment. They were much better in their analysis. They knew that this would be fucking devastating. They knew that this would be devastating for the Gulf. They knew this would be devastating for America as well. But they knew they could just keep throwing more bodies at the fucking problem until they just try and destabilize the Iranian government and create a failed state. The only miscalculation here was, in my opinion, the only miscalculation from the Israeli side was how much discontent they can actually foment, how much they can activate a popular mobilization on the ground with the Kurdish militias, maybe the Balochis, maybe some Sunni groups here and there, right? They were wrong on that assessment. They thought they had enough of a resilient propaganda apparatus inside of Iran that would be able to activate people, that would be able to mobilize people to create popular forces on the ground that you could steadily ship weapons to, right, in secret, so that, they could create a Libya-style condition in Iran. They were wrong on that front. I think part of the reason why they were wrong on that front is because of the last month's incidents. There's a reason why Iran is shutting off the internet inside of Iran, because they don't want any kind of fucking destabilization to take place right now. Okay? Hassan, why are you only now just turning against Israel? Are you overdosing on heroin? Heroin overdosing. Are you overdosing on heroin right now? Only now turning on Israel? While you were shitting in your diapers, I was yelling about Israel.
Day or two, that the regime would crumble and we would end up with a pro-American, pro-Israeli regime.
You were pro-Israel 5 years ago?
I think.
Sure, buddy.
Netanyahu was very successful at telling Trump that story. And Trump is not exactly surrounded by wise advisors.
Is that true? Man, Anon, you're my least favorite fucking baiter, dude. You know what? I'm not even going to fucking ban that other chat. I'm going to give you a week off. You annoy me more than anybody else in this fucking chat. You know that? You are the most annoying baiter because you do it from this way where you're like, you play the role of a stupid. And I've heard your voice in the chat far too many fucking times to know you know better. Okay? The other guy is acting brand new. You do the thing that pisses me off more than anything else. Oh, I guess he has a point. No, he doesn't. One of the first things I saw from you was the coverage of the Great March of Return in 2018. I know. I've been doing this for years and years and years.
Save for General Kane, who would tell him otherwise. So he fell into the trap. Now, Netanyahu's a more complicated case. One could argue that Netanyahu understood that a decapitation strike wouldn't work, that this would not be a quick and decisive victory, and that instead what he was trying to do was trap Trump into a long war, in which case
he did this.
Iran...
He did this. Oh, you guys are losers. Are losers. Kill yourselves. Durr, you guys are losers. And the KKK guy goes, dang, you got to admit they low-key cooked you. My least favorite type of baiter. Okay? I hate this guy, which Anon is being, almost as much as I hate this guy, which the first guy is being, right?
Would be destroyed. In other words, Netanyahu understood that the regime would not fall quickly, but once we committed to fighting the war, we would have no choice but to see it through. And that's the situation that we're in now. So that's a possible argument. It's hard to know for sure whether it's true, but it's also possible, just having watched Netanyahu over time, that he too bamboozled himself into believing that the Iranian regime was fragile and that we could easily affect regime change. You know, he's been saying that for a long time, as you well know, Chris. And sometimes when people repeat particular arguments, after a while, they even begin to believe their own arguments, although they initially did not. So it's possible that Bibi fooled himself, or it's possible that he was just tricking Trump into getting into this war.
Yeah.
Well, the Israeli goal is different from the American goal. The Americans want regime change. The Israelis want to create a failed state. They want to fragment Iran the same way they fragmented and destroyed Iraq, the same way they turned Libya into a failed state. Those are very different goals.
I agree with that. But the Israelis don't advertise that fact. I think the Israeli view is if they got regime change and they got a pro-American / pro-Israel regime in place, that then they wouldn't have to worry that much about destroying the country. But I think that they probably understand that that's not going to happen, that Iran's not going away. And given that Iran...
Chatter saying they sound like you. Brother, who do you think also plays a formative role in my analysis? Yes, these are the men. Okay. Sometimes I even have the pleasure to be able to interview them. Yeah, no shit.
Going away.
I sound like Mersheimer.
Let's wreck it. Let's do to Iran what we did to Syria. And then we're done with Iran. We can turn to Turkey and break Turkey apart as well.
Well, let's talk about a country that does have a strategy, which is in the United States, and that's Iran. And what I found interesting is that rather than confront the American military might, i.e. the ships, and they have decided quite astutely and quite methodically to destroy the economic machinery not only in the Gulf but globally.
Yeah, the Iranians are pursuing a smart strategy. And to go back to General Kane has made a number of comments about the Iranians that make clear that he respects their ability to strategize in this war. He is not contemptuous of the Iranians. When you listen to Hegseth and Trump talk, they talk about the Iranians like they're a bunch of country bumpkins and we're the strategic geniuses. And not only do we have an advantage in material power, we Americans have an advantage in how to think strategically. I think that's not the case. And I think if you listen carefully to General Kane, he's making that point. We are up against a formidable adversary. Given what you said, given what General Kane said, they have a lot of cards to play. The key here, Chris, is that Iran has a huge arsenal of short-range ballistic missiles and drones that it can use against the Gulf states. And the Gulf states present a target-rich environment. It's easy to use those drones and those short-range ballistic missiles to do great damage to all of the countries in the Gulf, including Saudi Arabia. The Iranians also have a lot of long-range missiles and also long-range drones that can hit Israel. Now, they've not done much of that up to now. It's very important to understand that in the 12-day war last June, the Iranians fought almost exclusively against Israel. They did not target American military bases in the region, and they did not target the Gulf states. In this war, they're targeting Israel, American military installations in the region, and the Gulf states. And in the first part of the war, up to pretty much now, they've concentrated mainly on attacking American installations and attacking the Gulf states. But they have announced that they are now beginning to switch the focus, and they're going to concentrate much more on attacking Israel. And they have the long-range ballistic missiles, and they have drones, which they can use to hit Israel. And the problem that the Israelis face, and of course this is a problem that the Americans face, is that we only have a finite number of defensive missiles that can be used to shoot down those incoming ballistic missiles. And even when we use those defensive missiles, they oftentimes don't hit the incoming Iranian ballistic missile. So we have this situation in the Gulf and in Israel where the Iranians have the capability to pound all of those countries for a long period of time. And there's nothing we can do about it. And in fact, as time goes by, our ability to shoot down those missiles, shoot down the drones, decreases. It doesn't flatline, and it certainly doesn't increase. It decreases. So the Iranians have a serious set of military options against us. And what this means, Chris, is that as we walk up the escalation ladder, and that's what we're likely to do if we can't find an off-ramp, and I don't think we're going to find an off-ramp. If we don't find an off-ramp, I think what we'll do is march up the escalation ladder. And of course, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump will say we have escalation dominance as you go up that escalation ladder. But I don't think that's true. I think the Iranians have powerful cards to play, and therefore we are in a really terrible situation.
What does that escalation ladder look like? What will that mean? They're already carrying out virtually saturation bombing of Tehran.
Not yet. They're pounding Iran. There's no question about that. And they're pounding Tehran.
What is this? Breaking. President Trump has rejected an offer from Russia's President Putin to move Iran's enriched uranium to Russia in a deal to end the war. Details include in a phone call with Trump, Putin proposed moving... What the fuck? In a phone call, Putin proposed moving Iran's enriched uranium to Russia as a part of a deal to end the war. Securing Iran's 450 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium remains a top priority for the U.S. Dude, a lot of people just say, never mind, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to say it. Fuck it. I'm not going to joke. I don't want to joke too much because there's a lot of people who will yell at me. Okay. If you think America is Zionist-occupied government, you haven't even understood where Vladimir Putin is at, is what I was going to say if I were to make a joke about this, okay? But it is very funny that, like, this is such a funny assessment, like, as though Iranian denuclearization is a priority at all. Like, it's like these guys are playing a very stupid song and dance. This is not a real concern. Wake up, please. Like, who is this for? Who is actually for? Who actually believes this? At this stage, who actually believes that the real concern from the Americans is the limitations on Iranian nuclear enrichment? Like, are you fucking stupid? 2016 should have shown everyone around the world that this was not the concern, okay? Because as far as accomplishing that goal, Barack Obama succeeded. There is a multilateral cooperative agreement, including China and Russia, in said multilateral agreement, alongside European allies, to completely defang the Iranian nuclear program. It was under complete control of the International Atomic Energy Agency. It should have stopped everyone from ever talking about this as a serious objective of the Americans when Donald Trump ripped that apart. And even back then, just as Trump is known to do, he did not actually turn around and deliver a convincing strategy. He just said, nope, I don't want it anymore. Barack Obama did it, and therefore I don't like it. Okay? It's not like he said, Iran, we have serious objections to the denuclearization agreement because Iran is not abiding by the good faith agreement at all. He briefly brought it up, but the International Atomic Energy Agency was like, no, they are. We literally have cameras. We have cameras in their refinement facilities. We know they're abiding by it. We sent investigators to the facilities. We know that they're still abiding by it, even after you ripped up the contract. Because Iran did. Iran, contrary to the way that American media covers Iran, and I've said this over and over again, regardless of its domestic repression, when it comes to foreign policy, Iran is so restrained. Iran has been one of the most restrained foreign actors. Iran was even more restrained than Russia was. Always. Restrained to a fucking fault. Restrained against the Israeli incursions, again, to a fault, and certainly foolish and naive to think that America would ever negotiate with them after America showed over and over again that they had no interest in negotiating with them at all. If anything, I think Iran, and specifically Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon, believed till their final moments in the aircraft carrier theory rather than the Israeli lobby theory. Okay? That led to their own demise. Literally. Till his last moment, Hassan Nasrallah was probably sitting in the bunker with all of the fucking Quds Force generals going, you know, they won't do this. America will stop them, right? Nope. Securing Iran's 450 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium remains a top priority for the U.S. Trump has acknowledged for the first time that Russia is aiding Iran in the war. The U.S. position is we need to see the uranium secured, a U.S. official said. This is not about uranium. This is Vladimir Putin offering Donald Trump an exit ramp. This is Vladimir Putin being like, come on, we'll help you out. And Donald Trump is so much a flesh puppet of Benjamin Netanyahu that he's like, nah, we're going to keep going.
But they have not killed more than 1,500 people. I mean, it's terribly regrettable that they've even killed one person, much less 1,500 or whatever the number is. But they have not gone that far. The Israelis and the Americans have not gone that far up the escalation ladder. And in a very important way, there's evidence that the Americans are discouraged.
Why would Putin help Trump? Regional stability, leaning into a much more favorable bargain for Iran. This is very helpful because there's the other look, the day after this war ends, and I don't know how it will, but the day after this war ends, the capacity of American empire will have taken such a significant hit that no matter what happens, if the IRGC is still in charge, which for all intents and purposes, that's the most likely scenario, Russia and China will harden Iran into the bulwark of, I guess, like Eastern interests, if you want to call it that, if you want to put them under one banner. Because Russia is not communist, so I'm not going to say it's the communist flank, right? Like anti-Western interests. They will, and America knows this too, and it's like too late for them to get out of the situation in some ways. But this will, because I suspect that whoever is in charge of Iran going forward, and I say whoever because we don't know if the current leadership structure will exist. Israel might try to assassinate and successfully assassinate the leadership again, right? But ultimately, the IRGC seemingly will stay intact unless there is a complete fail state, right? And if the IRGC is intact, they will play ball with China. They will play ball. They've been playing ball with Russia already, but they will definitely play ball with China. They will get trained on Chinese weapons, and they will harden their protection over the region. China, I suspect, will use Iran to gain a stronger foothold over the Gulf states. By way of Iran, China will probably secure a cooperative agreement with the Gulf states. They've already, pre-October 7, they already had made inroads, right? They secured a peace negotiation between Iran and Saudi Arabia. This could be a part of the reason why there was so much strategic restraint on the Iranian side. Because if you recall, I covered it at the time, China went into the region and said, you guys are done. You're going to make peace. Saudi Arabia and Iran are going to make peace. And they did. It was successful. And then October 7 happened, and that just kind of, bricked the whole process. This also goes along with China's lack of interest in emancipatory needs of the people. They don't give a fuck about the Palestinians, obviously. Let's be real. But they do want regional stability, and they do want more control or more influence over this, the oil-producing giants in the area. If American intervention in the region has only led to Israeli domination and unlimited bloodshed, and China presents a much more tolerant, much more peaceful approach as a massive superpower that's emerging from the American chaos, I think the day after this stuff is over, China will basically come in and say, we're hardening Iran and we're securing, securing a truly stable area. They can't do that without eviscerating Israel, by the way, just so you understand, because Israel will go back to playing a formative role in destabilizing the region at the behest of American empire if they have the capacity to do so. This is part of the reason why I say Zionism will most likely end in my lifetime. Okay? This is why I say it. Yeah, the Belt and Road Initiative will turn into the Belt and Ass Initiative.
Regime the Israelis for going too far and too fast up the escalation ladder, because we understand that the Iranians have a second strike capability. The Israelis don't care that much because the Israelis.
This is the funniest. Wait, hold on. This is my favorite counter. Won't they just call China anti-Semitic? Oh no. What will China do if they're called anti-Semitic? Oh no. Brother, that shit don't even matter for a fucking Twitch streamer at this point in the United States of America. We're the only place where that had any mileage whatsoever. Stop Anti-Semitism is going to do a country ranking this time and put China at the top of the directory. And then they'll know.
Israelis want to see us get deeply involved in this war and destroy Iran. They'd like us to level every city in Iran, break the country apart. But Trump does not, at this point, want to go down that road. But I think what happens here, Chris, as we march up the escalation ladder, is that we target civilian areas. We end up killing larger and larger numbers of people. And furthermore, we begin to flirt with the idea of tearing apart Iran's petroleum infrastructure and maybe their desalination plants as well. We begin to really try to throttle the regime, to strangle it. And again, this involves not just simply killing people. which I think if you get desperate enough, you'll do. The Israelis, of course, would have no problem doing that. And ultimately, I think if we got desperate enough, we would not either. But again, the problem is we do those things, the Iranians will retaliate. If we go after energy infrastructure in Iran.
How does North Korea and China have such a great relationship with Russia, and Russia being polar opposite of ideology? Brother, what are you talking about? It's because just as the PFLP aligns with the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and aligns with Hamas under the banner of anti-Zionism and the emancipatory need, okay, these countries have been forced into hardline allegiances because they are against American empire. That's it. Ideology doesn't matter when your primary need is ridding yourself of this incredibly, unimaginably powerful force that has dominated your interests for decades. The DPRK would not exist. We cut the country in half. You understand that, right? There's no such thing as North Korea. There's only Korea. But the reason why there is a DPRK and a Republic of Korea is because we severed the country in half. We wanted to set up a bulwark against the USSR, against the Soviets. Do you understand? So, of course, these countries are aligned with one another. What the fuck does one of the most anti-communist countries on the fucking planet, Iran, have to do with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea? Why is an American socialist talking about the emancipatory needs of a country that has literally thrown socialists and communists in jail for years? Think. Because first and foremost, the primary need for these countries is sovereignty and dignity. And they will align with one another on those boundaries every single time. Because from their perspective, their enemies are far worse. The ideological differences can always be set aside. Then why are you defending them? I defend the peoples. I defend the sovereignty of nations in the periphery. I do not care about American imperialism. I understand, unlike many people in this community as well, many people in the imperial core, that in order to be an anti-imperialist, if you want to be an anti-imperialist, you have to recognize the need, the emancipatory need of nation states and their people. I also understand that this doesn't help the regular Americans anyway. American military conquest does not help the emancipatory needs of the American population either. Except Gulf sovereignty. What are you fucking... Oh my God, this guy's still back. Still talking about Gulf sovereignty. The Gulf nation states have no sovereignty. As long as there are American military bases in the Gulf nations, they don't have real sovereignty. You are finding that out in real time and yet still chirping at me. Same guy from yesterday. What sovereignty do the Gulf nation states have? Do you think they like being missile sponges for Israel? They were the ones who invited them. Oh my God, he's still... Bro. This chatter is doing the NATO argument while it's collapsing. Okay? That's awesome. This is an awesome attitude to have. Thank you. You should take this up with the Gulf regional leaders. You should take this up with the Gulf nationals in general and see how they feel about it. He's doing the NATO argument, but for the Gulf states. He's like, bro, you don't understand. Lithuania invited NATO. Okay, Hassan, the GCC can also work with Iran. I mean, it can. I genuinely think it can, especially if there's a different world power that is keeping shit intact and offering security assurances. That one not being America, but instead China. Bro, the Emirati nationals would probably support this chatter. Okay. The Gulf nation states are understanding that American security assurances mean nothing. It just means you are a missile sponge for Israel. For Israel's ambition. If you don't think that they recognize that calculation, you're not reading what they are saying out loud right now. Sure, they're mad at Iran for bombing their country and ruining potentially billions of dollars of energy investments and trillions of dollars of investments they're putting in to make the Gulf this habitat for some of the worst cryptocurrency pedophiles, right? They're not happy about that. Tourism is gone. No more Andrew Tate in Dubai. However, they also recognize what triggered this, as it had not happened for 47 fucking years. Why did it happen now? Like, I hate this Orientalism shit. It's Orientalism? No, brother, you just fucking hate Iran, and that's what it is, okay? You have been deluded into thinking that the Gulf states being a slave to Israel and America is actually a far better outcome from them. But it's funny to say that not like 14, 15 days ago, but it's funny to say that after the Gulf nation states have turned into, once again, missile sponges at the behest of Israel and America, okay? That's a hilarious position to be in right now. Your advocacy would be a little bit more understandable, even if it was delusional back then as well, right? But it's so funny that, like, the closest association that Gulf states have, like direct association the Gulf nation states have had, is the UAE, okay? The United Arab Emirates are directly in line with Israel. They have been actively petitioning to increase Israel's influence in the region, so much so that even Saudi Arabia started getting pissed off at the UAE. Okay? Look at the United Arab Emirates. Is Israel protecting them? No. Israel does not give a fuck about any Arab whatsoever. The GCC could have a much easier time treating a sovereign nation in the region like an ally or potentially just a neighbor than they would being American missile bases, American missile sponges that will inevitably only sit there to defend the interests of Israel, Israel's expansionist ambitions. They also recognize that Israel doesn't give a fuck about the Gulf states at all. Even if they destroy the Gulf states, Israel still doesn't Israel still doesn't care about that. They literally benefit from a weakened Gulf.
The Iranians will go after more and more energy infrastructure.
Like, that also proves Iran will also bomb the whole region instead of focusing on Israel. Bro, you have a significant mental setback here, and I don't know how to reach this. I don't know how to reach across and, like, pummel your brain with the actual information that you should be seeing right now. There are American military bases on every single one of these fucking Gulf states. Of course, if America and Israel are bombing Iran, they are going to bomb back the fucking military bases. What country would say, oh no, we have to let these Gulf states continue fucking operating their American military bases so they can destroy the country with, better ease? Are you fucking stupid? What's wrong with your brain? Hamad Al-Thani, Qatar's previous emir, father of the current emir, Hamad bin Jassim. Did I get it right? Am I saying it correctly? Qatari cat, is this correct? Stop spinning. No, he's the former prime minister, Hamad bin Jassim bin Jabbar. I don't care. Stop wiggling. There's a new hate train coming from the dumb veterans of Twitch from American Dad. He's adding Dan Clancy. I'd have YouTube ready. Sure, whatever. This war in our region, like all other wars, will come to an end. But there are lessons and morals that the Gulf Cooperation Council states must draw from it. The most important of which is solidarity, alliance, and unity of word and stance. For there is now no alternative for the Council states but to establish an effective, real, and on-the-ground military security alliance akin to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, in which Saudi Arabia plays the most crucial role as the largest state. Given the importance of the matter, the study and preparation for it must begin now, without waiting for the war to end. And for that, the Council states must, with determination and without delay or hesitation, transcend all the disputes between them in preservation of our shared interest to keep the Council strong and cohesive, to ensure the independence of its peoples and states, and to prioritize the general Gulf interest over the Qatari interests. We must not wait for the fighting to end either. Rather, the Council states should immediately begin establishing and developing an advanced, coordinated, and planned base of military and electronic industries among themselves, so that they can defend their peoples against aggression and preempt and deter any attacks targeting them before they occur. Our states possess the necessary geography, resources, and funds for this. Yeah, except they don't have the necessary manpower and the willingness to do this. Okay? And perhaps we can take the lesson from Iran, which, despite the siege, managed to develop for itself an advanced missile industry base, which, regrettably, it has bombarded our states and aggressed against them without right. And since the Council States did not start this war, nor did they want it in the first place, and were seeking a solution between the United States and Iran, our states must not bear the economic and political repercussions that will result from the war. Israel, as the one that ignited the spark of the war, must bear responsibility before us, before the world, and before the United States. Isn't it crazy how everyone is saying the same thing, by the way? The Gulf states are saying, America, you have to stop Israel. I'm saying, America, you have to decouple from Israel and actually regain control over the situation. Iran is basically saying the same. And yet, America's like, nah, this situation is great. Don't you know that we are going to actually bring about Armageddon, and Jesus Christ is going to come back on earth and wage war in Megiddo against Satan's forces? I'm a really smart guy, and this is what I truly believe. For this war was started by Israel to make itself the upper hand in the region militarily, economically, and politically, as it declares every day. Yeah, that's the other thing. Israel is also offering salt to the wound, insult to injury, by routinely fucking stating over and over again that this war has made Israel a superpower, not only in the region, but around the world, which is fucking ridiculous. They are not. You shut off the fucking money faucet. You no longer give Israel the protective cover that it has benefited from endlessly, and Israel becomes a much more restrained nation state. Okay? Israel, tiny country. Israel, size of New Jersey. Therefore, we in the Council States must stand as one front, whether towards Israel or toward Iran. For Iran will remain our neighbor forever, even though we differ with it and reject what it has done and is doing against us. And as a result, by the way, I'm sorry, but I do find this kind of mealy-mouthed bullshit to be really insincere when, like, they turn around and they say, like, oh, how could you have done this to us, Iran? We are your neighbors. It's like, bitch, you have American military bases with American radar installations that protect Israel and American military bases that have American fighter jets that would bomb Iran at the behest of Israel. What the fuck do you mean? You have American Marines. You have American military installed in your country. You have American espionage facilities installed in your country that's spying on your neighboring country of Iran. What the fuck are they supposed to do? Of course they're going to fucking bomb those military installations. They're at war. This kind of like both sides bullshit is hilarious from the Gulf states. It's very sweet that they were benefiting from aligning openly with Israel, with the Abraham Accords over and over again, only to now do this woe is me bullshit like I am small bean. We are the small bean countries. We are the small bean petro-capitalists. How dare you do this to us, Iran? We mustn't wage war. We are neighbors. It's like, okay, well, why did you do the buildup to begin with? What the fuck were you expecting? This is why Iran hates Gulf more than Israel? No, it doesn't. Also, Iran, listen, why is it that the nations that have been bombed the hardest are the ones who are not speaking as loudly in their condemnations of Iran? Ask the question why that is the case. Why is fucking France chirping harder and celebrating America's initial actions and also condemning only Iran, whereas the Gulf states are condemning Israel and Iran? Think. They're the ones getting bombed. France is not getting bombed. I mean, they lost one soldier in Iraq yesterday, but up until that point, their casualties were zero. Gulf states have actually lost billions of dollars. Why do they have a stronger approach? Why do they have a stronger statement for Israel for starting this than the French do, than the Italians do, than everyone else in the European nation states do? They're not being bombed. Think. Part of it is because, and I told you this over and over again, they also want there to be a sovereign Iran. They would much prefer a sovereign Iran than no Iran, than a failed state in Iran. 93 million people. Because they also understand that a sovereign Iran can at least keep Israel in check. They like that there's a defanged Iran. Iran no longer has the IRGC all over the region fighting against, the Saudi-backed militia groups. Oftentimes the Salafist groups, Al-Qaeda, things like that. But no Iran means no Iran in the region means Israel does whatever it wants. If it wants to take Saudi Arabia, it takes Saudi Arabia, and America will let it happen. Okay? They understand that. That's why they're saying Israel is also at fault here. Are you saying Gulf states shouldn't talk about Iran and tell it to bomb us more, lol? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that their calculation is different than those who are far removed from the conflict, even though their suffering is much greater, because they also understand that there's a day after. They have to live there. They have to live in the region. They can't park their assets elsewhere and fuck off. America can. They have to live with Israel being more belligerent. How do you not understand this? This is a calculation that they have to make. Anyway, likewise, Israel is not far from us. Look here, therefore, we in the Council States must stand as one front, whether towards Israel or toward Iran. For Iran will remain our neighbor forever, even though we differ with it and reject what is done to us and doing against us, and as a result, consider an enemy of us today. A matter that our states must discuss and agree upon to determine the best approach for dialogue with Iran and what we accept or reject from its policies, so that our states do not become sacrificial lambs every time fighting or a misunderstanding erupts between Israel, America, and Iran. Likewise, Israel is not far from us, and we may need to reach an understanding with it, but not according to its declared policies, rather in accordance with the principles of good neighborliness that serve Palestinian rights in the occupied Arab territories and our shared interests. All of this calls for purity of intentions among the Council states and for the criterion to be the law, reason, and our shared interests, not personal and immediate interests under any circumstance or any reason. And I have no doubt about the intentions of the leaders of the Council states, but what it's required now is that we rise to the level of the historical responsibilities that these circumstances impose upon us. And what is surprising is that we have not heard a strong stance from several Arab states towards what the Council states are facing, as those states prefer to turn a blind eye and commit to neutrality. Oh, really? What about when those states were fucking falling apart, when the Gulf states turned a blind eye and committed to, neutrality? Every single, I'm sorry to say this, guys, but every single Arab nation has shanked one another at a different point. Okay? That's it. That's the reason. And it was all because they thought they could get an upper hand, and they thought things would remain stable as long as they were servile to the interests of Israel and America. Now they can't play that game any longer. That's it. That's why everything is fucking collapsing. Do you understand? The worst offender is obviously UAE, who doesn't even try to present themselves as a neutral party, but directly a servant of Israel. And what is surprising is that we've not heard a strong stance from other Arab states towards the Gulf. Why is Iraq not saying anything is really funny. This is the reason why I think, depending on how the cards fall, the criticism of Israel you hear from countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and even the UAE sometimes is more about politics than it is about genuine concern from the leadership. In my opinion, their populations are anti-Israel. Their leaders are largely pro-Israel. So they do this song and dance while continuing normalization. Exactly. But now Israel has delivered a devastating blow to their actual economic interests. So the attitude has shifted dramatically. If you fuck up the money, if you molest the money, all of a sudden, the dynamic is very different. Because in the past, like, Abraham Accords is fine. Like, a pathway towards normalizing with Israel is, like, from their calculation, fine. They can just, like, keep their population at bay while writing sternly worded letters about how Palestinian sovereignty is important to them. Meanwhile, they're doing under the table deals. They were already doing that before the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords was just basically a solidification of that normalized relationship, right? And Yahya Sinwar looked at that calculation and knew that the Palestinians were written out of that completely. And that's how October 7 happened. And I think Israel also knew that October 7 was going to happen, right? It's impossible for them not to know with all their surveillance capabilities. But they were so hubristic as to, they were demonstrating such hubris that they thought, oh, it'll be fine. We'll use this as an opportunity to finally fucking purge all of the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip and solidify our control over the West Bank and move on with our greater Israel project. And no one will stand in our way because this will give us the just cause to do it. And they made an error. Yahya Sinwar's error was that he thought that this would actually lead. Yahya Sinwar's error was he thought that Iran would be backed into a corner and would not demonstrate the restraint that they did, because they would recognize that their regional assets will be destroyed in the process. And they will have a much weaker position, so they'll be forced into action against Israel, doing what they're doing right now, but, a couple months into October 7, right? That didn't happen. Hassan Nasrallah didn't commit to the same degree, and neither did Iran. And in the process, the decades-long campaign of building this axis of resistance was slowly but surely picked apart piece by piece with, endless American munitions. I think historians in the future will look back at this moment as the pivot point. Almost the entire Middle East has been set alight. Yahya Sinwar's premonition of a regional religious war that would burn everything green and dry has come to pass. This is a real turning point, unlike Charlie Kirk's assassination.
In the Gulf, in Gulf states, if we go after desalination plants, they'll go after desalination plants in places like Saudi Arabia and Israel itself. I think the Israelis have 4 or 5 big desalination plants that they depend heavily on. And I think the Iranians will be incentivized to take them out if we, or the Israelis, or both of us, go after their desalination plants. So you can see that as we go up the escalation ladder, the Iranians will go up with us. And I don't see how you can make the case that we have escalation dominance in any meaningful way.
Yeah, this analysis is pretty sound. I read this already, talking about Yahya Sinwar and what the calculation was from his perspective.
Especially when you take into account the fact that the historical record is quite clear here that countries can suffer enormous amounts of punishment in these sorts of air campaigns, and the population does not rise up against the government and overthrow it. And in fact, what happens in most of those cases, if not all those cases, is that the population rallies around the flag. So if we think, or the Israelis think, that killing Iranian civilians is going to put pressure on...
This is the same shit Jiang says, but because he says the Illuminati word, he's a crank. Yes, brother, exactly. Because his analysis is not backed by solid fundamentals. Yes. And if your analysis is not backed by a solid fundamentals or anchored by like a understandable, decipherable worldview that still pertains to the material realities, and instead a whole bunch of hokum like Illuminati shit, then yeah, you're a crank. It's so ridiculous that there are still, predictive history defenders here after he literally has said things like, Jews are responsible for Islam and that, Iran is going to do Pax Islamica. He's like 90% of the way there. He's always like, he delivers a very convincing response. His predictions actually are not that different from the things that I have said as well. But then the last fucking 10% of his analysis is fucking insane. You can arrive at a correct assessment while still, it's like Alex Jones, okay? Alex Jones is right when he said attack helicopters and people are going to get black bagged and put inside of FEMA facilities. He was right about that. Mass surveillance, he was right about that. But whatever the fuck he was anchoring his opinion off of was like lizard people, okay? And of course, that's the reason why in a long enough timeline, you watch him unwind and you watch him fucking come up with like insane, grand, fabulous conspiracies that are totally ridiculous.
The government quit the war. I think that's
such an uncharitable reading. You've literally been catching up to Jiang. I've been catching up to Jiang, 31-month subscriber. You are literally getting mad at Jiang clips the same way people clip you. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have to purge this community of all of the fucking Jimmy Dore style freaks, please. Oh my God. I just need a whiteboard, I think. That'll be incredibly convincing for these guys. Maybe our community is actually kind of dumb. Yes, there are. This community is comprised of people that are heterodox thinkers, okay? Because socialism, communism, anarchism in the Western world is not a normal ideology that people share, okay? It's not the same as China, okay, where the norm is to be like, yeah, I'm learning about Marxist-Leninism in college. I'm living in a country that is controlled by a communist party. We live in the heart of capital. We live in the heart of capitalism. And therefore, a lot of people, if they don't anchor their worldview in dialectical materialism, end up finding themselves in the throes of cranks. Okay? And this is a very large community, that has, you know, a lot of unorthodox values, and therefore some of them are finding themselves in the throes of the people who don't offer all of the soundest analysis. I admit he gets into crazy ideas in history class, but they are silly, but the analysis is good. Okay. I've been saying Zhang is like the Joe Rogan of Geopol, dumb guy, smart guy, and you collabing with him would unironically bring a ton of new people open to 101 radicalization. I mean, I want to talk to him. I've reached out to him because I want to understand like where he's coming from, because like from what I understand, yeah, like this one is crazy. He said Israel and Germany are going to be the great superpowers. America done. China done. The next great empires, Germany, Japan, Israel. Not because they're powerful now, but because they've been destroyed before. Humiliation is the greatest teacher in history. The nations that suffer the most are building the world that comes next. In a lot of these circumstances, like, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of those Twitter accounts, right? It reminds me of those Twitter accounts that make predictions, right? Like a million predictions, and then delete the predictions that they made that look silly. Okay, do you understand? Because the predictions that are made that are silly can always be deleted. Or in this case, if you have a faucet of videos that you're putting out there that are reaching like peak virality because all the right ones are reaching people's attention, right? Like Nick Fuentes does this very well too. Nick Fuentes one week will say Jeffrey Epstein was based, and the next week that he'll come out and be like, I'm done with Donald Trump because he's Jeffrey Epstein's slave. People see the first video, they don't see the second one, or people see the second video, they don't see the first one, and they go, wow, this Nick Fuentes guy is kind of based. People do this all the time, okay? I like his content. I think he's very entertaining. Can you steel man Zhang's argument about there not being enough evidence to prove that the Holocaust happened? I didn't even know that he had a fucking video where he was denying the Holocaust. One of the most well-documented atrocities on the fucking planet. That is insane. What? And you are exaggerating again? I didn't even say he has a video such as that. I'm just responding to what someone told me in the chat.
Of the Jewish race in Europe, okay? So we don't actually have any concrete evidence for the Holocaust, okay? So one piece of evidence for
I knew there was something up when he said secret societies in the interview with Cristobal on Breaking Points. If I learned one thing this year, right?
I need to see the full video. As a person who watched Zhang's lectures for hours, he's definitely cuckoo. If you watch the videos on religion and start a civilization, he equivocates religion and science. He's a master of mysticizing. He also does post hoc rationalization to readjust quite a bit after his predictions fail. I mean, I know he talked to Sneeko. He also talked to Richard Spencer. But like, I just thought that's because he's, you know, he's all over the place. He's just trying to get the word out to the best of his ability, and he's, you know, he's Chinese, so maybe he doesn't have internet, you know? That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, he probably don't have internet. Because like, this is the same dynamic with like, you know, the Bangladeshi unks, right? That I talk about all the time, the WhatsApp unks. They fucking love Nick Fuentes and they love Tucker Carlson. Because like, they don't see the stuff that Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson says about them. They only see the good stuff. They only see the stuff that they say about Israel. And they're like, oh shit, this guy's brilliant. This guy's really sticking it to the man, you know? So for a lot of people, they don't see the full scope of the commentary, and they just see bits and pieces, and they just get stuck on it, and they develop like a lot of, I guess in some ways, like a parasocial a parasocial association with this content. I don't want to do a takedown of Professor Zhang. I want to talk to Professor Zhang. I don't think he will talk to me because I have kind of called him a crank before, but it's just like, I know you were speaking as a hypothetical Nick Fuentes first-time watcher. Please clarify that you weren't saying you find Fuentes entertaining. I don't. I'm saying that other people only see certain clips, and then they find Nick Fuentes to be brilliant or entertaining or on their side because of the clips that they see. And people will say all these clips are out of context, except you fail to consider that I've talked to the people that have interviewed Professor Zhang. Shouldn't you know whether he's a Holocaust denier before asking him on? No. I'm competent enough to be able to have a conversation with someone if they say they're a Holocaust denier, to like ask them how the fuck they arrived at that conclusion.
There are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Soccer. Wow. Oh, dude, I fucking love cranks so much. Cranks are the best, dude. They are the best. Where is the lie? No, it's all correct. Yes. No, you're right. It's the Frankists. It's the Rothschilds, brother.
I'm not sure if this statistic is correct. You can tell me if this is correct or not, right? But apparently 20% of all American white girls in their 20s are on OnlyFans, something like that.
Oh, like what the fuck? What's the number of white women in their 20s in the USA? Let's see what that number is. White women represent roughly 56% of the 18 to 64 demographic. Come on, give me just a fucking number, man. Why can't you just spit out a number? Oh, this guy, this skeptics website did the math. Okay. What is this? I have not been able to find reliable statistics supporting the claim that 1 of 5 white American women in their 20s are on OnlyFans, either as creators or as users. Available statistics seem much smaller. For example, some estimates suggest about 2% of American women aged 18 to 45 are creators on OnlyFans, which is far below 20%. The platform reportedly has around 2 million creators worldwide, with the majority being women. If the 20% figure were true, it would imply millions of young American women in that demographic are creating OnlyFans content. Bro, I was excited when I first saw him and was talking about using game theory for predicting the future. I thought he was going to actually do some game theory, and it was just his speculations based on a lot of unconventional but true statements. The game theory is just a scenario with interests of some of the parties he lists beforehand. It sort of makes sense to the listener who is primed into believing his sensational speculations. I mean, yeah, if what is anchoring his worldview is like Frankists that control Israel and Jesuits that control the Catholic Church, the Vatican, and all this other stuff, like, yeah, of course he's gonna arrive at like some wildly speculative ideas as well. Please show chat what he means by Frankists. He's referring to an extinct Jewish heresy. Wait, why doesn't he believe in the Khazar theory? Frankism was a Sabbatean religious movement originating in Eastern Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. Created in Podolia, it was named after its founder, Jacob Frank. Frank completely rejected Jewish norms, preaching to his followers that they were obligated to transgress moral boundaries, embracing antinomianism. The Frankists were engaged in incest orgies and sex rituals, such as the infamous 1756 incident in Langstroon, where they were allegedly caught dancing around half-naked women, symbolizing the Shechnia. At his height, Frankism claimed perhaps 50,000 followers, primarily Jews living in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, as well as Iran is considering allowing a limited number of oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, provided that the oil cargo is traded in Chinese yuan. A senior Iranian official tells CNN. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, let's do the OnlyFans clip. Let's finish that.
I'm not sure if you've heard this, but just the idea that you have a percentage of American white girls in the 20s all on OnlyFans, that's just incredible to think about, okay? And you know, like the people joke that that's what America wants to do. America wants to liberate Iranian women so that they can go on OnlyFans and enjoy American corruption and decadence, all right? So
the statistic says on Google that for women aged 18 to 24, roughly 14% are active on OnlyFans. So that's 18 to 24, right? Imagine it's probably 20% or maybe 30% if you go up to 35, 40 years old. And the percentage of these women that are white, it's about 70%. So, and that's the narrative you're hearing from the Trump people. They're saying, oh, look, the libtards are getting owned. And they're posting images of Iranian girls stripping free of their niqab, their oppressive niqab, and now they're naked, which is so ridiculous because it's the conservative right saying the libtards are mad that women are on OnlyFans.
Yeah. So again, OnlyFans, I think, is the best indicator of a society in decline, right? So the Roman Empire, when it declined, the main problem was that women refused to have children. And so everyone was freaking out, like, what can we do about it?
This is lower than the percentage of women in this age doing OnlyFans, according to a new study. What's the study, Ryan? What do you mean? The OnlyFans index.
They keep on the...
Professor Jiang says Islam was created by the Jews. I mean, Roman helmet guy is Professor Jiang, by the way, but of a different variety. So it's really ironic that he's mad at Professor Jiang when this is literally what Roman helmet guy is as well. Okay? He just does this for the Roman Empire. He's a crank as well, but for the fucking Roman Empire. The cranks are fighting amongst themselves.
And so they keep on the fight, even though they've lost the war against...
Why is the professor in quotation marks? Because he's not actually a professor. I think he's like an English teacher in high school in like Beijing. Yeah, he's not.
Romans, they will go into the Arabian desert where they will incubate a new religion called Islam, and they will prophesy the coming of the Messiah, who will turn out to be Muhammad, right? So at this point in history, the Jews must leave Jerusalem because the Romans basically kicked them out, and their religion will splinter into many different factions. And as we discussed, what will happen is those Jews who are most fanatical, they will escape into the Arabian desert and they will incubate Islam. And eventually, Islam will conquer the world. And at this point, they feel as though they've achieved...
Dude, okay. Everyone needs a Nation of Islam style theory. So Professor Jiang fills that void for people that are looking at the senseless bloodshed and trying to make sense of it, okay? Because, like, this is low-key, Dr. Yakub. Like, this is Dr. Yakub for swagged out white boys who are trying to make sense of why America and Israel are just, like, fucking dominating this region and pummeling it into oblivion, but refuse to base their analysis in any sort of, like, previous communist thought. I just want you all to know that no one knows who this guy is in China, and we're all laughing at you for listening to him. Okay, calm down. This guy is China's greatest mind.
The Messianic age, and they have returned to Jerusalem.
I don't think he has any good takes, Law. No, he does. He does. He absolutely does. We're just looking at all the bad takes in a row. That's why it's like hard to defend. The reason, if you are wondering why so many people, even in this fucking community, are like actively trying to ride for Dr. Jiang, is because he does have a lot of viral videos that are like pretty on the money with respect to like American ambitions in the region and how it's like failing. So, well, Jiang is more popular than you on Bilibili, so I agree with that disagree with that former chatter.
Now, the Jews believe that in the Messianic age, the Messiah will come, lead them to victory, bring all the Jews back to Jerusalem, and build the third temple, and usher in the Messianic age. Okay, and that's what they believe happened. And so this is the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, and this is meant to be the third temple. Over time, what will happen is they will change it to become a center of Islamic worship. But in the beginning, it was really the third temple.
I cannot believe that I literally sidestepped away from two actual brilliant thinkers that have spent a lifetime, Chris Hedges being a investigative reporter that has broke incredible fucking stories, and Professor Mersheimer, who is probably one of the most important realpolitik academics in the country, to literally watch Professor Jiang clip compilations. We are a deeply unserious community. What the fuck is wrong with me? And what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. We literally took this sidestep because someone literally said, Professor Jiang and Professor Mersheimer agree on everything. I'm so stupid. I'm going back to serious shit, please.
It's erroneous thinking.
Well, we tried that in Vietnam.
We tried it in Korea. If you ever look at what we did to North Korea during the Korean War, it's horrific. It's much worse than what we did in Vietnam. And then you go back to World War I, World War II. Excuse me, not World War I, World War II in Europe and World War II in East Asia against Japan. I mean, the number of people that we killed is just hard to believe. but it's very hard, if not impossible, to get.
I remembered I have free will. That's what happened. So I could lock
those
in
air campaigns to cause a government to quit.
Well, is there an example of an air campaign that does break a government? I don't think so. Historically, is there?
No, I think the only case you could make is the dropping 2 nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki on August 6th and August 9th got the Japanese to finally quit. The Japanese were at the edge of the cliff by August of 1945, and the question is what pushed them off the cliff. And some people would argue it was the 2 nuclear weapons on those 2 dates. I actually think that's not true. I think it was when the Russians came in on August 8th.
Yep.
Remember, the war in Europe is won on May 8th, 1945. And at Yalta, the Russians or the Soviets had said that they would come in 3 months after the war in Europe ended. In other words, they would come into the war against Japan.
I can't believe a 31-month subscriber said, I'm just catching up to Professor Jung's analysis. I'm sorry. Professor Mearsheimer, I can't take you seriously. You do not have a whiteboard where you're overemphasizing certain words and talking about the impact of Frankists.
3 months after the war in Europe ended. And the war in Europe ends on May 8th, 1945. And 3 months later, on August 8th, 1945, the Soviets invade against the Japanese Kwantung Army in Manchuria and quickly overrun it. I believe that it's the Soviet decision to attack Japan on August 8th, which is in between the 2 bombs on August 6th and August 9th, that is the critical factor that gets the Japanese to throw up their hands. But that's the only case you can make where one could say that air power helped a bit to end the war. But just quickly, Chris, on that case, because it's important to understand it, we start firebombing Japan on the evening of March 10th, 11th, 1945. And the first night that we firebombed Tokyo, this is March 10th, we kill more Japanese than are killed at either Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Just think about that. That's the first night we firebombed Tokyo. And then we're working our way down the list of large Japanese cities and firebombing them, murdering huge numbers of people. Just truly remarkable. And the Japanese don't quit. They don't quit until
Professor Mearsheimer, what is your estimate on the percentage of white women at in their 20s that are doing OnlyFans?
August. And that, of course, is when the 2 nuclear weapons are dropped and the Soviets come into the war. And that's sort of the coup de grace. But firebombing just didn't work. And it supports the basic point that I'm making, that you can murder. And this is really murder because you're purposely targeting civilians. You can murder huge numbers of civilians and it doesn't work. The historical record is remarkably clear on this. And here we are in Iran. We're not going to send ground forces in, right? We're going to rely on air power. We're going to bomb, and we're going to bomb Iran and win the war. We're going to create regime change without sending ground forces in. Just going to do it through the air. The historical record makes it unequivocally clear that this is almost impossible to do.
Yep.
Absent a miracle.
It's never happened. It has never happened. The closest association that you can make in recent history is Libya. And in Libya, you had popular mobilization of ground forces. So it wasn't the American military, but you had a popular mobilization. It has never happened. And it will never happen. That's not how things work.
Miracles. It's hard to get regime change, or impossible to get regime change using air power alone. You got to send boots. You got to put boots on the ground. This is what we did in Iraq. We had to invade Iraq to get regime change. And if you want regime change in Iran, you're going to have to invade that country. And that's not going to happen. Country is much too big. There are too many people. And furthermore, we've been there before. It doesn't work very well. And even Donald Trump is smart enough to know that sending an army into Iran would be a real prescription for disaster.
Let's talk about the economic impact of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, and just on the issue of desalination plants, having worked in Saudi Arabia. You take these out, you have a huge humanitarian crisis. I mean, cities like Riyadh are almost completely dependent on desalination.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
See, okay, going back to Professor Zhang, this is the type of shit that he says as well that is correct. He has talked about how the escalation ladder features America and Israel potentially hitting the Iranian desalination plants before it actually happened, and what Iran could do in retaliation, because anyone with like cursory understanding of the fucking region knows that, yeah, they don't have a lot of fresh water supply, and they rely heavily in Gulf nations, especially, even more so than Iran, in desalination plants. Obviously, Iran relies heavily on its desalination plants as well. But like, you know, it's stuff like that that make him come across as brilliant, right? That's it. That's what it is. That's why people who didn't know this stuff, if they encounter it for the first time ever from him, they go, oh my God, this guy's fucking brilliant. I never thought about that before. I never thought that this like desert land required desalination plants to keep up a fresh water supply for its fucking population. Okay? And that's the reason why they developed this like loyalty to him. I guess I kind of eat off of that a little bit too, because like a lot of the things that I explained to you guys is also things that you're encountering for the first time ever. So then you're like, wow, this guy's fucking brilliant. Why can other people not see what I'm seeing? And if you see the right clips, you also come in and you tune in and you see this shit and you go, wow, this guy's actually really smart about me as well. Okay? Other people don't see that. They only see, because I have a fucking mountain of haters, unlike anybody else after, 10 years of fucking doing this. Other people only see bad clips or things that are clipped out of context. And they go, oh, fuck this guy. This guy's a fucking idiot. This guy's stupid.
And the administration, the Trump administration, has told the Israelis to stay away from desalination plants. And we do not want to get into a war where both sides are attempting.
Wrong. Iran barely relies on desalination, around 3% of total supply. It doesn't matter. It's still, they do rely on desalination plants as well. Nowhere near to the same fucking degree as the Gulf states, but they still do. When you say barely and you say 3%, which I don't think it's 3%, but do you know what happens when 3% of the fresh water supply is taken out? And it's regional too. There are areas where there isn't access readily available to fresh water supplies. Do you know how fucking insane 3% is? 3% in a 90 million country, especially if you're looking at the region that relies on it, is millions of people that rely on it for their fresh water. It's crazy. Especially if there's no adequate way to reroute fresh water supply in the midst of a heavy, intense bombing campaign. I love you, but your war analysis is horrible. Oh.
To destroy the desalination plants on each side. This would not be good because, as you say, it would be, catastrophic disaster for the people in all of those countries in the Gulf region. And I believe it would have devastating effects inside Israel as well if the Iranians were able to take out those 4 or 5 desalination plants that the Israelis have. So I think that, for the time being anyway, we'll stay away from that. The economic consequences, have not been fully felt yet. And we'll see what happens with the passage of time. Very interestingly, the Iranians are still shipping oil out of the Gulf. Needless to say, Iranian tankers or tankers carrying Iranian oil are not going to be sunk by the Iranians, and they can make their way through the Straits of Hormuz. So the Iranians are still selling oil.
Which I think 80% of their seaborne oil goes to China. Is that correct?
I think that's right, yeah. But I think that if you look at China's present situation in terms of, how much oil it has in reserve, where it gets its additional oil from, China is not going to be hurt that much, at least initially, if the oil is cut off. It's Japan and South Korea that are going to be clobbered. Japan and South Korea are more dependent on oil coming out of the Gulf than the Chinese are. It's quite interesting here, Chris, but if you think about it, the Europeans are really going to be hurt badly if the oil is cut off for a sustained period of time. And you want to remember, the Europeans are already in trouble because they're not getting oil and gas in the way they used to from Russia. And now they're depending more on the United States and the Middle East. So if you cut off the flow of oil and gas from the Middle East to Europe, on top of the fact that all that oil and gas coming out of Russia has been curtailed, you could see with the European economies, which are already struggling, are going to be even in more trouble. So Europe is going to be hurt. It looks like Japan and South Korea are going to be hurt. And then there are countries, that are less developed, like Nigeria, that are going to pay a real price as a result of what's happening here. So the
Dog, they're sending 2,500 Marines to Hormuz. How is it not a war now? First of all, it's been a war. We are now 13 days into the war. Secondly, what the fuck are 2,500 Marines going to do? They're just going to get fucking killed. And it's not even, it's even higher than that. Yeah, we're sending 5,000 of our hardest dicked Marines into the region. They're going to seize control over Karg Island, okay? They're going to get deployed, and they're going to take it over, and these are some of the hardest cocked Marines we have, okay? Their dicks are so hard. They say slurs. They say the best slurs. They know slurs that you've never even thought about, okay? And they're going to come in, and they're going to, it's like a COD mission. It's a Battlefield 3 map. They've already played Battlefield 3. They're ready for it. They're eating all the best crayons. They're eating all the best Blue Chew. Their cocks are so hard. Hoorah. They're going to be deployed, and they're going to take it out. This is insane. As I've described earlier, you need a far, far larger troop deployment than 5,000 to overtake even the not just Karg Island, but also the Iranian coastline surrounding Karg Island. And before you do that, you also need to completely eviscerate the Iranian missile launching and drone launching capabilities before you can even make this deployment. It seems like that would be the entry point up the escalation ladder. But ultimately, for that to continue, if you deploy 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 soldiers into the Iranian coastline to achieve any sort of like military success in overtaking the Iranian coastline, let's say you actually destroyed, like completely destroyed, maintain air superiority, completely destroyed their like anti-air defense systems, and have complete air superiority over the Iranian coastline, and you're deploying these troops into the Iranian coastline and also Karg so you can take over the surrounding region. Okay, you still don't have you don't have a supply route that is clear that can directly feed into the front line. Okay, before you even establish a forward operating base, you need to do that. But let's say you did all that. Where do we go from there? Right? You can only maintain that position. It's not sustainable. You can maintain that position, let's say, for a limited amount of time. Like everything went super well. These are basically, these are the Terminator style Marines, and they just can fucking eat a Shahed drone in the face and survive somehow. Okay? How long can you hold that position? Iranian ground troops are deployed against you. Now you're fighting against them. How long can you hold it? What is Karg Island and why is it important? 90% of all oil that travels by sea goes through Karg Island. It's a tiny little island right on the coast of the Iranian shoreline, and all of the oil goes through Karg Island. It's unbelievable that they think this would look like anything different than sending some kind of destroyer to tow an oil tanker. It's even worse because now you have, combat casualties. All of the Iranian oil passes through Karg Island. But from that point onward, you have to increase the deployment, right? You have to increase from that point on, it's a full-blown boots on the ground military deployment, right? And then you run into the same exact problems that I've been explaining for the past month and explained to you earlier today. the Iranian topography, making it virtually impossible to fucking invade by land, the lack of supply routes to the front line, all of that comes into play. The 93 million people that live there, the areas, the population centers that are deeply nestled inside of these mountains. It's just impossible. It's completely impossible. It's a fucking death trap. They have to pull out before they do this.
Economic consequences, which are just beginning to be felt, could be significantly worse. And the consequences of this for the world.
It's not impossible, but you need real backing and smarts. No, chatter. It's impossible. There's nothing you can do. It's functionally impossible to secure a military victory by invading Iran this way. All you're doing is throwing troops into the fucking troop grinder.
The world economy could be catastrophic. And of course, the Trump administration fully understands that. They understand that, you know, to some extent, it's hard to predict exactly how this plays out. But they surely understand that you can tell plausible stories as to how this ends up being one giant nightmare. Again, it's not to say that will happen, but you can tell plausible stories about how this becomes a nightmare. You know, we go far enough up the escalation ladder, and the Iranians really go after the Gulf states and really go to great lengths to destroy their oil infrastructure and gas infrastructure. The consequences could be disastrous for everyone on the planet. And the Trump administration understands that. They don't want to take any chances here. This is why you see evidence that the Trump administration is looking for an off-ramp.
Well, the Iranians aren't going to give it to them, are they?
They'd be crazy to give it to them unless they get a good deal. You hardly see any talk about this in the mainstream media, but all of the talk revolving around the question of an off-ramp and ending this war has to do with how we think we fared in the end and how we think the Israelis fared in the end. In other words, the Israelis are fearful that if we cut a deal now without regime change or without destroying Iran, this will be a victory for Iran, and the Americans might be happy, but we're not happy. And President Trump and his people are thinking that given that we have the midterm elections coming up, the war is not going well, we have to end it. And even if we don't have a decisive victory, so be it. It's just important that we get this war put to bed and declare victory and then start worrying about the election in November. That's the way the discourse is evolving in the West. But
no, my uncle works at the Navy. He told me that the Navy only selected real gamers for this mission. Fake gamers like you could never conceive the tactical superiority inherent to our tactical capabilities as true gamers. Hassan, you don't understand. We're sending 2,000 A-rank jujutsu sorcerers. Oh, it's fucking over, dude. Iran gonna find out why we don't have healthcare. It turns out we didn't know why we didn't have healthcare. It was because we had 2,000 A-rank jujutsu sorcerers that we were holding captive at Fort Bragg, and now they're deployed.
Nobody seems to understand that to get the Iranians to quit, you have to offer them a deal that they find acceptable, because they're in the driver's seat now. The war is playing to their advantage. They've figured out that they have leverage over the United States.
Can you do a Connor second soon? I can make a PowerPoint.
And over Israel. The fact that they have all these ballistic missiles and all these drones, and they're operating in a target-rich environment. They understand that they don't want to quit here.
Yeah,
right?
we're sending our greatest sexual assaulters, domain expansion, rape, from Fort Bragg directly to Iran. Just look out, dude.
They want to use this capability to give them leverage. Now you say to yourself, leverage for what? Leverage to get a deal at the end of this conflict, to get some sort of arrangement put in place.
How old is the interview? It's 1 day old.
It leaves them much better off than they were before February 28th. So what exactly does that mean? First of all, they're going to want sanctions relief. They're going to want major sanctions relief. They're probably going to want reparations. And they're probably going to want some sort of arrangement that guarantees that the Israelis and the Americans can't pay them a return visit in 6 months or a year. Remember, last June, there was a war against Iran. And here we are in March with another war against Iran. This is, in less than 1 year, Iran has been attacked 2 times by the tag team. They don't want a third war. And the question is, how can they prevent a third war? How can they get these sanctions finally taken off of Iran? These are issues that they care greatly about.
Yep.
And when they negotiate an armistice or a peace agreement or some sort of deal to put an end to this war,
there isn't going to be a deal at any point. They're going to make us suffer deeply. This is existential. No, you're wrong. They will absolutely, once the Western world and the global energy markets have incurred a significant enough penalty that causes America to literally play ball with Iran as a sovereign state, they will absolutely take a deal. But the deterrence needs to be set. That's the calculation. Because if there isn't a significant enough penalty here for Israel and for America, and the greatest victory condition for Iran would most likely be, 1, the state surviving this, okay, intact, diminished, but still intact, and 2, America is forced to basically cut Israel out of the negotiations process or reassert its control over Israel in this negotiation process. That would be the victory condition for Iran. They absolutely will take a deal. It's just that they have to make sure that Americans understand that this is they're going to get out of this not just with like a bloody nose, but a really important lesson not to ever do this again. What happens when they go to the table for a deal and Israel, America tries decapitation operations again? Okay, back to square one, because square one is where Iran is comfortable. Square one means Strait of Hormuz is closed again. Iran doesn't have nukes, so it needs to establish deterrence through the nuke of the energy markets. Iran will have nukes, I think. Our 2,200 Marines are going. Ground invasion is ready. I suspect that, 1, you will see a nuclear Iran in this decade. If they survive this, if Israel and America don't somehow, I don't know, successfully destroy the Iranian state somehow, because, you know, there's still, even if it's unlikely, there's still an option, right? They could get, I don't know, they could actually do something crazy. They could get they could foment some kind of, popular mobilization. They could create like ethnic conflict, because you have to remember, like, Israel, its capacities are greatly over-exaggerated, and they certainly greatly over-exaggerated to the Americans as well, and that's part of the reason why we're in the situation to begin with. But Israel does have some access inside of the Iranian state. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't be shutting off the internet right now, right? Like, they would not be limiting Iranians' access to the internet. Like, there are still people that they could deploy. I'm sure there's still people that they could activate and certainly cause chaos internally. And right now, Iran is at a fragile state. Iran is absolutely in a fragile state. Let's be real. As far as their calculation goes, like, they have to maintain control over the government. I've said this over and over again. I keep stressing this. This is very important, because the one thing that will be the end of Iran is if there is a real popular mobilization, not just like Kurds here and there, but I'm talking like straight up everywhere in major city centers. People are just like taking to the streets. They're saying enough is enough. You know, we've been punished by you first, and now Israel and America because of you. All this stuff. Like, if Israel could activate enough people, this would be genuinely worrisome, because then Iran comes in, deploys the Basij forces, starts brutalizing the protesters, and then that only increases the anger and resentment from the people, and you don't want that. That's the victory condition for Israel.
We're going to have demands, and we're going to have to meet those demands. And if we don't meet those demands, they have an incentive to continue upping the ante until we do agree to certain of those demands. And this is why I say it's hard to see where the United States has a clear off-ramp today, because it's not just getting the Israelis on board with quitting this war. You have to work out a deal with the Iranians. And given the balance of what looks like the balance of power now between Iran on one side and the United States and the Israelis on the other side, in terms of the conduct of the war, they have no incentive to quit. They should continue to fight.
Let's talk about the consequences. Let's say this does become protracted, weeks, months. You use the word catastrophic. Paint a picture of what the global economy could look like.
Well, you could have a worldwide depression. You could have something less than that, like a worldwide recession that would have huge consequences for people all over the planet, especially in developing countries, less so in developed countries. But even in developed countries, it's quite clear that the importance of oil for running the international economy simply can't be underestimated. You know, it's very interesting, but for people who study grand strategy like I do, and you talk about what areas of the world matter to the United States, where are our vital interests at stake, almost everybody says that outside of the Western Hemisphere, East Asia and Europe matter enormously, and they have both mattered enormously over time, because that's where the other great powers are. But then the question is, why does the Persian Gulf, not the Middle East, but the Persian Gulf, why is the Persian Gulf considered to be the third most important or the third important strategic area? You can understand East Asia and you can understand Europe because that's where the great powers are. But why the Persian Gulf? And the answer, of course, is not because there's any great power in the Persian Gulf. There is not. It's because that's where the oil is. And we have long understood the centrality of oil, this natural resource, for fueling the international economy. And if something went catastrophically wrong with the flow of oil coming out of the Middle East, this would have disastrous consequences for the international economy. We've long understood this. And this is why we consider the Persian Gulf to be a vital strategic interest.
This is also literally the reason why for the past 47 years, we have tried to fuck up Iran for this exact moment, because we wanted to get ahead of this exact thing that's happening right now, never happening. That was the big threat. That was the big fear. Okay. That's why we did the sanctions. That's why we kept saying Iran is our greatest enemy. Iran is a major threat. Kamala Harris, if you recall, said Iran is our #1 threat. That's what Kamala Harris said. And people still try to tell me that fucking she wasn't a massive Zionist, a massive dick rider of Israel. Iran has never been a threat to the United States of America. Not even a little bit. Okay. It is one of the most ridiculous lies that America has told itself. You can talk about Iranian domestic repression all day, every day. Okay. That is not a threat to America. Okay. It's not. That's just seasoning that you're adding onto the pile to justify incursions, justify instability, justify destroying the state of Iran. That's it. Financial Times reports the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran has destroyed billions of dollars of Persian Gulf energy revenue. Citing estimates by the analytical firm Kepler, it reported that oil producers in the Persian Gulf region have lost about $15.1 billion in energy revenue since the start of the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran.
All of that tells you that if this war plays out in ways that you have a serious cutoff of the flow of oil out of the Gulf, or it's almost completely cut off, this will have disastrous consequences for the international
Hassan's still crashing out. What a surprise. Let's keep this one as a pet.
Economy. And
I want to know. I want to know what other incredible takes he has. Go on, Marines, destroy that shithole Iran.
Case of not being able to get gas for your car at a reasonable price. That'll be the least of our problems. The fact is that if you cut off the flow of oil from the Gulf, the effects of that will ripple throughout the economy. It will have a tremendous effect on the industrial base as a whole. It will have a tremendous effect on the cost of electricity. Inflation will go through the roof. Production will be curtailed in serious ways.
So explain why they chant death to America. Okay. The average American is actual livestock, straight up. that this is like effective propaganda for the average American. The reason why Iranians say Marg bar America, Marg bar Israel, okay, death to America, death to Israel, is because of all of the things that we've done to them, okay? They are not a threat to us, but we are a threat to them, okay? Whether it be the Iran-Iraq war, whether it be all of the crippling sanctions that have caused incalculable amounts of harm, not only to the Iranian economy, but just to like regular Iranian existence, whether it be Israel consistently engaging in assassinations on Iranian soil and refusing to allow Iran to have any sort of sovereignty whatsoever for the past fucking 47 years. At times, Israel has actually aided Iran as well, and ironically, so has Ronald Reagan. But you say they aren't a threat because they're not a threat. We actually have actively destabilized Iran. They have done nothing back to us in return for that destabilization. So yes, they can say death to America every day. That doesn't mean anything if they're not actually doing death to America. America, on the other hand, not only says death to Iran, but also follows through on that promise. We nuked Japan twice. Look at them. So they can't be an excuse. When I see stuff like this, I do understand why America and Americans must be brought to heel. I do get it, because we have eaten off of American exceptionalism for far too long. And it's actually pretty crazy to me that, like, even though they're putting ass to belt right now with the global energy markets and with, you know, American military installations in the region, there are still dumb fuck Americans who are like, well, we nuked Japan twice. Look at them. So that can't be an excuse. It's quite difficult for you to comprehend why people would understandably hate America or American instability that is, you know, destroyed or actively tried to destroy ass to belt. Yeah, sorry. Belt to ass. Hell yeah, brother. Brother, you don't understand. Your economy and my economy, our economy is in fucking tatters. America is not on top. Tens of billions of dollars in assets are destroyed by $10,000 drones. Okay? The Strait of Hormuz is closed. America's ass is so fucked right now by Iran that they can't even fucking seize Iranian oil tankers that are shipping oil to China. Ask yourself that question. Why is America not seizing Iranian oil tankers right now that are going to China? Why has Iran been able to close the Strait of Hormuz while simultaneously ship more oil to China? Well, your propaganda doesn't work on me. Brother, this is not propaganda. This is an accurate reflection of events that are unfolding. Just please ask yourself why this, ask yourself where the W is here for America. Not even for like regular Americans, ordinary Americans, because ordinary Americans don't even win when America is seemingly winning. Okay? Accurate in air quotes. I mean, if you choose to live in an alternative reality, events will always be confusing to you. You've taken the first step, okay? You've reached across the aisle. You're hearing from someone that you normally don't hear from. So I urge you to try and comprehend. If America and the American Navy is so superior, why is the Strait of Hormuz not open? If the United States of America's Navy is so powerful and we put belt to ass everywhere around the world, why is the American Navy currently not seizing Iranian oil tankers? We did this to the Russian oil tankers. We did this to Venezuela. Why can we not do it to Iran right now? Why is Iran crossing the Strait of Hormuz that it currently controls, okay, with Iranian oil tankers? It will be soon. Make sure you remember this. No, answer my question. Maybe it will be soon. Maybe something is something. Maybe there's going to be a dramatic shift in events, okay? But it hasn't happened thus far. So why hasn't it happened thus far? Because we need our Navy to keep pounding Iran, just like the Navy is not taking over any oil tankers right now. Why? Why are they not doing that? Why do we have to hastily pull our THAADs from South Korea into the Gulf? Why are we completely incapable of defending our own assets in the region? You got numerous American bases that have turned into a fucking crater at this point. The Bahrain one is just a crater. Why are American stratotankers falling out of the fucking sky in Iraq? Why are there 150 casualties so far that we know of? The number's probably larger than that. Why is gas so expensive if we're fucking dominating? We're bringing on a ship to clear them, lol. You know they have mines, right? Oh, they don't. I mean, they do, but they haven't deployed them. That was also a lie. How are Iranian oil tankers navigating the Strait of Hormuz if it's currently mined? Why is there no military analysis that says that the Strait of Hormuz is mined right now? Why do you think that Iran needs to mine the Strait of Hormuz to hold this 20-mile choke point when they can very clearly do it without mining it? Mining the Strait of Hormuz is a last-ditch effort. It's the last option. It's the nuclear option. The reason why they're not mining the Strait of Hormuz is because they can control the Strait of Hormuz without actually mining it at the time. Plus, they have to pass their own oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, as they are consistently doing. They struck Karg. Oh, shit. Footage shows Iranian missile purportedly striking Nevatim air base in southern Israel moments ago, and now chatters are saying we struck Karg. Oh, no. That is... This means the Iranian retaliation will be to strike the Gulf states. This also makes sense. Someone in the Gulf reached out to me literally 10 minutes ago and said that Qatar is actually evacuating certain areas right now. That means that they are going to, if we struck Karg, that means that they are going to strike back at regional oil refineries. 1 minute ago, Trump, at my direction, United States Central Command struck Karg Island. Ooh. Okay, maybe they will mine the Strait of Hormuz now. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. During my first term and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Oh, we are in the fucking end times, dude. Oh, buddy, we done did it now. Oh, buddy, oh, boy. Let's go to CNN. Let's see what they're fucking saying. Oh, my God, they're talking about fucking sports betting. Jesus Christ. Do we have an Al Jazeera live broadcast? Yeah. Qatar's defense ministry said it intercepted missile attack and evacuations have been carried out. It announced an interception early Saturday. Associated Press journalists in Doha heard explosions consistent with possible interceptions. The ministry said earlier that authorities are evacuating a number of areas as a temporary precaution without identifying the locations.
Media on Al Jazeera.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people.
I mean, this just happened. This just happened.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
Wait, what is on Karg Island? It's not on the Strait of Hormuz. Why is it important? Karg Island is the most consequential aspect of Iranian oil transfers. 90% of all of the oil tankers go through Karg Island. It's an incredibly important part of. It is an incredibly important part of the oil infrastructure that Iran has. Yeah, 90% of oil exports go through the port of Karg Island. I fear that in the next few hours, Trump is going to throw good money after bad, further digging himself into a self-inflicted hole. We will likely see oil prices beyond anything we have seen. This is a fuck you to China too, by the way. It's not just a fuck you to... This is not just consequential for Iran, especially given the Iranian retaliation. So who knows what will happen. But this is, this is a major escalation. All 3 Washington, D.C. airports have been shut down. Full ground stops, flights halted. Here, this is analysis from 6 hours ago about why America wants to seize Karg Island.
Miles off the coast of Iran, called Karg Island. What is its significance? And why are the US making plans to potentially try and seize it? Hi, my name is Mikey Kay from the BBC's Security Brief, also a former strategic military planner in the British military. So why is Karg Island so strategically important to the US? Why are the US trying to seize it? Well, this is why. 90% of Iran's export crude oil comes through that island. 90%. And the reason for that is it's effectively a terminal. And the terminal allows very large tankers that can carry up to 85 million gallons of oil to be able to come up to the terminal quite easily and then come back down the Persian Gulf and out of the Straits of Hormuz out to China. China is the main user of Iranian oil. So why else is it important? It's also the economic lifeline to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC. And if you take that island and you hold it, then you're effectively cutting off their lifeline, their ability to be able to conduct war. Now, there's been a lot of chatter, both in open source intelligence and online, about the Americans drawing up what's called a
this was an American Enterprise Institute plan that they are, I guess, initiating.
Of operations.
Very
CONOP.
stupid.
And a CONOP basically means different courses of action or different ways that the Americans could use their military capability to try and seize that island. So how does that work? Well, we all saw the 160th Night Stalkers in Venezuela. That wasn't just about a helicopter assault operation to pick up Maduro. There were a lot more capability and assets involved. You had suppression of enemy air defense. That's aircraft that effectively can look at the radars of anti-aircraft missiles, and basically as soon as the radar turns on, they can launch a missile off the rail to target that air defense system. You've then got intelligence, so Reapers, MQ-9 Reapers, drones effectively with really sharp electro-optic cameras and forward-looking infrared cameras that need to be able to sanitize the area. And then, of course, you have the helicopters themselves. The helicopters would need to be probably the MH-47 Chinook. That has the biggest range and also can carry the biggest troops. The troops involved would likely be Delta Force, which is the same unit that took part in the Maduro operation. And then you have the MH-60 Black Hawk helicopter. That's more about suppressing enemy fire. It's more about protecting the MH-47s as they take Delta Force and the Special Force operators in to seize the island. So how would that work? Well, it's 140 nautical miles from Karg Island to the coast of Kuwait. And helicopters generally travel at about 120 knots, which is 2 miles a minute. That makes it a 70-minute transit from the coast of Kuwait to Karg Island. However,
urgent warning circulated on RGC-affiliated Telegram channels targeting U.S. tech firms in the Gulf. An urgent warning to the employees of several major U.S. technology companies in the Persian Gulf region. Immediately evacuate your offices. Citizens and residents near these locations advised to stay away from the surrounding areas. The warning names offices of major technology firms, including Qualcomm, Adobe, Dell Technologies, Intel, Apple, Cisco Systems, Palo Alto Networks, Oracle, Salesforce, Amazon AWS, Microsoft, Google, Alphabet, and IBM in Dubai, Riyadh, Doha, Kuwait City, Manama, and locations in Oman. Employees are instructed to leave their workplaces immediately and avoid gathering near these sites. CNN, Iran is considering letting international oil tankers through trade. Yeah, this was earlier in the day. And then Trump's response to that was to bomb Karg Island, which once again is a majorly consequential, incredibly important part of Iran's
I want to ask you about this strike
oil production
on Karg Island that the U.S. president announced just a few
Iran's
minutes
going to retaliate with fucking
the United States.
Iran is going to retaliate through escalation, which means they're going to expand on the targets that they're hitting, and maybe even the Gulf refinery capabilities as well. You will see oil prices go up, and you will understand why this is the nuclear option from the American side.
But Iran, if you look at the map, Iran is really in control of that strait geographically, because some of that strait passes just almost through an indenture in the Iranian map, and they surround it from 3 areas there at that choke point. So they have lots of locations, lots of mountainous and very difficult geographic scenes there, and where they can launch from their attacks. So Kharj is very interesting because most of the Iranian oil is exported from there. But President Trump said that the attack has spared the oil facilities there. So the first stage for them is to weaken the military presence of the Iranians on Kharj Island. It's fascinating that they haven't done that from day one, because it's been almost more than 2 weeks now since the Iranians have been trying to prevent, or working very efficiently to prevent, the passage of oil from the Kharj Island. And that should have been the first target, according to military analysts, if you talk to them. To do this only today, we don't understand why it's done today, not before today. We know that Trump talks bombastically about any strike, and every day Trump says we have decimated Iran's power, military power, missiles and so on, and then the next day Iran is launching heavy missiles on Israel and other targets in the region. That language that Trump used today is not different from the language he's been using every single day: decimation, total obliteration. finishing Iran and so on, but it goes on. Iran goes on launching missiles and defying and fighting.
Mohammed Val in Tehran, thank you. Let's bring in John Holman now, who's standing by in Washington, D.C., for more on what the president had to say about this, because this is an escalation here, John, hitting these military targets on Kharg Island.
He waited for Friday, and the markets are closed.
Yeah, I've just been passing through the post that President Trump put out on Truth Social, the social media site that he prefers. And it seems that although he doesn't say it as many words, he's going to try and use this as a piece of leverage. I think the clue is when he says that he hasn't yet targeted the oil infrastructure on the island. He says that what the United States Central Command did is execute one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Kharg Island. So that's his words, obviously, and it remains unindependently verified. But he says that he hasn't wiped out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. So it seems that he's saying, and as you were saying, this is incredibly important, this island. It's been talked about since the start of the conflict because it is Iran's main crude export terminal, and it's responsible for the overwhelming majority of Iran's oil shipments. So from what President Trump is saying there, he's left that oil machinery alone for the moment, but it's undefended. And if Iran continues to obstruct ships going through the Straits of Hormuz, then they're going to do something with that oil infrastructure. So clearly trying to establish some leverage here. Of course, the context is that ships are not going through, in the majority, ships are not going through the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. That strait is more or less controlled by Iran. 1 in 5 of the world's oil barrels usually goes through it, and it's having a huge impact on energy markets across the world and on the United States as a consequence to that. So this is definitely a big play from President Trump.
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz and the energy infrastructure in it clearly becoming a primary battlefield in this conflict. John Holman, thank you very much for your reporting. Well, John was telling us about the president's Truth Social, but speaking within the last hour, U.S. President Donald Trump said that the war with Iran is not ending anytime soon.
Speaking with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and are your objectives the same in terms of ending the war?
Well, I think they might be a little different, I guess. You know, they're a different country than we are. But he will tell you there's never been a power like the power of the United States.
Do you think the war is likely to last?
I can't tell you that. I mean, I have my own idea, but what good does it do? It'll be as long as it's necessary. They've been decimated. Their country's in bad shape. The whole thing is collapsing. If you read some of the fake news, it's like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're not doing wonderfully. They're doing the opposite. They're doing as bad as you can have. I would say this. I won't give you time, but we're way ahead of schedule.
Meanwhile, Iran has launched another round of retaliatory strikes at Israel. Warning sirens have been sounding across the country all through Friday. Israel has intercepted a number of missiles, but falling debris and shrapnel have caused damage and sparked fires in several cities. Let's get more on the Iranian strikes in Israel from Rory Challens, who joins us from Jordan's capital, Amman. Rory, this is now into the 43rd or 46th wave.
Bannon happened to say this shit.
Scott Bessent just with the Wall Street Journal gave an interview.
All Chinese oil should be stopped, seized, or sent to the bottom of the Gulf of Oman. I mean, Steve Bannon is irrelevant.
Are going to continue to hit neighbors like UAE, where I am now, until you back down.
Yeah. So I don't know that this is going to be the thing that pushes them over. This is not their only oil part of their major part of their oil infrastructure there. It's an important one, but it's not the only part of the program. So I don't know if this is going to be enough. I mean, again, it is a very serious threat that I imagine that the regime there is going to take seriously, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The Strait of Hormuz is a extremely powerful chess piece for Iran to have.
Courtney Kube, Garrett Hake, and Keir Simmons, all for us tonight. We thank you. As the war rages on overseas tonight, we're following those 2 violent attacks here at home, both being investigated as possible acts of terror. The chilling new video tonight shows the suspect in the Michigan synagogue ramming, buying $2,000 worth of fireworks just 2 days before the attack. And tonight we're learning that suspect.
Okay,
this happened today. There was at least 2 earlier on that again struck at central Israel, and we were hearing of damage in Shoam, which is near Ben.
New message from IRGC. Yeah, I already covered this. Yeah, they gave a warning to all the American tech companies in the region.
Was lodged in the road, and emergency services were having to deal with that situation. And there was also damage reported in Holon and Yehud. So, yeah, it's been a busy day in Israel for these Iranian missiles coming in, as we have seen multiple days over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Rory, and as they deal with those incoming Iranian missiles, there is also, of course, the offensive
Is
that's
this
happening,
why your replies have been immaculate
Lebanon
since yesterday?
Israel.
Israeli data center got hit by Iran and not a single blue checkmark flood under any big tweet?
Yeah, well, this is a two-front war for Israel at the moment. It started off just against Iran,
is
of
that
course.
Real?
And
I haven't been looking at my replies. I don't think that's real.
Into the war, rockets came across the border from Hezbollah in Lebanon. And so now Israel is looking at expanding the ground offensive that it has launched against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. It's given evacuation warnings to anyone south of the Litani River. It's now expanded that evacuation to the next river system up from the Litani, basically pushing further and further away from the Lebanon-Israeli border. We are hearing that there are going to be new reservists called up, and that ground offensive is going to be pushed further and further into Lebanon. They're talking about into the heart of Lebanon. Now, the talk in Israel at the moment is that this is not going to be a short conflict. They're talking about how this is now going to be at least going as far as Passover next month. It could go further than that. The expectation is that the conflict with Iran might well be wrapped up sooner than the conflict against Hezbollah. Hezbollah is the time frame for that is looking pretty long term, and that of course has impacts on the home front in Israel, where these rockets are landing pretty much round the clock in these northern communities. The hope that those northern communities have in Israel is that as Hezbollah is pushed further away from the border, the rocket fire diminishes.
Rory Challens live in Amman, Jordan. Thank you, Rory. Across the Gulf, several countries say they've intercepted.
Bro, this is so funny. It's like when this shit happens, like people come in here and they're like, Trump bombed Kharg Island. Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Were killed after shrapnel from a drone interception fell in the Suhar Governorate. Another drone attack damaged fuel tanks at the port of Salalah. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry says its forces destroyed drones heading towards the Sheba oil field. In Bahrain, civil defense teams say they brought a fire under control. Iranian strike hit fuel storage tanks there. Malik Traina is live for us here in Doha. So, Malik, what can you tell us about these latest strikes?
We're monitoring the situation.
As these alerts came in.
Well, about an hour ago, the Ministry of Interior said that it was evacuating specific areas in Doha. Shortly after that, we got an alarm on our phone saying that there was a threat coming in. And to shelter in place, stay away from windows. The Al Jazeera Arabic camera just beside us in the sky saw the missile coming in and it being intercepted, a small explosion. It just goes to show you how this conflict is escalating. I mean, you talked about the 2 people that were killed in Oman, the debris that we saw from a drone in Dubai earlier today. In Bahrain, I mean, none of the Gulf countries have been spared from the retaliation attacks from Iran. But as Rory was saying, that this, Israeli officials are saying this could be a prolonged conflict. What we're hearing from President Trump saying, as long as necessary, or Iranian officials, this is what people do not want to hear in this region. People here want the situation, they want de-escalation, and they want an end to this wave of violence.
They do, Malik, and it appears as though they are still trying to figure out exactly how to do that. The Emir of Qatar spoke with the Sultan of Oman earlier today, and once again, the Gulf countries are trying to put up a unified front to try to end this aggression, but it doesn't appear that they're having any luck.
Well, I mean, this is what they're trying to do. Everyone's being impacted.
I saw a clip of you going in a veteran. I just want to say you're a piece of shit. Hope you choke on that food, fat ass.
Sultan of Oman.
Your mom is choking on my penis tonight.
Particularly Iran's brutal aggression, and the 2 stress the importance
just
of
like your
de-escalation
girlfriend did
and prioritizing
when you deployed.
Dialogue to enhance security in the region. And that's what everyone across the region, across the Gulf, want. They want wise minds to come to the negotiating table to discuss de-escalation and dialogue so that this violence will soon come to an end.
Malik Traina, live for us here in Doha. Thank you, Malik. An Israeli strike on the Lebanese city of Sidon has killed at least 8 people. The attack targeted a residential building on Friday. Blast debris also damaged surrounding buildings. Lebanon's health ministry says 9 others were wounded. And as these attacks continue, Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem says the armed group is fighting an existential battle with Israel.
We will stay strong on the battlefield, regardless of the sacrifices. We are ready until the end. Don't worry about us. Don't think that we will retreat because we are hurt. We will not retreat because our presence is at stake. This is an existential battle, not a limited or simple one.
Heidi Pett is live for us in Beirut. And Heidi, it is the people in Lebanon that are bearing the brunt of this conflict. As you
said Israel is trying to spark a civil war inside of Lebanon with the Lebanese army fighting against Hezbollah. They won't do that. The Lebanese army has already refused to fight against Hezbollah. They literally came out and said, why the fuck would we do that? We're not gonna serve the interests of a foreign invader to fight against our own citizens.
103 of them are children, and there are more than 1,900 people wounded. But as you mentioned, just in the last hour or so, we got an update from the Ministry of Health about just one strike in a village in the south called Burj Kalawiya. A primary healthcare centre was hit, and they say that those 12 people killed, they are doctors, nurses and paramedics. They say that that is an initial toll. They are still searching for some of the people missing in just that one strike. And so, these countrywide updates, they get issued once a day by the Ministry of Health. But you can see how deadly some of these individual airstrikes have been, not just across the south, but of course we are seeing airstrikes hitting across the capital. There were 4 in the southern suburbs of Beirut today. And in the early hours of dawn, there was an attempted assassination strike in an area far outside the southern suburbs. In fact, in a part of Beirut called Burj Hammoud in the northeastern suburbs. It has a largely Armenian Christian population, as opposed to, Israel says that it is targeting Hezbollah, which has this traditional Shia support base. But as we have seen and as we have been reporting on for at least a week now, these strikes are not just confined to the areas of the country where you would ordinarily find Hezbollah. And so that has made people very afraid. It's raising the level of community tensions. We've had drones and jets flying low and loud over the capital for at least 48 hours now. And so the level of fear here is really rising.
And made all the more difficult with hundreds of thousands of people on the move. Heidi, what can you tell us about the military campaign in the south of Israel pushing north into Lebanon? Where does that stand?
So we've seen them expanding these forced displacement orders that they have been issuing. In the last 24 hours, that has been extended. So previously it was just south of the Litani River. Now it has been expanded to the Zahrani River. So stretching, sometimes up to nearly 50 kilometers north of the Israeli border. And the fear here among the population, people in the south and all over the country, is that this will signal an expansion of the Israeli ground campaign in the south. Now, we know, they've been making small attempts, small advances, small incursions towards various villages and locations all along the southern border, sort of pushing in, testing the waters, taking positions. They have at times been engaged by Hezbollah, who have been firing rockets and anti-tank.
Breaking. 5 U.S. refueling planes struck and damaged at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to Wall Street Journal's reports. An Iranian missile strike hit Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, damaging 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes on the ground. The aircraft were damaged but not destroyed, and no one was killed in the strike. This brings the total of at least 7 U.S. refueling planes lost or damaged recently. Yep. They're not fully destroyed, right? So not 60 million, but at least another couple million there. Fantastic. Remember, each refueling plane is $60 million a pop.
When the aircraft get there, it's not like they're dropping off and then they're returning straight away. They would have to drop off, and then the MH-60s would likely go into what's called racetracks and orbits. Now, they would be there to lay down suppression of enemy fire in case there was Iranian Guard Corps on the island that were looking to defend it. So all in all, with a 70 nautical mile transit to Karg Island and a certain amount of loiter time, let's call it 40 minutes, and a 70 nautical mile transit back, that's 3 hours in the air. So we're now looking at refuel options. While there is an airbase, or certainly a runway on the island, there would be fuel at that airbase. But if I'm IRGC and I know the Americans were coming, I would probably contaminate that fuel. So as a US operational commander, I wouldn't trust it. But there is another option. Both these helicopters, the MH-47 and the MH-60, they have the ability to air-to-air refuel. What do the Iranians have that could potentially defend that island? Well, conventionally, they've got ballistic missiles and they've got anti-shipping missiles. But the problem with ballistic missiles is that you don't want to cause collateral damage to the oil export infrastructure on Karg Island. The Iranians are the masters at asymmetric warfare, asymmetry. So they don't want to destroy things, they want to degrade things. They want to draw this out for as long as possible. And they're using a low cost-benefit ratio. And what that means is that their equipment is very simple and it's mass produced and they can produce it easily. So in terms of an asymmetric threat, what does Iran have? Well, it's got what's called GOFAS. They're fast attack boats, fast attack craft. You might even see two people on a jet ski, one of them driving and one of them with a rocket-propelled grenade on the back. The point being is that they're hard to target and there can be lots of them. What else does it have? Well, it's got the Shahed 136 drone. That is ubiquitous. The Iranians are thought to have over 50,000 of these Shahed 136s. Once again, not hard to target as a singleton, but when you put them up in swarms, it can overwhelm air defenses. And then you've got mines. The problem with mines is that the Iranians have a lot of them. They're not particularly sophisticated, but what they do is they cause a massive problem for any US maritime patrol vessels coming into the area. And why is that? Well, because as soon as the Iranians say that they've mined Karg Island, it's then up to the US to prove that the Iranians haven't. And that takes a lot of time, manpower, and resource. The other thing as well is you've got tidal currents inside the Persian Gulf. So even if the US could clear a certain area of the ocean through mine clearance using mine hunters, the currents will then bring other mines back into that area. So there is actually no way on the map of being able to discern and protect a certain area where US vessels can go through. So does this idea of the US assaulting and seizing Karg Island bring in other players? Now, we already know that China are providing large cargo aircraft that have been coming into Iran post Operation Midnight Hammer in June 2025. What they've been bringing into Iran, we don't know. But there are ideas that it could be bringing in ballistic missile capability, surface-to-air missile capability, anti-shipping capability, and also radar systems that aren't as vulnerable to those suppression of enemy air defense aircraft than we think. So they're certainly supporting Iran right now. We know that the US is trying to degrade and destroy Iran's ability to make military capability, its defense industrial base. So if it can seize Karg Island, does it have the capability to defend it without damaging the infrastructure? And if it does, what is that going to do to global oil prices? And what's the potential for other actors, such as China, to get involved?
I know, it's crazy. I'm not here. I know. Well, we've gone up the escalation ladder now. While we were having this conference, these brainstorms are getting funnier every day. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. So let's talk about the escalation trap. So Robert Pape is the guy, right? Robert Pape is that dude. He is the guy who, if I'm not mistaken, coined it. And he had an interview with, I think, Breaking Points as well. Trump is trapped in an escalation nightmare. This is from a day ago with 800,000 views. Let's take a look.
Pape. He is a professor of political science at the University of Chicago, but he is also the author of The Escalation Trap, which is a Substack where there will be a link down in the description. All of you should go and subscribe right now. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So, sir, you are an expert, particularly in air power and in what you call the escalation trap. You studied, I think, every U.S. bombing campaign going back all the way to World War II, and you've talked
World War I.
World War I.
My book, Bombing to Win, goes back to World War I. I've spent years teaching for the U.S. Air Force, conventional targeting strategy in particular. I have spent 20 years modeling the bombing of Iran.
This video was not great. Wait, why? I just published a new essay in Foreign Affairs with an uncomfortable argument. Escalation in Iran war may actually be strengthening Iran. Iran's strategy is horizontal escalation, widening the conflict to shipping, energy markets, and regional partners. That shifts pressure onto the U.S. and its allies. History shows This is how stronger powers get pulled into wars they can't control. Some historians argue American power ultimately restores control. My research suggests escalation often traps great powers instead.
This is something I know quite a bit about. I also study economic sanctions, terrorism. So all of that is why I built the escalation trap, because those frameworks I've been using for so long for chiefs of staff of the Air Force, for White Houses and so forth, I thought really time to bring them to everybody.
Right, which is why you're such an important guest for us. And we do have some latest news before we get into some of your theory about the escalation.
He's the #1 air autist, bro.
Trap we want your reaction to.
Plain
Guys, let's
autist.
go ahead and put D1 up there on the screen. We have now seen an expansion of Iran declaring that U.S. and Israeli economic banking interests in the region are targets. We have seen this now repeatedly, sir, where we've moved from initial military targets to then the striking of either civilian infrastructure by the United States or Israel inside of Iran, now an expansion to the banking sector. So it does appear as if your theory about escalation and air power continues to spiral as this war now enters what's its 13th day now so far. So your reaction to this particular piece?
Yeah, this is confirmation of what I've been saying. So when states try to use air power alone to topple regimes, it has never, and I'm choosing my words carefully, never worked in over 100 years. And we've tried.
Okay, but like, even though two University of Chicago professors, both Mersheimer and Robert Pape, and numerous other analysts have said that, and numerous historians have said that air dominance alone and air warfare alone has never actually successfully yielded regime change. What do some random America-loving, America hoorah dipshits have to say on the internet? Because these guys are, what do they know? They've fucking written books about this. Lame, gay, woke. I'm illiterate, and I listen to Twitch streamers instead.
Many, many times. I'm glad to go through the cases, but what you get is often this lashback effect that you're not prepared for because you're overconfident. You think you're going to win quick and decisively, so you don't prepare for the worst cases. And now the worst cases are coming, and so we're always behind. Now, what Iran is specifically doing in this lashing back is a horizontal escalation concept. It's actually a concept called parallel attack that we developed in the 1990s in the Air Force to use with precision targeting. And so with precision targeting, and they have precision drones, so we're effectively seeing two precision air campaigns collide for the first time in history. So their precision air campaign against us is parallel bombing at the same time, multiple nodes, not one at a time like we did in World War II. They're hitting multiple nodes in a...
Nah, gang, you're wrong, bro. You don't know your shit, gang. Yeah, this guy doesn't either. Gangy, have you not thought about how America, the big bad, is actually, they have a contingency. They planned it out. What, you think America didn't plan this out? It takes time, gang.
Network. They're treating their enemy as a system like we taught in the 90s to treat others as a system. You see, this is what their intel has been scooping up. They've been learning from us and studying how to do this. And now what they're doing is they're widening that horizontal escalation and those nodes, because the more nodes you can attack at the same time in parallel, the more system shock you produce. So what you are seeing is Trump has triggered a lashing back that is now producing system level shock. This is one of the things I explained. And that system level shock is not just in Iran. It's not even just in the region. It's now going global. And so this is really probably going to go down as the most disastrous air campaign in history. We're not quite there yet, but we're heading to major system shock, and the panic that everybody's talking about with Strait of Hormuz. This is just the beginning here. You see, there's no control. The biggest thing I want to say, and then I'll stop, is that we've lost control of escalation. You see, one of the things I'm trying to explain in these writings is that there's the illusion the attacker has control. And now you see, each time President Trump says he's about to stop the war, nobody listens listens anymore. Prices are going up. Nobody's paying attention because we all now know, whether we say it or not, he's losing control more and more to Iran and also more and more to the system shock. You see, actors are going their own way, and that's part of the system level shock that is occurring.
Well, let me get your reaction to some of what President Trump is specifically saying, because he paints a very different portrait, I would say, than what you're painting here for us, Professor. Put D2 up on the screen. He spoke with Axios. He told them in a phone interview yesterday, the war with Iran will end soon because, quote, there is practically nothing left to target. Little this and that. Anytime I want it to end, it will end, he said during the 5-minute call. What is your reaction to his presentation of how this is all going?
Well, this is what I call...
It's so crazy that the U.S. Department of State has ordered non-emergency U.S. government employees and U.S. government employee family members to leave Oman due to safety risks. It's insane to me that we just keep literally prodding. And then we go, oops, hey, time to get out now. How are they going to get out? How is it safe to escape Oman right now? Shouldn't you have evacuated before you decided to hit the fucking, the escalation trap? Is so fucking stupid. We've done it. We've done it over and over again for the past 13 fucking days. Every goddamn day, there's a new thing. Every day. It's crazy. Oh, how could they have done this? How could they have closed the Strait of Hormuz? It's like, yeah, well, that's the one thing that they can do. Of course they're going to do it.
The victory narrative, but it's meeting escalation reality. And the reality is that he's one actor in the system now, but Iran is another actor who's actually driving the escalation pretty strongly. So if he's want to shut this war down, he's got to shut down the attacks on Iran. Well, he's already tried to break Iran. That's not working. So what's he going to give Iran to get them to stop? You see, he had a deal on the table the Friday before he started the bombing. He can't, I'd be very surprised and go back to that deal now. And then on top of that, imagine he could even get the Iranians to come back to a third round of negotiators, keeping in mind, we've killed the previous negotiators twice now. But keep in mind, let's say he pulls that out of the, how's he going to get Israel to stop killing the leaders the next time? You see, so is he going to slap sanctions on Israel and say, you kill more Iranian leaders? So he's got, and these are just, and I haven't even talked about the Gulf states and others and Russia. Oh my goodness gracious. So as this has become a system level problem, those actors multiply who have control and increasingly more control than the United States. So just imagine, I just named Iran, Israel, and Russia that he has to get to call this thing off. How's he going to do that exactly? What's the plan here?
Any idea what might be Iran's step on the escalation ladder? I mean, they've already said it. They're going to expand their targets to like American tech companies, and they're going to start bombing like office buildings of American tech companies. I'm actually surprised that they're not retaliating by hitting refineries at all. I guess they still want to be they still want to be a regional actor at the end of the day. But who knows? Yes, they struck. That was before Karg. I thought that was after Karg, but maybe it was before. But these sorts of, I mean, yeah, I think it was because Doha released an emergency. Like they did an emergency call and emergency evacuation even before they hit Karg, or before we found out that they hit Karg. So I guess their escalation in this situation would be to strike back at refineries, maybe some more American oil tankers that are stuck in the region, something like that. Of course, the problem is like you can't hit oil infrastructure of the United States really, because it's in the fucking United States. So all they can do is strike back at a piece of American capital.
Again, this is victory narrative We're in now the midst of escalation reality. And that victory narrative, we're just going to find fewer and fewer people paying any attention. They may listen. Trump loyalists may say they verbalize it, but that's like as if. You see, it's not real. And we all know that because the prices are going up. And then when the price of the gas is going up, everybody's going to know victory narrative is meeting escalation reality.
Very, very true. So let's turn to.
Yeah. Also, the markets are going to scream. Yeah. That's why they did it literally after market close on Friday, by the way. You know, if you're confused as to the timing of why we hit CARG, you know, it's because it's Friday. It's Friday afternoon, markets close, boom, we hit CARG. He's trying to soften the impact of, they took CARG Island. I don't think they took CARG Island. They just struck it. And even if they take, quote unquote, take CARG Island, it's going to be impossible to hold CARG Island. But I suspect that the reason why they're hitting it is because they want to soften their approach. They're hitting it ahead of time, and then maybe they're going to deploy troops there. But I don't think they have enough. I don't think they have enough troop deployment thus far to be able to go and take CARG Island. There's also people living on CARG Island.
To some of your own points here about the risk, guys.
I
Can
don't
we
know
put
if
his
they've been
slideshow
evacuated.
D4
Probably not.
up there on the screen? So you start with multiple risks that we are now seeing. Energy shock, about 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. If that flow is disrupted, even partially, the economic
8,000 people that live on CARG Island.
Shock would hit, obviously, the entire globe. Energy markets watching that. Risk number 2 is horizontal escalation, which I believe you've just talked about. Risk 3 is global infrastructure vulnerability. Risk 4 is military and economic strain. And risk 5 is strategic distraction. Can you just break some of that stuff down for us so we can get into it?
Yeah. So what you are seeing is not this disaster that is unfolding is multidimensional. Now, we've had disasters in the past, but they have been more or single dimensional. The reason I'm laying this out in threads here is because the threads allow us to see the different dimensions of the risk, and they're dimensions like a layer cake that are intersecting in real time, you see. And it's becoming, and the point on, you've laid out the risk, and I'll just mention the point on the distraction. As the risks come together, they overload us. We get overwhelmed. Well, that's why I put out these frameworks in the escalation trap and then tie them to the events that are occurring. Because as I have, over the years, I started to develop these when I taught for the U.S. Air Force, because I saw that in war, in crisis, people are overloaded. And that's when the frameworks, believe it or not, become the most important because they need those to make sense of this complex chaos. Otherwise, they're just bouncing all around, you see. So what you're seeing with that distraction is one of the most difficult challenges right now. It's not just that we have a lot coming in our Twitter feeds, our X feeds. That's not quite it. It's that there's multi-dimensions. So let's break them apart.
Okay, I get why you guys are saying this was not the best video. It's a little, it's a bit confusing and hard to follow. Maybe for me, I'm stupid, but anyway, I don't know where it'll go for the time being. This guy kind of mocks me, but here, let's get back to Mersheimer.
As I said, you could be in a global recession or a global depression, and people talk about that possibility all the time. And I want to be clear here. I'm not arguing, Chris, that this is going to happen. And in fact, I think that once it becomes clear that we're heading in that direction in a serious way, to put it in slightly different terms, once it becomes clear that we're heading for the edge of the cliff, I think the Trump administration will pull back. I think that President Trump and his lieutenants, who are not the world's greatest strategists, will understand clearly that we have to be very, very careful here because of what the consequences would be.
Let's talk about Russia and China. There have been reports, not surprising, that Russia is providing intelligence, maybe China too, to the Iranians, help with drone technology. This is, of course, what we have done against Russia in the war in Ukraine. Maybe you can just speculate a little bit on their role and the consequences for Russia and China?
Well, the first thing we should just talk about is the incentives that the Chinese and the Russians have to help Iran. And the fact is they have huge incentives, both of them, to help Iran and to do everything they can to make sure that the United States suffers a humiliating defeat in Iran. The United States is a mortal enemy of both Russia and China. And I believe that Putin and Xi Jinping fully understand this. I believe they don't say that publicly for diplomatic reasons. They're smart enough not to advertise just how.
Bro, Trump will get assassinated before he ends this war. I think the forces that are capable of conducting an assassination like that internally are the very same forces that are actually, let's just say, very excited at the prospect of destabilizing Iran, even if it destroys the global energy markets. Okay? Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's the same people, so I don't think they will be doing that anytime soon. If you want to think about it in terms of like the deep state, if you will, those are the same fucking people that love what Trump is doing currently.
Dangerous they think the United States is, but they surely understand that they're dealing with a country that's basically a rogue elephant that can't be trusted and is incredibly powerful. So seeing the United States pinned down and in serious trouble in Iran is to both.
I don't. Why do you care if Iran kills? Why do you care about Iran if it kills the global economy? Wait, what? Because I live on this planet? Like I don't live in a separate universe? What? I mean, I want conflict avoidance in general, right? I want conflict avoidance in general. The forces you mentioned, why do they care? What? Who want it destroyed? Okay, you're a bit confusing, or maybe a bit confused. I'm saying the average person and also even capital owners care if the global markets are on fire, everything's more expensive, there's a possible recession. The problem for the individuals that would have the capabilities of like assassinating the president from within, like the CIA or Mossad, let's say, just throwing some names out there for no particular reason. Well, those are the same. Those are the people that actually are in line with destroying everything as long as they can get their military goal accomplished, as long as they can get their military goal across, which is the destruction of, oh my God, dude, stop. This guy keeps spamming the same shit. Destroying Iran. Okay. In the middle of an interview, my colleague, U.S. Secretary Scott Bessent, is called away after a message in the White House Situation Room. Yeah, we saw this yesterday.
Both Russia and China's interests. Now, in terms of what the Russians and the Chinese are actually doing, there are limits to what they can do in terms of direct intervention. The last thing the Russians want to do, given that they're fighting this major war in Ukraine, is get bogged down in another war in Iran. So they're not going to get directly involved. And the Chinese don't have the power projection capability to do anything significantly to help Iran. They can't get involved directly either.
I agree, but chill with the anti-Semitism.
The Chinese are still helping Iran, and they're providing intelligence. By almost all accounts, the Russians are providing significant intelligence information to the Iranians that they're using for their advantage. It's quite clear that they've helped them with technology. There were all sorts of reports before the war started that the Chinese had sent in air defense missiles to Iran, and they had sent in a radar, a long-range radar that could track stealth aircraft. And that, coupled with the fact that the United States, that Russia is providing China with detailed intelligence information, has really helped the Iranians wage this war against Israel and the Gulf states and the United States military assets in the region. So they're helping for sure. And I think, very importantly, that as time goes by, Russian and Chinese assistance to Iran will grow. I think the problem that Israel faces in terms of destroying Iran as a functioning nation state will only increase with time, because I think the Chinese and the Russians will go to greater lengths in the future to help Iran than they have in the past. And as China in particular develops more power projection capability, and you want to remember China's building a blue water navy, and China's Belt and Road Initiative extends into the Middle East, I think you'll see the Chinese getting more and more involved in the politics of the Middle East and more involved in Iran. And they'll help Iran more than ever. And this will make it increasingly difficult for the United States and Israel to attack Iran, which in my humble opinion is certainly all for the good.
What is this going to do to the projection of U.S. power within the Middle East? These bases, as I pointed out in the introduction, were purportedly set up to protect countries like Qatar and Dubai. The opposite has happened. In fact, there are reports that most of the interceptors that the U.S. has are being shipped to Israel. How is that going to play out?
Well, I think you can tell two very different stories, Chris. First, you can tell the story that you were effectively telling, which is that we have turned these countries into giant magnets for Iranian ballistic missiles and drones because they're joined at the hip with us, and because we have all these military installations sprinkled inside of these Gulf states. When a war breaks out with Iran, the Iranians have a powerful incentive to target these Gulf states. Again, they become magnets for Iranian ballistic missiles and drones. And given that story, you would think when the war ends that what the Gulf states will do is put a lot of distance between themselves and the United States and tell the Iranians if there's another...
See, it's on magnets, not sponges. You were wrong again. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the proper analysis is to say they've become missiles magnets and not missile sponges.
Conflict, that they're staying out, they're not helping the United States. And they will not let the Americans use the bases on their territory, and maybe even they'll throw those bases out. That's one story you can tell. A different story, which points in exactly the opposite direction, is that when the war is over with, the Gulf states will move even closer to the United States and work closer with the United States to form a defensive shield against Iran, because this war will prove to the Gulf states just how dangerous Iran is. In this second story, Iran, not the United States, is the principal threat. In the first story, it's the United States, not Iran, that is the principal threat. I find it hard to say where the Gulf states will come down on.
I think it's the first story, not the second. I don't think they lean into, judging by what I have heard from the people I have spoken to, there is a likelihood that this is like their enough is enough moment, because they've eaten a lot of shit, right? I mean, Doha being struck by Israel was definitely a moment where a lot of Gulf states were like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Our partnership means nothing. At least with like Chinese partnerships, you get stability as opposed to instability that turns your countries into, as Mersheimer says, missile magnets. So
this one, when the war ends. But I do think there was evidence even before the war started that the Gulf states were moving away from the United States. I think if you look at the Saudis, they had serious doubts. This is before February 28th, as to whether the United States was a reliable ally. As I'm sure you remember.
Wait, to clarify, do you mean the Arab states are done with the U.S.? I think, well, it entirely depends on which way the winds blow here, but I think they don't want to be, I don't think they want to be partnered with the United States anymore. It would be incredibly idiotic for them to continue seeking an arrangement where the United States doesn't offer them any help whatsoever, and also simultaneously will act out Israel's desires, and Israel's desires do mean diminishing the power, the regional power of the Gulf states.
Remember, the Saudis formed a strategic partnership with Pakistan. And Pakistan literally said it would put its nuclear umbrella over Saudi Arabia. And now the Turks are trying to help, or trying to join that Saudi-Pakistani alliance, make it triangular, because the Turks are worried about the Americans as well. The Turks and the Saudis see that the Americans and the Israelis are a tag team. And
yeah, a couple major pivot points was first, America allowing Al Udeid to be struck, but that was fine. That wasn't that big of a deal. It was symbolic, right? That was from Iran. Then a major pivot point for Doha getting struck by Israel. Then, and this sounds really fucking stupid, but I think Mike Huckabee, before this armada, while this armada is forming in the region, Mike Huckabee coming out and saying Israel has a right to do the Greater Israel Project. That also, I think, terrified a bunch of fucking people. And now that now that these countries have, America's withdrawn from these countries and they're just eating missiles nonstop, I feel like, it's not, you're underselling the Huckabee line, to be honest. I mean, yeah, it's just such an insane thing that he said as the American ambassador to Israel. Witness testimonies from Karg Island, as Trump says all military infrastructure obliterated. Hello, my family lives in Karg. The sound of explosions was terrifying. More than 10 to 15 explosions at 2 o'clock. Karg is a small island and its sound spreads everywhere. Even several of our relatives who are not from Karg but live in the port cities of Bushehr province said the tremors reached here as well. I got this information by phone from my family. Hello? One of the guys just called and said they hid in a way that everything exploded. Apparently they used bunker busters so much that they reported Ganave near Karg trembled. They say it's hell broken loose. My brother's in Karg. He says they have been hitting continuously for about 2 hours and the sound of explosions does not stop. He's at the oil site and stayed in the dormitory tonight. It seems, as Trump said, military areas have been hit. So Karg Island has like a tiny military barrack installation. It's a massive island. I mean, it's a fairly large island. 8,000 people live on it, but it has like a small, military barracks, which I suspect the Iranian government already cleared. There's not a high likelihood that they were just sitting inside of those barracks, as Donald Trump has been actively talking about striking Karg Island. So I suspect the reason why they're blowing up the military installation on the island, which is again tiny, and I suspect the troops have been dispersed already, is because they are softening it up for a potential invasion. Problem here, once again, is you take Karg Island, but how do you maintain Karg Island? You prep it to land troops, right? Israel style. You blow it up ahead of time. You can't blow up the oil infrastructure, though, because then it's fucked. If this is an American campaign, they're not blowing up the oil infrastructure because they want the oil infrastructure, right? So then they land on the island. How do they hold the island? At what point does the Iranian side start also using more than just like small arms with the troops that are on the island? Yeah, by the way, there's 8,000 people that live on the island. There's houses, like there's civilians that live on. Most of the island is civilians. But even if they take on the island, even if they invade the island, how are you going to hold it? Especially if you don't hold the shoreline and you don't have complete air superiority. I don't even know how they actually invade the island without complete air superiority. That's another question, because there is no naval support. There's no consistent aerial support. Even if they have air cover, that's still risky. Even if they have air cover, that's still risky to land.
The year was 1988. This future president, Donald Trump, was selling a book called The Art of the Deal. He gave an interview to a British newspaper, at which time you talked about Iran. You said we have to win back respect for America on the world stage, and you had stern words for the Islamic Republic. You said they've been beating us up psychologically, making us look like a bunch of fools. One bullet shot of one of our men or ships, I'd do a number on Karg Island. I'd go in and I'd take it. Now here in 2026,
unbelievable.
You are president. Are you thinking about taking Karg Island, where 90% of the Iranian oil goes through? And what do you think about? Do you remember that interview and that school of thought?
Yeah, but Brian, I can't answer a question like that. You shouldn't ask it. You shouldn't be even asking it. It's one of so many different things. It's not high on the list, but it's one of so many different things. And I can change my mind in seconds. But, you know, for you to ask a question, who would answer a question like that? I mean, you're asking me a question, Karg Island, okay, everything. Who would ask a question like that? And what fool would answer it, okay? Let's say I was going to do it.
Brian killed himself after this. Brian, kill me. Mr. President, please. Mr. President, please don't.
Or let's say I wasn't going to do it. What would I tell you? Oh, yes, Brian, I'm thinking about doing it. Let me let you know what time and when it'll take place. It's not, you know, it's sort of a foolish question. A little surprising for you because you're a smart man.
I am, but you were just pretty amazing that you thought about it in 1988.
Oh my God! He's like, well, I just wanted to give you praise of your foresight.
Well, I did, but I thought.
Oh my God! He's so mad. This makes sense because he was planning on doing it at market close, and only a couple hours prior, Brian Kilmeade is on the fucking radio show, straight up asking him exactly what he's gonna do. Moments ago, at my direction, we already covered it. That's so
about
funny.
A lot of other things. You know what else I thought about a long time before it happened? 1 year before it happened, almost exactly, is Osama bin Laden. I said, you have to go out and kill Osama bin Laden. He's big trouble. Kill him.
Right.
Nobody did anything. A year later, he knocked down the World Trade Center.
Let's talk about China. It turns out.
Oh my God. It's funny that Brian Kilmeade, accidentally did journalism, by the way. Where he was like, well, here's a quote from 1988 where he said you want to strike Karg Island. Is this actually in the cards? And he got so mad. He's like, shut the fuck up, Brian, you fucking idiot. Why would you fucking ask me such a stupid fucking question right before I'm definitely not going to strike Karg Island?
Did you know that? It was in a book. Did you know that I wrote it in a book?
Yeah, I did.
One of my many bestsellers. I said, go get Osama bin Laden. And he said, because I saw him interviewed. And I said, wow, that guy's trouble. And I said, you better go get him. And 1 year before he knocked down the World Trade Center, and you know that Clinton had a chance to get him?
Yep.
And didn't do it.
And he thought he would be accused of doing a wag the dog thing. Yep. And but hey, I want to talk about China. Do you realize?
Few things about Karg Island that folks might not be aware of. It was built in 1960 by Shell. I almost mentioned it in my book, but cut the reference for length. It is Iran's principal crude export terminal, but it's not the only one. There are 5 others. Its value comes from its VLCC berths and its proximity to Iran's major oil fields. It is fed by a pair of pipelines to the coast. If it were lost, Iran would have other means of exporting oil. It has no other value. Expect its importance as Iranian sovereign territory. He means accept, right? Am I reading that wrong? Or did he actually type expect instead of accept? Why is he lying for no reason other than, why is he lying for no reason about predicting 9/11? Bro thinks he's LeBron. He is. He's LeBron James, dude. He's the real LeBron James.
At least, but even the Americans are willing to use military force.
Does Shell still have control over it? Brother, Shell does not have control over it. This is Iran we're talking about, man.
Force very liberally in the region. And who's to say they won't use it against a Gulf state? You remember that the Israelis actually attacked Qatar in the past year. That had a shocking effect on countries in the Gulf. The Israelis, right, who are joined at the hip with the Americans, attacked Qatar. What does that tell you? Are we safe? Are the Americans going to protect us? They didn't protect Qatar from an Israeli attack. So I think even before February 28th, these countries were getting skittish, and certainly after February 28th. Because you want to remember here, as we were talking about earlier in the show, if the Iranians really unleash the dogs and really go after the Gulf states, they go after the desalination plants and they go after the oil infrastructure and they try to destroy those sites completely, you're basically talking about destroying those countries. It's not clear that they can survive after that. The damage would be literally catastrophic. And what I'm saying is this is a real possibility. So you see what your close alliance with the United States has done for you. So you would think that this would at least to some degree push them away from reliance on the United States. because it seems to me that it is the United States, not Iran, that's the principal threat. But as I said, you could make the opposite argument.
Well, there must be a deep feeling of betrayal. They weren't consulted. They weren't part of the decision process, and they're paying a horrific price.
Absolutely. But as we know, the Trump administration doesn't really care what its allies think. The Trump administration does what it wants. President Trump is, not into, he's not into taking the allies' interests into account. He's a unilateralist par excellence.
Yeah, only one ally's interest is taken into account. It's the only country that matters. The beautiful nation state of Israel.
He does whatever he wants. And I think, as I've said on numerous occasions, he treats allies worse than he treats adversaries.
So, John, let me just close by asking you about the effects on Israel. There's heavy military censorship. You're not allowed to film the aftermath of strikes. The interceptors apparently cannot do much against Iranian hypersonic missiles, which they have held in reserve. What do you see happening in Israel?
Well, as I said before, it's important to understand that in the initial week or so of this conflict, the Iranians have concentrated more on attacking the Gulf states and the American military assets in the Gulf states than they have focused on Israel. And they now have indicated that they're going to turn their attention.
Trump treating Qatar like he treats Tiffany, shaking my head. And just like Tiffany, what do I always say? Qatar is the pearl of the Gulf, and Tiffany is the pearl of the Trump daughters.
To mainly attacking Israel. And it's very hard to determine what's been done so far to Israel, what sorts of damage the Iranians have done to Israel because of the censorship, as you described it. It's really quite remarkable how tight and effective the censorship has been. But I would imagine that quite a bit of damage has already been done, even though the Iranians have not been focusing on Israel per se. But with the passage of time, I believe more and more damage will be done. I believe the Iranians have the assets to attack Israel and to do great damage. And as you and I both know, Israel is a postage stamp sized state. It's a small state, and the Iranians, with all those ballistic missiles and drones, can do a substantial amount of damage, especially if this war becomes a protracted conflict. So I think that Israel is going to suffer. And I think the fact that Israel is constantly at war against its neighbors, and you want to remember the Israelis are now engaged with Hezbollah. They're not only fighting against Iran, they're fighting.
To be America's enemy is dangerous. To be America's friend is fatal. It's a often misattributed quote to Henry Kissinger, to the chatters who keep asking.
Against Hezbollah in a serious way as we speak. And of course, the genocide is ongoing in Gaza. So you have this multi-front war. There's no sign that it's ever going to end. As you and I both said, they're not going to destroy Iran. Iran is not going to disappear from the map. You're not, in all likelihood, going to get regime change. The person who's now in charge in Iran,
or Kissinger did say that, but it's out of context,
is more likely to pursue nuclear weapons than not. He's more inclined to pursue nuclear weapons, certainly, than his father was, who was the principal bloc against Iran getting nuclear weapons. So you can easily imagine a situation where Iran has nuclear weapons or is beginning to push down that road. And the question you have to ask yourself is, what effect is that going to have on Israeli society? If you're an Israeli citizen and you're constantly fighting these wars and you're running to bomb.
Nah, this is where he's wrong. I swear, dude, Israeli society is fucking insane, dude. Is there any new polling on this? Because, like, I've been checking the polls for, like, the last week, and it has not dropped off from 85%. This is the one aspect that I disagree with Mearsheimer on. Israeli society doesn't operate like a normal country anymore, okay? It's like it's the more they get bombed, the more they want to do the war. And part of that is because they have unlimited protection from America, right? So I think that's part of the reason. If their protective umbrella diminished and Israeli society started actually receiving the impact, because like think about it this way, they get like what 10 plus deaths in the last 13 days. Sometimes it's like an old person falling when they're trying to run to the bomb shelter. If those numbers actually reach like 100 or 200, maybe at that point there would be like real fear and it would cause them to potentially react differently. But so far, as long as they remain comfortable, yeah, most Israeli Jews support war against Iran, while most Israeli Arabs oppose. The survey reveals. It's not shocking. That's just how it is always in Israeli society. Zelensky moving Ukraine further from peace. Mr. President, Reza Pahlavi, you are the best president for Iran. Bro, he's always doing side missions, bro. It's so funny. He's like, he just tries to keep himself preoccupied with like every single no motion initiative that the American State Department is like half-heartedly engaged in. Like, bro, the CIA doesn't even give a shit about Reza Pahlavi. Why the fuck are you trying to make yourself a more reliable ally by going to him? It almost feels like he's keeping up with what the CIA wants by looking at Twitter or something. But the Twitter he's looking at is like a week old. Like he's not even up to date. They're not giving him any information at all. He's just trying to make himself look useful. Next week, he's going to meet with Machado. He's desperate for American arms to continue fighting the war. Can you blame him? Brother, what are we talking about? None of this matters. You think if he doesn't meet with Reza Pahlavi, that like America's going to be like, oh, we're not giving you arms anymore? What are you, fucking stupid? No, he's not getting arms because Israel's getting arms. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the only reason why he's not getting the arms that he needs. What, you think if he links up with fucking Maria Machado next week, they're going to be like, you know what? You know what? Good guy Zelensky. Time to send you all of our fucking remaining THAAD interceptors, dude. What are you talking about? No one gives a fuck about Reza Pahlavi. In the American State Department, no one gives a fuck about Reza Pahlavi. It proves what I just said. He's doing what he can. It might be fucking futile. It is futile. Everything he does is futile. What are you talking about? Like, America just offered sanctions relief to Russian energy. Trump fucking hates him anyway. He literally, what was smarter for him to do was like, try to explain to the Americans that they have like, drone defense technology that could be helpful in the Gulf, right? And because Trump hates him so much and he's such a fucking idiot that like they didn't even listen to him ahead of time. That's where he can make himself useful, cheering on a conflict that is giving a power with which his country is at war, Russia, upwards of an additional $50 billion a year. Social media made everyone really stupid, pure vibes. Yeah, he's just so cooked. And everybody always babies him like he's a little baby. Like, oh, what is he supposed to do? He's desperate. Well, he doesn't need to do this. I'll tell you that. Like, because this is not moving the needle in any direction, really. He just looks like he looks like a clown. Because do you see what I mean? Because like Reza Pahlavi is not an asset for America. America doesn't give a fuck about installing Reza Pahlavi. So you look like a clown. You look ridiculous. You look unserious. Israel's planning to seize an entire area of South Lebanon's Litani River in a massive ground invasion, Israeli and U.S. officials say to Axios. Wonderful. Yeah, never let a fucking crisis go to waste by Israel, by the way. They're just going to take more and more Lebanese territory in the process. Who hit back at Iran? Confirmed. Video verified by the New York Times shows ballistic missiles being launched from Bahrain towards Iran. What the New York Times notes is likely the first confirmed instance of an attack on Iran originating from a Persian Gulf country since the war began. Boom. New York Times outing Bahrain as being complicit before everybody goes, how dare you? How dare you strike back at the Gulf regions? I wonder why they're striking back at the Gulf regions, chat. U.S.-made HIMARS launcher was filmed firing missiles at Iran from Bahrain. Most of the Gulf states have denied that the U.S. has launched attacks from its soil against Iran. There were ATACMS in fucking Kuwait that they found too, by the way. Isn't it a week old or something? Yes, they're just coming in with confirmations now from the New York Times. It takes their sweet ass fucking time they're taking their sweet time to make these confirmations. But, you know, Also, breaking, Iran has fired missiles at U.S. bases in Bahrain. Loud impact and explosions seen in the footage attached. Strikes come after the New York Times confirmed earlier today that the U.S. launched attacks on Iran from Bahraini territory. No, this isn't all. This is new. Oof. Dude, people in Bahrain, why are they cheering? They fucking love this shit. I've yet to see a single video. They aren't celebrating. Yes, they are. They're Shia, and they are. The Formula One race in Bahrain is going to be fun. I think they're canceling it, right? There's no shot that the Formula One race is happening in the Gulf at all after this. They aren't celebrating. Okay. You know this is a death sentence, right? According to the government. Yeah, Formula One is canceled. Formula One set to cancel Bahrain and Saudi Arabian Grand Prix due to war in the Middle East as 2026 calendar to drop 22 races. Wait, why are they doing that? It just sucks that, again, we get to be so far removed from the consequences of our actions, you know? Yeah, U.S. sources confirm Bahrain has brought in Jordanian anti-riot troops to suppress protests over Washington's war with Iran and the kingdom's role in hosting U.S. military. It's the first time since the Arab Spring Bahrain has called in foreign forces. Dropped to 22 races, not dropping 22. Okay, my bad for all the Formula One freaks out there.
Shelters when either Hezbollah or Iran is lobbing missiles and shooting drones at you. What does this say about your future life there? And then when you begin to hypothesize a situation where maybe Iran has a nuclear weapon and you know Iran is a mortal enemy, and you've been telling yourself these stories for decades that Iran's principal goal is to eradicate you from the earth, and as soon as they get a nuclear weapon, they're going to attack you. I mean, isn't that going to incentivize you to leave the country? So I think Israel's future is very bleak here, and we haven't even begun to scratch the surface when you talk about the state of affairs in Israel, because there are just all sorts of other cleavages in this society that don't bode well for the future. So I think Israel is a country that's in real trouble. And I think the idea that they can get themselves out of trouble by fighting more and more wars is a fallacious argument. I think war has a corrupting effect on societies. I think the Founding Fathers fully understood that when they created this country, and they wanted to create a situation where we went to war as infrequently as possible, and that was wise thinking. I say this as a realist, IR theory person, right? I understand that war is an instrument of statecraft and that states sometimes go to war for good strategic reasons. But at the same time, I think you should go to enormous lengths to avoid going to war unless you absolutely have to. But Israel has the opposite view. It lives by the sword. And I think if you live by the sword, you turn yourself into a modern version of Sparta. The end result is not going to be happy.
Oh, we've done the same thing. I mean, we've eviscerated our diplomatic corps, militarized our embassies. And this predates Trump.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that if you are addicted to war, and you become a crusader state, which is what we have become, you're going to undermine liberalism at home. And I think we're doing exactly that. I think it's a tragedy what's happening to liberal values in the United States, the extent to which people like President Trump trample on the Constitution, trample on the rule of law, ignore Congress. I mean, I think it's terrible what's happening here. And I think it's due in good part.
It's funny that both Mearsheimer and Chris Hedges always has like an angry look on their face.
All these wars that we fight, as well as our attachment to Israel. You want to remember that we are joined at the hip with this new Sparta. And when you're joined at the hip with Sparta, Sparta's values are going to percolate into your body politic. So one does not want to underestimate the negative impact that Israel and the Israel lobby has on liberal values inside of the United States.
Great. Thanks, John. And I want to thank Diego, Sophia, Max, Victor, and Thomas, who produced the show.
New wave of missiles from Iran towards occupied Palestine just launched. to
it was loading
Al
in
Jazeera.
recent years about 1.3 to 1.5 million barrels a day, giving sanctions and everything. It also has a capacity of storage of about 28 to 30 million.
Reuters reports Qatari authorities evacuated government offices and a Google office. Authorities also evacuated parts of Doha's education city. Mohammed al-Bukaiti, Yemen has taken the decision to militarily stand alongside Iran, and the 0 hour will be announced at the appropriate time. I mean, Yemen has been hardening their positions for since the American Armada was moving in the direction. As someone from the global south, hear these people do announce in favor of liberalism. Do they understand it will always end like this? I'm glad they're burning. It's just so sad. I mean, there are values within liberalism that were clearly an evolution from what came before it. When he says it's trampling on liberalism, he's not wrong. Trampling on the Constitution. In theory, the Constitution has a bunch of good stuff in it too, right? I mean, I talk about it all the time, whether it be the First Amendment, whether it be due process. So in that circumstance, when he's talking about they're trampling on liberal principles because of our dangerous association with such a militant society that is illiberal, like Israel, what he means is all of the social freedoms that we have taken for granted. That's what he's talking about. And I don't disagree with that assessment at all. Houthis coming in on standby. Houthis have been on standby for the past week. This is fucking insane. They're threatening genocide openly. Axios, an Israeli official, we will do in Lebanon what we did in Gaza. I mean, Israel, man, what can you fucking say? They hate our freedoms is actually a good description of many pro-Israel people. It's true. Ironically enough, there's also this incredible interview that took place, apparently. Trump was talking about how he's woke on Iran.
I was a bit shocked, too. Everyone else in the world was this is the greatest thing. And I think what you're doing is phenomenal. And I was shocked that so many activists, in America, didn't like it. But meanwhile, they're oh, well, we support women. We want women to have.
Jake, you don't support women. What are you talking about? It's so funny that these guys are doing oh, we're bombing Iran, but wokely. We're bombing Iran into woke. Who is this fucking for, man? Does this even work for anybody at this point? I feel like they're just running the same route over and over again. You got to have the same level of CTE that Jake Paul has to listen to Jake Paul go, yeah, we're bombing Iran because they're not woke or they hate the gays. You have to have the same exact level of CTE and brain damage to be yeah, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, that doesn't. That's fucking stupid.
All these rights. Meanwhile, you're liberating the women of Iran. And
yeah, from their fucking bodies, dude. From their lives, from their livelihood.
Then they have an issue with it. I thought that was very confusing.
We support gays, but they throw gays off the buildings, okay? We support this. I mean, the things they do, and they're fighting. But I think I have tremendous support on this. This is something that's been incredible.
You don't. I don't know how hermetically sealed Donald Trump is at any given moment, but considering the fact that he keeps talking about how the news media is lying, they're lying about it, they're saying it's bad, I suspect that he's reading the reports. Right? I suspect that he has been reading the reports. I suspect that he is aware that the war is not popular. I suspect he's getting phone calls from at least a couple wealthy people, right?
The best poll numbers I've ever had now.
Yeah.
And it's not because of this. I think we've just, the economy is great. It's a little bit of we take a little winding road for a little while, but we have to wipe out the evil. It's an evil curse. They're evil people.
I was a bit shocked too. Everyone else in the world was this is the greatest thing. And
meanwhile, at home, we literally just made we made it legal for ICE agents to round up trans citizens just because they look trans, and we're stripping trans people's identification and right of mobility. These projecting fucks. Yeah, I mean, but that's good. Also, we can do whatever we want to gay people and women. We just don't like it when we suspect our enemies of doing it. By ordering strikes on Clark Island, Trump has done something both Jimmy Carter during the 1979 Iran hostage crisis and his successor Ronald Reagan during the 1980 Iran-Iraq tanker war had refrained from doing. Prioritize protecting shipping and targeting Iranian vessels missile batteries, leaving Karg untouched. Trump loves this sort of shit, though. He loves this kind of escalation. He thinks that makes him look powerful. And clearly, he does not think about what will happen in retaliation. I have a very hard time believing that they've like deteriorated the Iranian strike capabilities to such a degree that they feel like they can just accomplish this mission.
It's true. We will be able to hit the boats, and we will not lose the battle. It's not an issue of losing the battle. It's an issue of it could well be costly. Amphibious operations are simply that. But there's a bigger point I want to make besides simply it could well be costly, which is that strategically taking Karg, seizing it means taking Iran's oil off the global market, because Karg is a choke point for Iran's export of oil. Well, is that really going to work in America's advantage? I'm skeptical, because right now Iran. Oh, go ahead.
No, please go ahead with your point.
Yeah, so right now, Iran has adopted a long war horizontal escalation strategy that's leading to a shock, an oil shock where prices are going up. Well, if America takes more oil off the market, now takes Iran's oil off the market, this is going to cause more shortages. It's going to reduce the supply. And
Tucker Carlson in Iran, Trump is being shown polling that this war is like a 90-10 win for him. No, that's not true. Tucker Carlson is wrong.
It happened.
Okay.
As I said,
he's just wrong. He just says shit sometimes. This is one of those moments. Okay. Trump is not getting polling that shows that he's 90-10 popular on this war. That's not true. You want to know why I know that? Because he keeps fucking tweeting about how we're winning and we're winning big and we're going to continue winning and we're going to win bigger. Why is the lying fake news media saying that the war is bad? The war is good, actually. I don't think that he is that sheltered from the truth. I think he knows that it's an objectively unpopular war. And if he didn't know that that it's an objectively unpopular war, he wouldn't be chirping this much. Trump only chirps like this when he's distressed, okay?
Said, I flew up to D.C. 3 times in the last month to try to convince Trump not to do this. It didn't work. It happens. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, boy, this is not going to get better. So then I think,
like, at most he's watching Fox News and he's seeing that, like, 85% of his base likes the war, which is fine. I mean, that's always going to be the case.
I'll fly up again and ask him. I mean, I don't know if anyone else is doing it, so I'm going to try to just declare victory and go home. Like, you killed an 86-year-old cleric. Let's just call that a win and then pull back. And so then, meantime, he got convinced to denounce me. Okay, I don't care. I'm going to fly up anyway and see him, right? Even though he's, like, denouncing me. So I call over there to see, call someone who knows him. I said, I'm just going to fly up anyway and tell him this because I think it's so important. And the person says, don't bother, because he's being shown polling that this war is like a 90-10 win for him. And I said, I don't know where that polling is coming from. It's like, I guess you could make any kind of poll, and he's watching Fox News, which is telling him the same thing. And he's getting fake polling. I guess they're only polling Sean Hannity's viewers or something. And so I'm not sure that there's a sense, as if this was yesterday, because I was getting so agitated and worried. I don't think that there's a sense that this is unpopular. Like, I think there's an information vacuum here.
There's a massive information vacuum. And, for the president and the administration who declared victory based on internet and vibes and podcasts, let's take a survey, shall we, of every podcast that he appeared on, and how do they feel about the Iran conflict. You can look very clearly for yourself. You can look at a lot of the polling of that same demographic, which they were very excited about. Young men in particular, how are they feeling about this?
Yeah, if there's one thing that this has shown me, by the way, I think the podcaster demographic has no control over the base like Trump does. Okay? Because virtually every podcast he's been on is like, why are you Israel's slave? And yet every person, according to polls, every person that has voted for Donald Trump, every person that is MAGA is like, we are Israel's slave. Thank you so much for being a servant of Israel. We also love being that. That's our favorite thing. It's actually like a fucking light switch, dude. Straight up. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. I don't think I've ever experienced this in any country. Like, Turkey doesn't have this level of cultish attitude towards Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and he's been around for a lot longer than Trump has. I don't think people loved Assad this much in his base. I don't think people loved Putin this much, love Putin this much in his base. Like, I'm sure if there was something that Vladimir Putin was doing that was disagreeable, he would have to like consistently do propaganda. What I'm trying to say is, with Donald Trump, it takes one day. It takes a moment. If you look at the polls, if you looked at the polls, as we did here on this broadcast, leading up to America striking Iran, there was I think it was like 35% approval and, 65% disapproval for among Republicans, right? 35% approval, 65% disapproval among Republicans in terms of striking Iran. The day after, it had shot up to like 55%. By the second day, and Donald Trump was straight up saying, like, I'm doing this for Israel, whatever. By the second day, it was 75%. And by the third day, it was up to 85% approval. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. It is unbelievable. It might be one of the most unique collective psychosis incidents in the history of mankind. Democrats cannot whip up their base for anything with this severity. It's actually truly not even bordering on mental illness. I think it is mental illness. Lol, you repeating Trump? What do you mean? We care more about oil than life? Lol, you repeating Trump?
Conflict. And, if you were saying 90-10, it's not even true in the Republican sense. I mean, the latest one that I saw was like 72% Republicans, which, by
that's wrong. It's 80. It's 80 to 85%. I've never seen a poll that says 72%, unless he was talking like last week.
By the way, Mr. President and everybody in the administration, Bush had 93 for Iraq. And how did that turn out for him? So let's not put all of our eggs in the basket of just because Republican voters are here, that this is all going to be like sunshine and roses. And I also would not make the spurious claim that it's all about Iran. It's about compounding effects. The gas price effect of the Iran conflict is going to be dramatically more important to the White House's political chances in the midterms than anything that's actually happening on the ground. I don't think it should be that way, but that's reality. And I do think also, he's
talking about Republicans, not MAGA. No, this is probably an older interview. That's why he says 75%, because it was like day 3, it was 75%. Right now it's at 85%. I have not seen a single fucking instance where Republicans, by the way, Republicans are MAGA. There is no difference between MAGA and Republicans. That's the whole base. I mean, this has been the case for everything. One of my first interactions with this cult, this cult-like zealotry from the Republicans was on the issue of Ukraine. Republicans are, by and large, even more propagandized than the Democrats are. This isn't to say that Democrats aren't propagandized, but Republicans are simply just, a little bit dumber, on the dumber side, right? And for years and years, Republicans had despised Russia because they kept saying Russia is communist. For years. Until Donald Trump came out and said Vladimir Putin is good, basically, and Ukraine is bad. At which point, Republicans almost universally, overnight, flipped the switch and decided Russia is good and Ukraine is bad. Now, that's mind-boggling, because that to me shows that Donald Trump can single-handedly undermine not just like, a decade of propaganda. He can undermine almost a century of propaganda. It almost feels like Donald Trump genuinely could, if he got stroked out like Fetterman style and woke up one morning and said he's a communist, we could have a communist revolution in this country, I think. Obviously, that would never happen, but I'm just saying, like, that's the level of control he has over his base. I don't think these guys at this point have any principles whatsoever. I think their only principle is, we love Donald Trump. He can do no wrong. If Donald Trump tells me that he's doing something, then that's good. Donald Trump single-handedly made the superstructure more powerful than the base. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. This is $2 trillion wiped out from the U.S. stock market. It's good.
Your inclination to get him to try and declare victory, that's the correct move from a strategic perspective, an economic perspective, from every political perspective. You don't want the entire...
He wasn't able to get them to be pro his vaccine, though. Well, he just kind of backed away from it. I don't think he pushed for the vaccine that hard. I mean, he talked about like Operation Warp Speed and stuff, but like he didn't actually like force the issue that much. I feel like if he had tried to force the issue, you would have significantly less anti-vaxxers in this country. Like, he didn't fully commit to pushing the vaccine, and he had at times in the past said like anti-vaxxer stuff anyway. So there was like one point where he said people should get the vaccine, and then he got it too, and then people booed him. Yeah, but I think if Donald Trump was actively farming the vaccine, like if he was actively talking about how good the vaccine is, I think you would have seen a lot more people be pro-vaccine. The only time where I've ever seen the base at odds with the president is Epstein. That is the only time. So there is something that his base cares about more than they care about him, but they still love him. That's the craziest thing, though. Like, they don't like the way he handled the Epstein case, but they still love him. It's like, it's a perfect representation of a cult. Because, like, you're not going to be 100% on board with everything that the cult leader is doing, but your admiration for the cult leader is complete. It's remarkable. That's also precisely the reason why you rarely ever hear from the likes of Tucker Carlson a direct admonishment of Donald Trump. Like, he doesn't say Donald Trump is at fault. He says everyone else around Donald Trump is at fault. You know, good czar, bad boyars, right? Like, Tucker Carlson does that, plays that dangerous tightrope, dangerous for himself, because I think he's aware that, like, he can't totally say fuck Trump. So he's always saying, like, oh, people around him are lying to him. People around him are duping him. He can't do any wrong, but this incident is wrong because people around him are manipulating him, right?
Entire country's national discourse focus on Iran. I'll give you a good example. Just yesterday, the White House did a summit where they were trying to address rising electricity prices on data centers. In another world, no Iran, that's a...
Hitting Karg. Karg Island doesn't have any military targets. It's all oil shipping. No, there is. There is a military barracks on Karg. Like, I don't think they have weapons on Karg because it's, like, obviously, you know, a part of the civilian infrastructure. But I'm pretty sure they have, like, barracks on the island. Karg doesn't have any military targets. This is all oil shipping infrastructure and storage. You can see it all from aerial images. Iran considered this their red line, as 90% of oil passes from Iran passes through here. There's no world in which this doesn't further escalate and Iran cause more pain in the oil markets. This has also cut off China and India from Iranian oil entirely.
Main topic of conversation on my show. A major topic. Maybe one of yours interests as well. But in the middle of war and peace and death and everything that's happening, the amount of coverage that got is zero. Exactly. The president just gave his State of the Union. He had a lot of things in that State of the Union. Iran, it didn't come until the 70th minute, I think.
By not losing. Can Iran tolerate far more punishment than we can? And the answer is economically, they're killing us with what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. The economic penalty is going to be huge, and they're going to persist. They're going to be defiant, and we have no way of
Western analysts are a joke, but I don't want to change because your establishment actually listens to their bullshit.
Publicly, at least, told that this would be a short, sharp offensive. It's clearly now turning into a much longer, protracted conflict. Then does that lead us to think that where does the balance of power now lie?
Where does the balance of power now lie?
Wrong assumption that the Iranians are much weaker than they are. That's part of the reason why Trump told regional leaders that this will only take 4 days. It's going to take some time for
mainstream media is overselling Karg's importance to cope. It's not. They're not overselling it. I mean, they have other alternatives to do pass-throughs, but it's still a very significant part of the Iranian infrastructure.
They have a say in this as well. They're not just going to accept any ceasefire. They're going to extract the price beyond what they already have extracted.
Harlan, the US military is using, as we just spoke about, a suite of very advanced technology and artificial intelligence. Now, that has been, obviously, to their benefit in some cases. There are now military investigations in other circumstances. However, how much would you say that the use of this advanced technology has contributed to the success, if you would call it success, of the mission so far?
Not very much, because, as I said, air power never wins a battle. It never wins a war. The only time that air power strategically was successful was in August 1945 when we dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan, forcing their surrender. Unless you can threaten on the ground and use ground forces, air power will not work alone. What is it going to take for us to relearn that lesson? We failed to use it in Vietnam when we thought we had military superiority. We failed in Afghanistan. We failed in Iraq. And on the current course, we're not doing very well in Iran.
Well, of course, Donald Trump is already vowing to hit Iran even harder if it continues to block global trade. Tehran's been using multiple strategies to interrupt the global economy, jolting international markets. Let's take a look at this report from Mani Rapallo from Washington, D.C.
Remember those who have not returned.
The United States top diplomat Marco Rubio said this week that Iran's military has been all but destroyed.
I want everyone to know your military is getting the job done, and every single day, this regime in Iran has less missiles, has less launchers, their factories work less, and their navy is being eviscerated. And the world is going to be a safer and a better place when this mission is accomplished.
Despite reports that Iran's missile capabilities have been degraded by as much as 90%, analysts say Tehran still holds a powerful form of leverage as it tries to continue to resist both the United States and Israel in the widening conflict. That strategy largely centers on geography. Iran sits along the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important energy choke points. Roughly 20% of the world's oil supply passes through this narrow shipping lane every day, and Iran has long threatened to shut it down. From placing mines in the waterway to targeting tankers or even striking Gulf oil infrastructure, Tehran has several ways of causing significant disruption to global energy supplies. Analysts say the goal may be one of two things: either force Washington and its allies back to the negotiating table, or trigger a global energy shock, pushing oil prices to record highs and sparking a worldwide inflation crisis. Though formal direct diplomacy between the United States and Iran has effectively collapsed, the economic impact this conflict could have globally may leave U.S. officials with little option but to work diplomatically to keep energy shipments flowing. The U.S. and Israel continue to rely on military might, which includes some of the most advanced weapon systems in the world. But despite degraded military capabilities, Iran still holds a strategic card, perhaps not on the battlefield, but in its ability to damage the global economy. Manuel Rapallo, Al Jazeera, Washington.
All right, Harlan and Tricia, I'll bring you back in. Tricia, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defence, has said the only reason the Strait of Hormuz is closed at the moment is because of Iran. What do you make of that comment?
Well, in some ways, it's obviously true, but it's only true
Pete
because
Hegseth.
the United States started a war of choice. Had the United States not started that war together with Israel, the Strait would be open today. What I think is also very important now is that key states are now reaching out to the Iranians to try to find a way to negotiate their own safe passage. The Indians already struck a deal. The Europeans, France and Italy, have done so as well. They've gone to Iran to do this, not to Washington. And that reflects very clearly who is in control of the situation over there.
You make an interesting point there, Tritta, because one of the promises, obviously, the Strait closing is bad for a multitude of reasons and a multitude of interested parties. Oil, shipping, global trade, all of those things just mentioned there. President Trump, though, has said the US military or the US Navy will be able to escort those ships through. Now, we've seen other leaders in the administration perhaps be reluctant to reinforce that view, but do you see that as a possibility, that the US can escort those shipping lanes and make them open again?
No. It will be exceedingly difficult to do. It will be very, very bloody. The fact is that Iran has a huge advantage here with mines, suicide craft, and so forth. And all they need to do is hit an American ship. They don't have to sink one. So you can imagine the perceptions of what happens then. The biggest question is, what will it cost to open the strait? My guess is about $1 trillion. And my guess is that the Saudis and the Emirates will be delighted to pay, well, not delighted, but be forced to pay that price because it's the cheapest way out. Otherwise, Iran can keep that closed until oil is 8, 9, 10, whatever it is, $100 a barrel. And gasoline is going to be $5, $6, $7, $8, or $9 a gallon. And what do Americans have to say that with November looming?
$1 trillion is a lot, right? But until you look at the cost of everything else.
The November elections are looming, and Donald Trump must be aware of that.
All right, one last question here, and I want to quote to make sure I've got this right. Security Chief Ali Larijani has said, Iran will not relent until making America sorry for this grave miscalculation. What does that look like for Iran?
Well, the reason why the Iranians are saying this is because they believe that unless this war ends up becoming so costly that the United States concludes that it was a mistake starting it in the first place, unless that happens, they fear that the United States will restart the war a couple of months down the road. If the Iranians agree to a ceasefire prematurely without having inflicted that cost, they believe that it will be just what happened in June of last year. They agreed to a ceasefire, and 8 months later, Israel and the United States was back. So I think there's going to be an effort to amass a significant amount of cost, and it will primarily be on the economic front, in which they are going to move towards destroying Trump's presidency.
Harlan, we've looked at a spokesman for Iran's military has said the gates of hell have now been opened. Now, this was in a media released across a number of social platforms and internet sites. The US military will also be watching these sorts of videos and the sorts of rhetoric coming out from Iran's leadership, just like you and I are. What will they be thinking about those sorts of comments?
They will be ignoring that. The fundamental problem is that military force cannot and will not resolve the situation. And unless and until American presidents learn this lesson, these are going to be future Vietnams, they're going to be future Iraqs and Afghanistan, and we're repeating this issue right now. No matter how good the American military is, it ain't good enough to win this by air power and naval power alone. And unless we learn that, again, we're going to be in big, big trouble. And as I said, gasoline at $7 or $8 a gallon may be one of the final outcomes that will end this war.
Former US Naval Officer Harlan Ullman and Trita Parsi, former officer of the President of the National Iranian-American Council, and now at the Quincy Institute. Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
The impact of this war on the future of the United States military has been getting a lot of attention in the media. Iran's been hit by billions of dollars of high-tech weaponry, much of it enhanced by the use of artificial intelligence. That's degraded stockpiles that leave the US potentially vulnerable to other threats, such as those from China. And while Iran has its own advanced weapons, its use of geography is proving to be perhaps its most effective. Here's Phil Lavelle again with the details.
So this whole issue of the balance of power, what that looks like is really getting a lot of media attention here in the United States, both in terms of the economy, but also the weaponry. So let's take a look at how it's being reported in the Wall Street Journal. It's really leaning into how these weapons are financed. So it says Pentagon races to secure money for Iran operations and munitions. And it highlights the position that the Defense Department is in now. Look, wrestling with how to pay for a war with an indefinite end date. It also is facing an industrial base that was already stretched to meet current demand and potential threats from China. Next up, it is the Washington Post. It says how the US is using AI and space tools in that conflict with Iran. So it's really leaning into the AI aspect here. And it's quoting the head of CENTCOM, US Central Command, saying the US is leveraging a variety of advanced AI tools. And there is more, because AI is big news at the moment in the defense industries. These systems helped us sift through vast amounts of data in seconds, so our leaders can cut through the noise and make smarter decisions faster than the enemy can react. And one final quote from that head of CENTCOM: advanced AI tools can turn processes that used to take hours and sometimes even days into seconds. Next up, it is NPR, National Public Radio, and it says old school tricks and AI tech are weapons in the Iran war. So it's really showing how the battlefield has changed. Look, being fought on a hybrid digital physical battlefield with old school deception tactics and cutting edge AI technology. This is a quote from General Dan.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about Zohran Mamdani and his wife now in a second. Hold on. Yeah, we're moving away from this. So Zohran Mamdani's under fire. Another Shia king unjustifiably being attacked by those who love the nation state of Israel. I covered it yesterday briefly, but obviously, like the more he talks about his social media, his wife's social media, all this shit, the more they attack him. Okay, and it's not going to stop. And this is the latest round of missile salvos being launched at him and his wife.
Before she took that job, and do you think that
Mayor Mamdani says his wife, Rama Dawaji, was not aware of the anti-Israel post, like calling some Israeli citizens parasites, from an author she illustrated an essay for. Mamdani calls that rhetoric reprehensible and said his wife booked the gig through a third party.
Took that job, and do you think that type of rhetoric is acceptable about?
Like, we're no longer just talking about Zohran Mamdani being potentially anti-Semitic. We've now moved on to Zohran Mamdani's wife potentially being anti-Semitic, which is also bullshit. It's not the case. But we've also moved even past that. Now it's Zohran Mamdani's wife was commissioned artwork for another person who also isn't anti-Semitic, by the way. The person that they're talking about, I know. She spoke at the Oxford Union, okay? The person that they're attacking now at this stage is like 3 steps removed.
I think it's...
People are booing the fucking questioner.
I think that rhetoric is patently unacceptable. I think it's reprehensible. And as is common for freelance illustrators, the First Lady was commissioned to illustrate an excerpt of...
He doesn't need to respond to this. Like, he just doesn't. He doesn't need to respond to this. I've been saying this since the globalize the intifada situation, okay? Just say, I'm not an anti-Semite. My record speaks for itself. My wife is not an anti-Semite. I love my wife. Please stop asking me about this stuff while I'm trying to run one of the most important cities on the planet as the world is on fire all around us. The anti-Semitic post she liked, by the way. Oh yeah, this is Susan Abul Hawa, sorry. Again, throwing his wife under the bus for tweets that 99.9% of people who aren't Jewish supremacist rapists would agree with. What a clown. The idea for genocidal, parasitic, blood-sucking predators, says this person. Burning Patagonia, poisoning Lebanon and Syria, uprooting millions of trees, exterminating nearly all of Gaza's livestock, and raising nearly all their farmland. There's like the reprehensible aspect of it is rootless parasite. Okay, it's an anti-Semitic canard that she's leaning into when she says rootless. That's the key word here. Okay, that's the reason. It's also fucking ridiculous because she's literally talking about the IDF. Okay, burning Patagonia is sus. Yeah, that was that was a bunch of Israeli tourists that caused massive forest fires in Argentina. Brother, you literally said he should respond yesterday and that he can't keep ignoring this. No, motherfucker. I said he should respond forcefully by literally saying enough. I did not say that he should concede and be like, wow, it's really fucked up that my wife worked with a person that was, criticizing the fucking IDF, criticizing Israel. Because, like, dude, I receive this every day. I receive this every fucking day, okay? Every damn day of the week. Our upcoming issue is scheduled to be released at the end of February. Susan Abul Hawa, excerpt from her recent book, A Trail of Soap. Okay, illustrated by Rama Dawaji, Zoran's wife. Jewish supremacist vampires can buy up all the airwaves. They can manipulate the algorithms. They can get us canceled from our jobs, but the world will not unsee their evil. You lying Jewish supremacist cockroach. Britain literally gave away someone else's country to a group of wealthy Jewish supremacists in exchange for them pushing the United States into World War I. The Balfour Declaration was issued as a quid pro quo to bring America into a war they want no part of. And then the last one is the burning Patagonia the take. Like, when will this end? Like, not only is, if you're not tapped in to pro-Palestinian circles, maybe you're not familiar with who Susan Abul Hawa is, okay? And that's fine. But just like, at the end of the fucking day, it's just, yeah, she said a bunch of shit. Wherever they are, they will drag the respective cultures in the war and financial ruin for their own benefit. They have singular loyalty to Jewish supremacy. The ADL and various tentacles of Pax Judaea. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's, that is definitely, okay, it's, okay, this stuff is anti-Semitic. Okay, but regardless, Susan is Palestinian, okay? Susan is Palestinian. This is literally third-party associations at this point, okay? It's third-party associations. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't have to answer this. Once again, my wife is not anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. We need to stop playing these fucking games, okay? That's it. That's it. And it's not going to stop. It's just not going to fucking stop. It's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. Because the idea, like the other example I use is Graham Plattner, right? The other example I use is Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner goes on someone else's podcast, okay? The guy who broke the story is obsessed with me too. Yeah, I know. John Levine has been obsessed with me since fucking the Young Turks. Graham Plattner goes on a podcast of a guy that has said like JFK was assassinated potentially by Israel. They get mad at Graham Plattner because the guy whose podcast he went on another anti-Semitic person's podcast. What level of association do we have at this point? Like, what is this? Oh, you sneezed in the direction of a guy who actually slapped the ass of another guy who is anti-Semitic. Okay, well, I guess fucking, you know, what should we do? Throw a party? Like, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing? It's ridiculous, okay? It's completely ridiculous. Stop conceding on this shit. Like, what are we doing? What are we actually doing? This is the most ridiculous version of cancel culture that I have ever seen, okay? We're no longer placing emphasis on what people say. We're no longer placing emphasis on what people do, okay? We're no longer placing an emphasis on like what individuals think. We're now looking at their close partners associations with other people that at a certain time might have said something that comes across as anti-Semitic. That's ridiculous, okay? That's fucking ridiculous. And this game will not end. It's the shit that I deal with on a daily fucking basis. You have to straight up refuse to play ball with this, okay? You have to. Yeah, Felix had a funny approach. Throwing his wife under the bus is a good start, but I'm not satisfied until he condemns Hinge for allowing them to match, the people that attended their wedding, the officiant, and the city for certifying their marriage. Also, any future children they may have, just to be safe. In the last decade, we've seen countless right-wing freaks weather controversies 1,000 times greater than this by simply doing nothing. How has absolutely no one on the left noticed this? Please, I do it every day, okay? These are not attacks in good faith. Stop responding to attacks in bad faith. And if you're going to respond to attacks in bad faith, then just say, this is a bad faith attack. My actions speak for themselves. Enough. I sent Felix a tweet a while back, initially. That was one of the funniest tweets I had seen. This was the first round of missile salvos that Zoran was receiving when they first came out. And they were like, your wife liked some tweets. There was a guy who had added New York City mayor, demanded they divorce. Okay? There was a guy hysterically crying, being like, how can I feel safe as a Jew in New York City when the mayor's wife has liked Instagram posts on October 7 at New York City mayor? It's like, how could the New York City mayor be married to someone like this? It's like, what do you want him to do? Fucking divorce his wife? Like, what are you, fucking insane? Like, the entitlement, the sheer fucking arrogance. That's fake. Come on. No, it's a real tweet, dude. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. Zoran is not getting good advice or he's winging it. No, I know what's going on. He's just fucking... He doesn't want to constantly have to deal with this. So he thinks that if he says, oh, my wife is, I apologize for my wife. I apologize for my wife fucking working with a third party, a business that, did illustrations for a person that may have said something that could be perceived as anti-Semitic. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, just say, I'm not an anti-Semite. Everyone knows this. My wife is not an anti-Semite. Everybody knows this. Enough is enough. You guys can't defend the state of Israel, so you have to keep constantly trying to manufacture outrage and drama over like perceived anti-Semitism. And now we moved on to 6 degrees. What's next? Tomorrow, are you going to say there was a guy who was being anti-Semitic in my vicinity and I didn't fucking kill him with my bare hands? Stop negotiating with fucking terrorists.
A book by a third party. She's never engaged with or met with the author, nor had she seen the tweets that you're referring to. And we stand in our administration, and I can tell you our administration, which is separate from the First Lady, as she doesn't have a role within it, against bigotry of all forms. And we do so...
He needs to respond at least once? No, his response should not be to concede, okay? It's that simple. I learned this the fucking hard way. I know I compare a lot of my own personal experiences being a fucking outspoken socialist, anti-Zionist on the internet. And I have a shit ton of haters as a consequence of that. But the biggest wave of haters that I got was initially because since 2021, I thought initially that you have to respond to these controversies and you have to correct the record because people have a right to know. People have a right to understand. And maybe in the process of correcting the record, I can also, educate people on the matter. Okay? It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way at all. The more you respond, the more you legitimize these oppositional attacks. These attacks are manufactured outrage. The thing that fucking irks me is that we have actual proud anti-Semites and everyone's chasing these suspected anti-Semites because this is, of course, I don't fucking hate the Jewish faith. Are you insane? Yeah, he's a politician, bro. He can't get away with saying the same stuff you can. Donald Trump is a politician. What are you talking about? All of a sudden, Zoran has bad strategy. Homie, he got elected with a strategy that all the left are now using. Let him do his thing. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but his strategy when he was actually getting elected was a lot more aggressive on this stuff. And he unnecessarily started conceding when he was already about to seize it. He was already winning. Primary Zoran was like, I'm not going to Israel. Mayor Zoran would have probably been like, oh, I would love to go to Tel Aviv, actually. I heard there's great beaches there. Like, what are we doing?
Lynching me because every single New Yorker deserves a place that they can call home without having to be wary of being their full self when they do so.
Like, do you understand when he says, like, oh, every single New Yorker deserves to have a home? You're giving legitimacy to the criticisms, like your wife doing this illustration for a Palestinian woman's book is somehow endangering the lives of everyday New Yorkers. Do you not understand my anger and frustration with this response? Because this is a concession, okay? This is a concession to one of the most insane fucking lines of attack thus far, and it's going to get fucking worse. People ask me these lines. People ask me questions like this all the fucking time. I have to deal with this shit all the fucking time, too. You are not the mayor. Why do you suggest you know better /S? Okay, stop. This also looks weak. This is going to make him look weak. Okay. If I had to play defense for Zoran here, he's doing his best to have a normal response to these unhinged hit jobs in such a way that he knows will only further infuriate the unhinged critics, which in turn will cause them to create their own ostracization. No, it's just annoying people on his side. I promise you. It annoys the people that are on his side. I feel for him. I feel bad. You know, the guy who did the reporting and how many Jews who lost relatives on October 7 plowed their cars in the mosques, exactly 0. Brother, Israel literally did a genocide after October 7. They did the metric ton of plowing 1 million cars into 1 million mosques. That's the guy who did the reporting. Do you think this is a sincere person? You think this guy genuinely wants the record to correct the record? I do give Trump a lot of credit for dealing with this shit by just being like, fake news, shut the fuck up, and moving on. I'm telling you, it's like, I understand. You don't want to deal with it. And part of your brain thinks this is the best way to go about it when you correct the record, right? You correct the record and it's the best way to go about it and all this shit. It's utterly irrelevant. There's no need to do it. It should never happen. Okay? It's just trying to gum up the works. It's the Jeremy Corbyn. And this is a very, very different moment in time, partially because of Zoran's initial courage, right? This is also really dangerous to give this guy any credulity with a concession because it encourages this kind of behavior from these reporters, and this behavior from reporters creates real anti-Semitism. Yeah, no. If you care about Jews, you have to be honest. You're wrong here, like you were with the strategy with Hochul. I'm not saying I wouldn't personally agree with your strategy, but this is the best way to essentially let the story die. Standing firm invites more scrutiny. I don't think this is the same as Corbyn, who was far more conciliatory than Zoran. Woman protector, one of my oldest chatters, and a Chapo head, shocked the world with his lack of interest in protecting women, it seems. Woman protector no longer living up to his name. Woman protector no longer invested in protecting women, ? Protect your woman. Woman protector throws wife under the bus. How dare you? Yeah, I called you out, bitch. Yeah, it's the gauntlet. Callers, change your name right now. I stand with my queen Rama. It seems that you're not standing with her right now. Wrong about Hochul. How? She just refused to work with Zoran, didn't she? We'll see what happens. We'll see what that calculation looks like. Okay? General Kane leaking to the press again. I told you so. General Kane briefed Trump several times that an American attack could prompt Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz. Trump acknowledged the risk, but told his team Tehran would likely capitulate before closing the strait. And if Iran tried, the U.S. military could handle it. Now, this is old reporting, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he leaked it just now. I think they're just running all the old stuff. But now they're actually revealing who was the one who probably told people in the media. I respectfully disagree with you on this topic. What? We have Super Mario. Mario Kart was okay, dude. Woman protector is actually Islamophobic. I don't think he is. Inside AIPAC's peculiar strategy to sink progressives. Attack them from the left. Slam them from the left? Oh my God. I don't want to say I told you. You see? Better response for him. I'm literally a Muslim, Lamau. Shame. Shame. Archive link. Groups linked to AIPAC are employing an eyebrow-raising tactic that sinks pro-Palestinian progressives in Democratic congressional primaries, going after the leftist bona fides. It is telling indication what the ruthlessly pragmatic pro-Israel organization sees as a winning message. Rather than uniting ads through its go-to Democratic political arm, United Democracy Project, AIPAC appears to have employed a web of vaguely named groups to attack specific districts this cycle. Spokespeople for... By the way, this is just like undermining democracy at the best of a foreign nation. Okay? Like, understand that this is like, you know, this is unimaginably frustrating. Chicago Progressive Partnership, which shares vendors, donors, and treasurer with other AIPAC-linked PACs, went on the air Thursday against Junaid Ahmed, the Congressional Progressive Caucus-backed candidate in Illinois. Rather than going after Ahmed's well-documented criticisms of Israel, the CPP ad highlights the left-leaning tech consultant's personal wealth. It also cites an investment in Tesla that he disclosed in 2022 to time to Trump ally Elon Musk. The group has run a similar ad campaign against Kat Abu-Ghazaleh in Illinois' 9th District, alleging the outspoken Palestinian-American progressive received funds from right-wing donors and noting her past Republican views as a teenager. And some of you were championing that in here, by the way. Some of you were literally bringing that bullshit up, okay? Some of you were literally bringing that bullshit up, motherfucker. AIPAC has spent $9 million in just 2 Illinois primaries, Illinois 8 and 9, all under the shadow PAC names, none of it ever mentioning Israel. This is unlike anything that has ever happened in the history of U.S. elections. And they're doing full spectrum, like all different kinds of attacks that they can do. That's why you have to harden your position and you have to be a little bit more fucking disciplined when you see an anti-Israel candidate get fucking obliterated. The Bad Empanada crowd was all over this shit. What a fucking stupid fan base he has. Do not ever bring up his stupid fucking name in my chat ever again, okay? MSNBC reveals dark money group Democracy Unmuted has been paying influencers $1,500 per negative post about Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. One post from the woke ginger with over 1 million followers recited whole sentences from the Democracy Unmuted brief. Do you understand? There are people that are certainly just invested in their own personal clout. And no, Michael from Pennsylvania is not one of those people. What is this? Bro, you're so scared of him because he's spitting the truth. Just fucking go and live in a different country, okay? If Graham Plattner joined ICE and killed a white woman, would you still support him? Yes, totally. I love that. That seems like a totally real thing that's going to happen. Haha, I got you. It's unfucking believable, dude. It's unfucking believable. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh posted a video addressing the recent exposure of this dark money group. Influencer Amanda Informed was approached with the offer and reported to MS Now. They blew the fucking whistle on it. You got to ask yourself why. This is the same thing that happened with fucking Graham Plattner, okay? Making your main argument, I'm intimidating the AIPAC to prove you're against the progressive in the race when AIPAC is also spending a lot against your top opponent and your opponent openly calls it a genocide and you don't, a choice. Yeah, there's more to the story as well. The guy coordinating the dark money campaign, which we're going to be talking about right now, according to Prem Tacker, actually worked for a company called Advocators AI. It just won an award for work for Daniel Biss. And no, Michael from Pennsylvania is not like bad fucking empanada, okay? Oh, by the way, I did a video on my channel on my position on Kat endorsing her for Illinois 9. I went way too hard on the Taiwan position, but I felt like the conversation we had on the importance of beating AIPAC, I definitely fucked up on that. That's why I support Plattner. We got to beat Israel. Exactly. Bad empanada doesn't give a shit about anything, okay? Stop listening to motherfuckers that don't live here that have openly mentioned that they don't give a fuck about what happens. Like they want America to blow up with a nuclear first strike. Okay, yeah, it's based. I get it. America is the evil empire, but there are still good people that live here. And what is better is to manage the decline of American empire into a degree that is more favorable for every other country before our unstable psychopathic fascist government destroys the nuke the fucking planet instead. Yeah, Daniel Bliss is endorsed by both Jan Schakowsky and also Elizabeth Warren, making the situation much more difficult for Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. Bad Empanada is only interested in historical correctness and literally nothing else, even to the detriment of his positions. Oh, your political campaign slogan, manage decline. He just wants to appear as the most based person, okay? I can entertain differences in opinion in terms of methods if we're, moving towards the same fucking goal. But there's only so much I will entertain until it just becomes like such a fucking nuisance that I can't get a word in edgewise about whatever my agenda is. Okay? If your goal is like silly nonsense, if your goal is to literally stop organizing from taking place because the organizing that you're doing is not firebombing a forward operating base, then it's just fucking bullshit. Then you need to shut the fuck up. You need to stop getting your information from these people. Okay? We don't have the opportunity. We don't have the opportunity, nor do we have the time to be able to cast away any kind of movement in the right direction. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, let's watch.
Do you ever
this
get
now.
the feeling that shady organizations are paying people thousands of dollars to post incessantly about how much they hate you? Well, that's happening to me right now. My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I am a researcher and journalist running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois. And
Bad Empanada is a revolutionary, doesn't care. No, he's not. He's a fucking YouTuber, man. Shut the fuck up. Revolutionary my fucking ass. No, he's just a fucking sweaty, unwashed YouTuber. What the fuck are you talking about, revolutionary? What revolution is he a part of? Go fucking combat Malays thugs in the fucking streets, okay? Go do your revolution in Argentina then. No, he's just a fucking loser. Jesus Christ, he's just a ultra and a fucking loser and deeply, deeply unfucking productive.
4 days before my election, I've learned that I have been the target of a well-funded smear campaign across social media for the last month. And while we know some of the organizations and people behind it, we still don't know who's funding it. So here's the story. Yesterday, our campaign was alerted to a dark money group offering...
He's been in Cuba helping people, but I agree with you. Oh, he went to Cuba to help people. But yeah, other people going to Cuba and helping people, they're bad, right? They're doing it the wrong way. He's doing it the right way. We're bringing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of fucking solar panels to Cuba, but that's obviously woke and gay, and it's libtarded and wrong, and we're going on a fucking cruise or whatever. But he's doing it the right way. He's doing it the brave way, okay? He's doing it the appropriate way. He cooked you on... Oh, my God. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Influencers thousands of dollars to post negative comments in videos, not about my policies or about my career, but about myself, my friends, and my family. And all of this coincidentally comes as polls show me statistically tied for first place, with our momentum growing by the day. The group is called Unmute Democracy, and almost everything about it is secret. The website was registered within the last month, and its registration has been hidden from the public. A creator was offered $1,500 from...
You're using this guy as a scapegoat. If he's so irrelevant, why do you use him as strawman opposition to entry strategy? Because there are fucking people in my community that get like duped by cranks and then go against what I'm trying to fucking build here. And that's precisely the reason why I get frustrated. How is that hard to comprehend?
Unmute Democracy for just one Instagram post to, and I'm not making this up, attack how we use our campaign office as a mutual aid hub. Sound gross? It gets worse. The group isn't revealing their funding sources publicly, but even behind closed doors, they won't disclose it to the creators they're trying to pay. When asked, the contact for Unmute Democracy, Matt Anthus, said this: "I can't disclose the funders behind it, but I'll tell you this. I am a big Democrat, and the funders are people you would appreciate and be proud of. Maybe you can read between the lines here. Individuals from the Illinois area who have served in the highest offices and been at the top of their game in the media." First off, weird, but also if you're so proud of them, say their names. Anthus also said that payouts would come from the Upstart Factory, which is executing this campaign. Now, Upstart Factory is, something. According to their website, our unique blueprint helps founders navigate the startup landscape effortlessly, leveraging AI to create unparalleled efficiencies. I don't know what that means. The Upstart Factory is based in DC, but it has satellite offices in New York, Denver, and Tel Aviv, not Chicago. And once again, we don't know where this money is coming from. And that's a problem. This group isn't registered with the FEC as anything. So it's not just hidden money. It also doesn't appear to be legal. Creators who were hired to make these smear videos were told to repeat my district IL9 to reach the right audience, as well as Evanston, Glenview, Skokie, and Rogers Park. Those videos were then reviewed by this secretive group and posted on the creators' personal accounts without any disclaimer. Don't forget to maintain authenticity, everyone. So just to reiterate, Democracy Unmuted is running a campaign by the Upstart Factory, which is paid for by anonymous funders from the Illinois area and the highest offices. with an untold amount of money that isn't publicly declared. And it's that way on purpose. The law still hasn't caught up to our culture or technology. This is basically a way to work around political dark money or independent expenditures. Basically untraceable amounts of money that are used to sway our elections by special interest groups like AIPAC. And this is something AIPAC does as well. In fact, they've already done it in our race. Operating under the names Chicago Progressive Partnership and Elect Chicago Women, AIPAC has been pouring millions of dollars against myself and other progressive candidates across the state. And they use those names because they don't sound scary. I mean, who doesn't want to elect a Chicago woman? Who doesn't want to partner with Chicago progressives? And do you really want to mute democracy? But by law, these expenditures are not supposed to coordinate with campaigns. So who is funding this? And who is leading it? And I also want to be clear, this is not a dig at creators or influencers for getting paid for their work, but they at least deserve to know who's paying them and why. And these undisclosed donors shouldn't be allowed to purposely deceive creators who are trying to inform their audience under the guise of unmuting democracy. We don't know the scale of all of this, but we do know how covert influence operations, whatever form they take, whether it's foreign governments or Fox News, how those impact our reality and our democracy. These expensive astroturfing campaigns have caused Americans to distrust their neighbors, to blame each other rather than the billionaires manipulating us. It's the worst part of our politics. And it's also what I used to cover for a living. I spent my career before running for Congress trying to stop these very same smear campaigns, documenting and speaking out against the powerful liars that use immigrants, trans people, and other persecuted groups as scapegoats.
Creators on the left like Bennett Banana always give a path for Western leftists to absolve themselves of being in the imperial core, but they never ever are organized. It's just edgy nonsense and academic leftist language. Every single leftist I've found in those communities think posting about nuking EU capitals is practice. You are being grifted. Exactly. Like, there are those who understand the damage that America causes around the globe, myself included, who try to do their very best, who understand that change doesn't happen overnight. So we just move the conversation in the appropriate direction. We just move and organize to the best of our ability to make that change, okay? Even if it doesn't happen overnight. Even if we fucking agree. Even if we agree that America is the great Satan, okay? It's just incredibly fucking frustrating because at the end of the day, it just turns into, like, when you do that, when you just constantly just chirp, 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 and have no interest, no investment in, like, taking advantage of the existing dynamic, no investment in trying to get people to organize in the right direction and have an objectively nihilistic approach to politics, then you are no different than any other poster. All you're doing is just fucking posting. That's it. You have no solution. You have no solution to the problems whatsoever. You rarely do anything. It's mostly just cynical. Even the fact that he went to Cuba, like, I'm pretty sure he went to Cuba to show how easy it is to go to Cuba, right? Which there is some educational component in that. It is actually remarkably easy to still go to Cuba, okay? And I'm glad that he did because it's, like, objectively a good thing that he went to Cuba. But he went because he wanted to, like, talk about how the flotilla and all of the fucking work we put into it is actually for nothing, for no reason. It was literally just to prove a point. Like, that's a psychotic reason to do something. And no, not for non-Americans. You could literally go to Cuba right now from America still. He praised Greta for being on the Samud flotilla, but also shit on Greg Stoker for being on a veteran ship in the same convoy, and now you're bad for going to Cuba. Yeah, because he's saying there is no, like, real consequence of going to Cuba. Like, there's no physical danger that you're placing yourself in. And it's true, right? In comparison to the fucking Samud flotilla. And and you're misunderstanding my point. I'm saying it's good that he went, and it's good that he's, like, giving people money, okay? That's a good thing. And it's also good that he's, like, raising awareness about how easy it is to travel to Cuba and the benefits of doing that right now for the Cuban population. But the inflection point for someone like him is literally just, like, petty grievances, okay? The existing dynamic is currently ripe for splitting from the DNC and electoralism. It isn't chirping. No, it's not. You are just fantasizing because you've never been around other Americans. You're fantasizing because you don't leave your fucking home. That's the problem, okay? Yes, it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. Most Americans lack class consciousness. Even those who self-identify as socialists don't know what the fuck that means. You don't speak to anyone below 50K. I'm literally a service worker. Oh my God. You're just making shit up. The notion that I don't speak to anyone below 50K as a salary. Your average random is more radical than your average middle class petite bourgeois. Dog, I don't think you comprehend what you are saying. Okay? I do not think you understand. You and a couple of your buddies at your place of business want to build communism today, and that's fantastic. Okay? That's great. You guys should do so. But if you think that the average person that's making less than $50,000 has the same fucking class consciousness that you do, you're delusional. Okay? This is how, oh my God, this is just fucking ACP LARPer shit. I speak to random construction workers and bus drivers every day. Yeah, really? And they're constantly talking about how their surplus labor value is being stolen from them. And they're like, if only there was a party that spoke to my desires, a communist party. Is that what you're saying? They don't have the education or articulation, but the sentiment is there. That's why they want more fighters in the Dems. Okay. Oh. The greatest example of this is even Mike conceded on this position. Before the election, even Mike was like, oh, it's time. It's time for a third party now. After the election was done, after the failure of the election came, Michael from Pennsylvania is who I'm talking about. He's another content creator on this platform. Him and I had a big disagreement on this in the aftermath of the election, where I said the time is not right for any sort of break, and that the Democratic Party is unimaginably ineffective right now and unimaginably weak, but it still has a mechanism to get people elected, as opposed to trying to litigate ballot access in every fucking state. The appropriate measure in this moment is to still utilize the Democratic Party, because in the aftermath of every successful electoral victory, you can funnel people into political education from one of these organizations like the Democratic Socialists of America. The Democratic Socialists of America is valuable not as a door-knocking operation for the Democratic Party, which is what a lot of people who are more revolutionary than the Democratic Socialists of America claim it as. Its value comes from political education. Its value doesn't just stem from its organizational capacity, okay? What many Americans lack is political education. Labor unions used to also serve this purpose. They don't do that anymore. Many labor unions, unfortunately, have completely cast aside an incredibly important part of political education that plays a role in people's lives, okay? After every single DSA-backed electoral victory, the Democratic Socialists of America's numbers rise up, okay? They balloon. They've now reached its largest point in American history. Okay, as an organized socialist party, the Democratic Socialists of America have reached 100,000 paying members. That happened partially because of Zoran's victory. The last big bump for the DSA was during the AOC victory. Okay, they rose during Bernie, they rose during Zoran, and they rose during AOC. And they will continue to grow. DSA is barely a party. It's ostensibly a branch of the DNC. You're correct that its sole gain is political education, but that effort is hampered by its attachment to the DNC. No, it's not, because you're speaking like someone who has actually never been involved in the DSA in any way, shape, or form. I'm not even a fucking paid member, but I know the internal dynamics a lot better than you do, it seems. There's a million different fucking caucuses within the DNC, and there are ironically people who agree with you in the DNC as well. Or DNC, inside of the DSA. Okay? I'm very active in the DSA law. Okay. Third largest chapter. Okay, so then you know. Then you know. What the fuck are you talking about? Then you already know this is a conversation that's literally taking place within the DSA all the fucking time. DSA is genuinely obsolete, in my opinion. The PSL now fills their role, and they need to be taken over mainstay Democrats. Oh my God. Okay. The greatest tool that the DSA has at its disposal is to actually educate people in political ideology, what it means to be a socialist. To give them the tools to spread awareness, to give them the tools to also continue organizing, and to bring more people, to create an active party apparatus, to have, for example, a mechanism of punishment if they choose to do so. Right now, Zoran does whatever the fuck he wants, and the New York DSA can't do shit about it, okay? Because the DSA doesn't have any fucking power to actually correct. The DSA does not have any power to course correct when their electeds that they've either endorsed or their electeds that literally come from the DSA do something that is not in line with the Democratic Socialists of America New York chapter. Okay? We're not anywhere near the level of organizing or the level of class consciousness that we need to bring about a third party run. It's not our job to treat people who aren't completely on board like trash. The entire point of democratic socialism is incrementalism so we can move in the right direction. I don't understand the impetus of shadows right now. Wait, no. I mean, even I have disagreements with incrementalism. I mean, that much is clear. I'm just saying that there is no mass social movement at this moment where people have class consciousness and recognize what must be done. Okay? Incrementalism only goes so far. Then you'll receive setback after setback. The thing is, I don't even necessarily disagree with the necessity. I don't even necessarily disagree with the necessity of a totally separate party. Okay? I understand that the Democratic Party is a bourgeois liberal party that represents the interests of capital. I don't believe that you can undermine the power structure at the core of the party and just like make the Democrats a socialist party or a communist party. I don't think that's going to happen. The problem is there is a lot of potential right now with a weak Democratic Party to basically force the Democrats' hand to moving in that direction, taking advantage of their lack of interest in fighting back against Donald Trump to show Americans that we are there to actually fight against Donald Trump. We are there to actually fight against the reactionary forces that dominate their lives. We are there to actually educate them that it is the forces of capital that's destroying their fucking lives. Okay? A lot of people do not understand the agenda. They miss the forest for the trees. They see what's in front of them and they think, oh, DSA is just a door knocking operation for the fucking DNC. They don't recognize that it plays a much more important purpose than that in achieving class consciousness, redirecting the angst and the energy. You're the one missing the forest for the trees, man. No, I'm not. Because you think, here's why you're wrong. Okay? Simply put, Zohran Mamdani runs as a third party. He doesn't even make it out the fucking primaries. That's it. Is the job of the socialists to mold into a revolutionary movement, not just wait enough for the population to catch up to us? What is the revolutionary movement then? How are you any different than what the MAGA communists thought the revolutionary movement was? When they were talking about how ACP was talking about how Andrew Tate is awesome, meta chasing, trend chasing over and over again, having no ideological discipline whatsoever, leaning into reactionary ideology over and over again because they thought that the base was too predisposed to the culture war, so we must become culture warriors ourselves. Culture warriors on the side of the right, mind you. This is a serious convo. I know you're not used to that from your chat. Man, shut your bitch ass up, okay? Take a second off, dumbass. Oh, you're not used to that. Yeah, I've never had serious conversations. You're right. You're the first time I've had these thoughts. You're the first time I've talked to a person who knows what the fuck they're talking about. You know, when I have these conversations in public and in private with people like Yanis Varoufakis, for example, or those in the Progressive International who have different perspectives than I do, from all around the world, mind you, not just the United States of America, I'm actually talking to a bunch of dumbasses. Unlike one Mindspace one. Your community long-timers are seriously deluded. It's quite common, unfortunately. I know.
For their own greed. And when I'm in Congress, I can put a stop to them by identifying and cutting off the big money behind these lies. But the good news is this time, this shell pack was sloppy. I mean, first off, you're going to target a journalist that covers the far right and conspiracy theories and not expect me to find out. But they also can't even spell my name right. Just truly sloppy work. But while I think that everyone, including myself, is deserving of criticism, this really does put the last month of very specific and aligned attacks into perspective. It has been a month of coordinated campaigns, not so coincidentally spewing AIPAC talking points to frame me as a conservative, to spread unfounded lies.
Brother, you think individually that there is a third-party viability right now for a self-described socialist organization. That organization already exists, okay? And they fight for ballot access all the time. There's two of them. One is the Green Party, the other one's the PSL, okay? Yes, they have their own issues. Yes, they have their own problems. But there's a reason why there's a reason why they're not reaching that viability, okay? That's it. There will come a moment when there's a Bernie-like figure that will either win the primaries or implement some kind of break from the party. And even then, they will not be able to reach viability across the board. There's never been a successful communist movement that was able to immediately implement a political strategy, even through electoralism, initially that didn't fail. Okay, there will be failures. But we don't even have the bare bones of that movement yet. We have not reached that stage yet. It's that simple. Never individually. Third-party viability is not possible at the moment. I agree on that. An org, like I said, DSA would be better off being able to build infrastructure outside of the DNC if it's split. That's why I said you're missing the forest for the trees. They have to run from their own ticket because if not the fault of the Dems, you are just you're undermining your own point. You said never individually. Third-party viability is not possible at the moment. I agree on that. An org like say DSA would be better off being able to build its infrastructure outside of the DNC if it's split. That's why I said you're missing the forest for the trees. They have to run on their own ticket because if not the fault of the Dems, it will be our fault. Like with Featherman on some other instances with AOC, correct? We don't have those bare bones, but we can only begin to build it beyond the DNC. So how do you suggest that this third party, which doesn't have viability right now, reach anything beyond what the PSL has reached thus far? How? If third party viability currently doesn't have any legs, how do you choose to even bring the numbers in to build a third-party movement? You want to create the infrastructure for it. I've given you examples of parties that have tried to build the infrastructure for it and failed to do so right now. Those methods have been largely unsuccessful. PSL is flawed because it has no support base or political infrastructure. DSA does. Those still nascent. Like Lennon said, if you recall, reading infantile, is that it must be used as a platform from which to espouse our position. The reason PSL has failed is because material conditions were not there as they are now. Dem base wants fighters. Okay, why are people not funneling themselves in the PSL right now? Do you think it's because the DSA is seen as a much more viable option because it has much more broad base awareness? Because maybe it associates itself with Democratic Party contenders that win successful electoral contests and then are able to be popular after that, where they carry the torch of this alternative from within? Perhaps you understand my position if you understand that reality. Did the DSA endorse Kat? No. And Bushra wasn't even endorsed by the DSA either, by the way. I looked into it. It turns out it was a suggestion or something, and it wasn't even the DSA in this in the district that they're in.
It's about my life and to straight up slander my family, my friends, and myself. But why attack me now? Well, it's because there are 4 days left in my campaign and my opponents are scared. I'm statistically tied for first place. I have massive momentum in the polls and on the streets, and they don't know what to do. These people have spent months writing me off as some dumb bimbo who is trying to canvas my personal brand by handing out tampons and backpacks at our campaign office and getting federally indicted for standing up to ICE in our community. And the truth is, this is uncharted territory. They are trying this for the first time. And if they get away with it now, we are just at the start of primary season. Special interest groups...
AOC is always a late endorsement I can see this weekend. I don't think AOC is going to endorse Kat Al-Ghazali. Are you kidding me? Elizabeth Warren endorsed her main opponent just today. There's 0% chance she'll endorse Kat. Bernie didn't endorse Kat either. Nah, Bad Empanada is right. Nah, fuck off Hassan. You supporting Platinum, you shitty Shopify, pretending you're going to Cuba. Some big boy move is bullshit. You're an American supremacist. You want Americans to get better and be rewarded for their aggression. Not even Americans figuring out that they are being ruled by baby-eating pedos. Push them to change the system. Let them suffer enough to change their government. That's how they're pushing it in Cuba. So what's your suggestion? What's your suggestion? What do we do in the time period? Should I just also stop showering, grow my beard, grow my hair, move to Argentina and just make videos about how America's the great Satan every day? Will that accelerate the contradictions, you think? Will that cause America's collapse? Will that further America's collapse for your liking? Is that the true revolutionary cause here? Is that the best thing to do? Just succumb to nihilism? Have consistency in your politics? No, I'm asking you. I do have consistency in my politics. You have not exposed any inconsistency whatsoever. You're just simply chirping like a fucking unwashed hater. That's what you're doing currently. And you're doing it for your favorite parasocial daddy that you think is the true revolutionary. It's the most pathetic. Supporting Plattner is inconsistent. Okay, I don't know what it is with people, but this Graham Plattner shit has like broken so many people. It genuinely, they're so obsessed.
Across the country are going to try this type of covert influence campaign to progressives.
How is this different from the worldview black pill losers have, just in a woke way? It isn't. It is black-pilled. It's just nihilistic. That's all it is.
So if it's still not making sense, I'll leave you with this. If I'm just some stupid social media influencer who's only been campaigning to increase my personal brand, not because I want to end this administration's corruption, not because I want to prosecute and abolish ICE, not because I want to end genocides everywhere, then why are secretive shell groups in AIPAC spending so much energy and money trying to stop me? I'll tell you why. It's because they know when I get to Congress, I can and will stop them.
The now deleted video from the woke ginger has been archived here.
Talk about Illinois District 9, because if you live in Rogers Park, Evanston, Skokie, or Glenview, your vote in the primary on March 17th will determine who represents you in Congress. And get this, there are 16 candidates running to replace Jan Schakowsky at the end of her term as she retires. So it's important to look past viral personalities and ask, who is running and why? For instance, one candidate, Kat Abagazela, shared in one of her mailers that she grew up in a middle-income family in a modest home. Her home was worth $9 million and her family owns oil wells. She also has shared that she has no legislative experience and she'll hire people to write laws for her if she's elected. Candidates like to drop populist ideas all the time in their campaigns. However, with this many candidates, it's important to look past the viral clips of the candidate pool. And I want to be clear, I'm not here to tell you who to vote.
This was $1,500, bro. That's crazy. Motherfuckers making $1,500 for this shit.
I'm here to tell you to research each and every one of these candidates to make sure that they're looking out for your interests and not just trying to build a brand. So, if you're in District 9 on March 17th, this is going to be your opportunity to select who will represent you and stand up to MAGA. Let's...
His hat says woke. Yeah, that's the woke ginger, bro. You don't know about the woke ginger? Check out the explanation from the ginger after deleting this post. A message from the woke ginger. Tonight I posted a piece of content about the primaries taking place in Illinois 9th, March 17th. Shortly after posting, I realized it did not meet the standards I set for my platform, so I removed it. I want to be clear. I do not endorse candidates on my platform. My focus on the larger issues and encouraging people to research, engage, and vote for the candidates they believe will bring about meaningful change. My intent with this post was to encourage voters in the district to look into the unusually large pool of 16 candidates before heading to the polls, even though I was very clearly fucking paid to attack only one of those candidates. And I used talking points directly from the actual material that was revealed, and only deleted the video after I was outed as being someone utterly devoid of any fucking backbone whatsoever. My goal is to stick to the facts and remain balanced, and that post clearly did not meet those goals. My platform is still young. I'm continuing to learn and grow, especially when discussing elections and candidates. Sorry, but how is you're not even American? You want the destruction of this country, valid, non-roundabout patriotism, and not appealing to the American exceptionalism within libs? And I support Cat. Obviously, I just think the rhetoric is antagonistic to non-American leftists because it doesn't fucking matter. Because you can't do anything from the outside, and all you're doing is chirping at the people who are trying their best on the inside. How do you not understand that? And it's ironic because that's not even the case. You are literally creating an anecdote in your mind of a fantastical third worldist position. Okay, I go around the world. I talk to people. Here, I'll give you an example. Okay, people fucking chirp about the way that Zoran conducts himself. I sometimes have my disagreements with him too. When he got elected, people in fucking Gaza under bombs were reaching out to me to be like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing of all time. They're way more fucking tuned in than you would think. Okay? Not that it matters ultimately. There could be disagreements with Zoran Mamdani from Gaza as well. It's not like they're not the moral arbiters either. But my point is, there are people in far worse positions than you that don't fucking sit around and LARP about, how America needs to have a revolution instantly. Okay, they have more to lose than you do, and they have lost everything for the most part. And even they understand that, this is moving the needle in the right direction. I used to say this to the fucking pro-Palestine movement too. Like, a lot of people post October 7th, maybe a year in, were like already there, right? They had just learned about this thing. It shocked their conscience, and they didn't understand how many fucking years it took. But for the years leading up to October 7th, the number one thing that Palestinians were demanding was awareness, okay? They understood that the number one thing that they were demanding was awareness and hopefully maybe to implement boycotts, divestments, and sanctions. There are people out here acting like you could just like send Hamas rockets or something. You know what I mean? Everyone has a fucking role to play. They understood that given the limitations, that the number one problem to overcome, the number one hurdle at that time, before October 7th, because we've reached awareness now, luckily, and there's still room to grow in that regard too. Okay, now it's time for action. But if you were to ask any Palestinian 5 years ago what the primary concern is for Palestinians, for the Palestinian emancipatory cause, they would tell you awareness. Because at the time, no one was even fucking aware. It's ridiculous. Okay? Drives me crazy when people who didn't know where Gaza was before 10/7 want to tell Palestinians how to feel. But we got the awareness, and still the genocide happened. So like, what then? Oh my God. No Palestinian in Gaza feels this way. I've never encountered, like, think about it. I had Bilal Khaled on the broadcast when I was in fucking Doha. Okay. Think about how much he's lost and think about his perspective. Okay. Think about his perspective. It's ridiculous. Unfortunately, change doesn't happen overnight. I know, even when it should. What's just is for change to happen overnight, but it doesn't. So we do the best we can, inching in the right direction, step by step. Okay? This is nihilistic. You might, for a brief moment, feel how correct you are and feel morally righteous because you're engaging in a sober assessment of reality. Okay? But there are people out there who don't have the capacity to give up because this is their life, and you have to do it for them. There's an issue in our taxes if we accept gradualism is the only way. Yeah, okay. The correct initiative is to engage in adventurism. No, you just have to keep organizing, man. The fuck, that's it. And this is a part of it. Electing anti-Israel Democrats is 100% a part of this, okay? Many people in the community make the assumption that any criticism of uncynical dependence on progressive Democrats and electoral politics is a ridiculous and untimely call for revolution. I think the Dems and electoral politics are one tool until a vanguard of the proletariat is created and we are able to mobilize the masses for revolutionary purposes. Yes, maybe my perspective is a little shallow, but the material analysis on the dynamics of power is the integrated analysis for not only how to move the needle in the right direction, but achieve very realistic goals of mass movement. I used to cynically think you were unprincipled and unaligned, but it shouldn't need to take reading Capital and understanding it to read how power dynamics go. Understanding Itov to read how power dynamics go. This is why I used to fucking yell at accelerationists all the time. Because even if material conditions worsen, if there isn't a fucking broad base, labor theory of value. I thought he was saying Itov. I don't know. I was like, anyway. But yeah, this is part of the reason why I was adamant about standing firmly with Kat, even if I have disagreements with her foreign policy, because, or some aspects of her foreign policy. If you lack the patience and commitment to have long, drawn-out fight to change this world, they're better off stepping away. This shit isn't changing overnight. That doesn't mean you accept the status quo. It means you accept the battle will be a long one. If you can't handle the stress after 2 years while Palestinians have continued to resist for 70 plus, just stay out of the way. The strides that have been made are titanic, not gradual. Yeah, people don't understand how much has changed over the course of such a short period of time. Like undermining billions of dollars of propaganda from some of the most sophisticated networks of influence that still continue, that still persist, mind you, to this day. I mean, I'm covering one aspect of this right now, like the way that they're attacking Kat Abu Ghazalik's campaign. That's one of the many different tentacles here, okay? It is an unimaginably sophisticated vehicle that has dominated American politics for so fucking long. It's ridiculous. You really like Kat, don't you? No, it has nothing to do with Kat. Kat is just one of the many different candidates that I'm backing. It's fucking stupid. Elizabeth Booker Houston, a micro-influencer who took part in Core's undisclosed dark money influence scheme, is now implying that Kat Abu Ghazalik was also involved in the dark money influence scheme. She cites Kat's own filings, but that's not what the filings show. Yes, she was. I know this because I was on Core's calls with her, and also because she reported Core's on her financial disclosure right here on page 3. People were horribly tricked about this entire program and are still spreading lies, and I'm tired of it. What? Can someone help me understand this argument? If you don't agree with Hassan on working within the Democratic Party instead of forming a third party, you're not on the side of the Palestinians in Gaza that he's talked to? Wait, what? No. You're just purposely being fucking obtuse. Okay? You're purposely being obtuse. I was talking about awareness initiatives and the importance of awareness initiatives that had nothing to do with the Democratic Party. Shut the fuck up. God, you're such a cynical shithead, man. Fuck. I banned you the other day and you're back to be purposely obtuse again, weaponizing your fucking idiocy. What a disingenuous line of attack. That's not what I said, you fucking moron. I was talking about how incremental change and gradual change is an unfortunate necessity to make change, and that change doesn't happen as fast as you want it to be. These people will ask for more, but they don't even engage in the non-electoral Palestine campaigns either. I'm sure many do not engage in their local campaigns, like No Appetite for Apartheid or Labor for an Arms Embargo. Yeah, they don't do anything. They just chirp in this fucking chat. That's all it is. A lot of this genuinely does stem from like that immediate change happening, this seismic change happening against, once again, billions of dollars of propaganda. Just one of the most sophisticated propaganda apparatuses that we've ever fucking encountered that dominated American politics. And now that change is coming. After the awareness, you actually start seeing normalization of openly pro-Palestinian sentiment, openly anti-Israel sentiment. Okay? And then you start electing people on the anti-Israel ticket, which is happening right now. You start building caucuses, building power from the only readily available power structure that exists in the country at the moment. This doesn't mean you give up on fighting on the other side either. You don't give up on like fundraising. You don't give up on different initiatives. You don't give up on trying to get your labor union on board. You don't just stop doing those things as well. You just continue doing those things. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. Taylor Lorenz is calling me. Hello, I'm live right now. I'm live. They can hear you.
I just wanted to clear up some misinformation that's been spreading online regarding Chorus. Kat Abu Ghazaya was not in Chorus. She attended one meeting before Chorus was even really officially formed. After that, they took her photo, stole it off social media, used it without her consent for fundraising and marketing purposes. She asked them to take it down because she had not given consent. They removed it immediately, and she's been critical of Chorus in the meantime. So I just want to make it clear.
Yeah, I remember you bringing that up in your piece, right? Initially, as like one of the criticisms. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people like, these micro influencers trying to be like, well, Kat was in a dark money program. She was never in the dark money program. She never accepted $1 from Chorus. She showed up to like one Zoom call in September or in November, like right after the election. And it's only listed on one disclosure form that she filed because she wanted to be extra, extra careful. And you'll note that it's not listed in that disclosure form that they keep showing to try to claim she was in Chorus. It's not even listed under income. She was never part of that program.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to correct it because I don't want people to, get it twisted.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, bye. Taylor Lorenz, everybody. Bro, that isn't even true. I literally chirped because I started an anarchist reading club here in my small town of South Dakota. Yeah, maybe we're reading comic books right now, but I've still done more organizing than you've done in your life, buddy. I'm a real socialist. Fuck you. Hell yeah. The other day during conversation, I figured a coworker was open to progressivism, so I started to organize. I told him about you. They said he didn't like you because you lost the debate to XG and always give easy wins to the right, so I dropped the topic for a little bit. The conversation continued. Then he said his favorite subreddit was LSF. Now I don't know how to organize. Are you fucking joking? Neither of you should be talking about fucking Twitch streamers when talking about like organizing, okay? I mean, it's fine. Just talk about the issues, man. It's all good. Don't worry about me, all right? It's pretty infantilizing to everyone in the Global South to use the Global South to infight while Americans are the most powerful population on Earth. Rex, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Who have the power to try to stop the U.S. government, lock the fucking chatters, organize, stop using people who you haven't even asked, who are at the barrel of the gun of your government is wielding to continue doing nothing. Yeah. You call everybody a crank, but refuse to acknowledge that the fact that my Splinter Discord is leading the vanguard. We are 11 members strong, and we hold nightly debate nights and hourly privilege confessions. Now, to be fair, 9 of the other members are the bots I programmed, and the one other member is my alt account that isn't banned in Hoscord, but this doesn't take away from the work we are doing. As far as the other chatter goes, if that person thinks that I've lost the debate to XUC, he might be a little too lost. You know? He might be a little too lost, buddy. That guy not going to make it. I'm keeping it real with you. That's like a guy, that's basically like, I mean, it's better than being an Asmongold watcher, but it's like not that much better than being a guy who is a Asmongold watcher and openly says it. The guy who got Zoran to condemn his wife's work today is a really solid guy. Oh, yeah. Really fucking normal dude, this John Levine guy. Really normal, really great guy. I don't think any of the conversations that I've had with him should be considered a debate because he does not have a decent grasp of the English language or any language really for that. We're being serious. He doesn't really have a grasp over just the language. And so makes it a little bit difficult to have a normal debate. Anyway, that'll be all for tonight. Like I said, tomorrow I'm going to have the Voice of Henry Job who are here in town for the Oscars. I'm going to have them over on the broadcast tomorrow. And we obviously have a lot going on. But that'll be all for me for today. Another 8-hour half-day Hossie broadcast. You already know what's up. You already know what it is. We will continue monitoring the situation. Get a grip. Stop cursing at everyone just because they don't agree with you. You're just another person polarizing the world even more. Good job. Change happens through unity. If you don't take time to explain things respectfully, people won't listen. The way you argue makes it seem like you're only here for the money and just don't care. If I was only in here for the money, I'd be much more agreeable as a person. Trust me. Don't you think it would be much easier for me to just be an agreeable person? There's no world where I'm going to be an argumentative person while also simultaneously in it for just the money. Much easier for me to be like a Van Jones type, don't you think?
All the chatter's trickling in.
Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There it is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Review in a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. brought on by